Last time out of Mid-Ohio, an early full-course caution cut out some teams, including Orion, with Core Sim Sport Racing taking the overall win on a last lap pass. Dramatics you always see at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Impulse took the win in 992 with Sim RC taking home the win in Sport, but now it's time for a very wet 4-hour Miami race around the Hard Rock Stadium at the Miami International Autodrome. Race 4-6 in the 2025-26 season. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're watching us around the world on RaceSpotTV. My name is Jeremy Scott. Nathan Richards is alongside, and Ramiro Augustine Cisneros back in the truck, trying to keep everything dry today and give us the pictures and sounds of what is turning out to be quickly a very legendary track in the south of Florida. Nathan, as we see it, is a very wet racetrack, and of course, it's part of its used as a racetrack most of the year, but for the most part, we call it a street course.
Yeah, definitely. Of course. Good evening, Jeremy. Good evening to everybody watching along in the live chat. This could turn out to be quite an interesting start to the event. Of course, we have our qualifying up first around a very wet Miami. It was a lot more wet earlier on in the practice. It's got a little bit sunnier. The rain has started to ease off a little bit, ready for the drivers to take to the track in qualifying. And we'll imagine to see what they can do here in this one. I'd think most of them haven't really practiced much of the wet conditions, so this will definitely be quite a test.
You haven't been to Florida much. If you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes, it'll change. Again, as I said, for race 4-6 here of the season, as we got started at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at the Bend. Next round out will be the 4 hours of Mexico City at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez. But as you see, today we are here at the Miami International Autodrome. A very packed schedule for the IVRA Clubsport Series and a very competitive IVRA Clubsport Series so far this season. And you take a look at the points, and it's very tight, but here's what the car classes are. You can run a Ligier JSP 320 for LMP3 Cup. Yep, it's the 911 and 992 GT3 Cup. And of course, sports and sportsmen, you have plenty of options to choose from. The difference between the two, the sportsman is a subclass of the sport class, max 50% driving time for pro and Onyx drivers. So yes, even here in IVRA, you're ranked. Club Sport Series format as it goes. We're on board right now with the start of qualifying for the sport class. Then we go to the 992 Cup and LMP3 qualifying in 15-minute intervals. Well, 15-minute warm-up, and then we go green here at 3:15 UTC. That's 9:15, I should say 10:15, sorry, Eastern Time. Nathan, go ahead and take a look at the points here for the sport class.
Indeed, very close up at the top with Sim RC, who sit 2 points ahead of Orion Race Team in second place, and only 1 point back in third is Team Floral by Impulse, so only 3 points separating our top three. Then around 30 points back in fourth is Solpec Precision Racing, just ahead of Course Sim Racing, who of course lead the LMP3 category. In P6, it's Team Checkmate Edent on 203 points, ahead of Sherra Esports in 7th, around 10 points back. It's Impulse Racing on 176, matching them is WSR Esports on 176 as well. And the top 10 is rounded off by Fiercely Forward, only 6 points back from 8th place. So for them, down in 10th, a big chance to potentially jump up into 7th place here today.
Yep, and the track conditions, as you see, 69 degrees Fahrenheit, 20 degrees Celsius, both track and ambient temperature about a degree separated Fahrenheit. So it's one of those track conditions, Nathan, where it's not going to get any better anytime soon if it doesn't improve. Again, 90% humidity and it is windy.
It certainly is. I think this session here is just about getting drivers on track and just constantly putting in the laps and just seeing where they can find a little bit of time. Of course, you know, many different GT4 categories here, 5 of them, cars, 5 of them here. Of course, some of them will be a lot more accustomed to the wet conditions, maybe in the straight line. Some of them will be better in the corners in the wet conditions. You never really know what to expect when you get wet weather. And of course, as the saying goes, it's normally the driver, not the car, that can factor in as well in these tricky conditions as cars are making their way through. And of course, looking at the standings earlier on as well, with Impulse racing down in 8th, I've got to say, for me, that's a bit of a surprise, considering in the past 2 seasons, they finished 2nd and 2nd. So for those guys tonight, they've got to try and pick up the pace and try and move their way up the standings, because they are around, I think, 70 points back at the moment. So I'd say the championship isn't out of sight just yet, but with only 3 rounds to go, you've got to be getting wins in that situation.
Well, to be fair, you do have at least one Impulse team up in that top 3 within striking distance. You take a look at those top three standings in sport. They're separated by 3 points, so is that razor thin? And of course, you take a look at the Sportsman. Well, it's just game over right now. Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab holds an 83-point gap on the strength of 2 wins at the Bend and Maizano. So they're really, literally on it. And I guess you can say their name kind of fits how their point standings are right now.
Definitely. And we'll see how that goes after this one here in Miami, because I think you look at your championship contenders, and around most tracks in the draw, you kind of have a decent idea of who will finish where. But here at the moment, qualifying is definitely a bit of an unknown. Of course, SimRC are at the top at the moment by just under 2 tenths to Team Checkmate, and then Thomas Shing Sim Racing in 3rd, who dropped down to 4th. Shera Esports now go to 2nd, and 56 Racing Team go to the top. And this is what we're going to see, aren't we, Jeremy, for the rest of this session here? Constant lap times improving. Look there, SimRC have found a 2nd out of nowhere. That'll definitely topple down in the next couple of minutes.
It really will, because you're going to see these teams start to use the wet lines to keep their wet tires kind of nice and patient, but also you might see some drivers try and dabble with the rain line, which will be a little bit higher off the groove. Now, here's another unknown. There are not many street courses in the iRacing service. I know that Long Beach is really starting to get some popular use. Now you're seeing Miami, which, as we said, there's hardly any runoff here for these cars. A lot of these drivers don't have much experience with walls running next to them, so that's going to be a big key, especially on starts and restarts.
Yeah, definitely. One small mistake, one bit of contact, and you're most likely going to end yourself up in a barrier, never mind just off into some runoff or into some gravel and grass. And with it also being quite slippery on the painted surface on the runoffs, you're also just going to slide. There's nothing to kind of stop you from heading full speed into a barrier. So I think for some of those that we say are more inexperienced, they've just got to be maybe a little bit more careful heading into this one, especially in these slippery, wet conditions. Of course, we'll see what the weather does later on. With the fact it's sunny and the rain's starting to slow down, I'd imagine that we'll get some dry running later on, potentially in the race. But we have still got, in total, a good 45 minutes after the qualifying. Of course, we have the Porsche Cup cars and LMP3s to go after the sports cars. So, there's maybe potentiality that we'll see the rain stop before we get to the end of qualifying.
Ramiro, can we go on board real quick? Because we see the rain right now falling at the circuit, but I want to show you what it looks like from the driver's point of view. So sometimes we may not see the rain that's as heavy as what the drivers are seeing, as we see Chris Shorter going down the long back straightaway for yet another lap. And this is just how it's going to be. We may not see the rain, but the drivers are going to see it. And, this is a new wrinkle here in iRacing is this rain. Of course, we know how long the people have been saying, we want wet weather. We want wet weather in the game. And really, these drivers are adapting. You see how the car is reacting there, coming off of turn number 17, setting up for 18 on that right-hander at turn 19. And the car, for now, it reacts like it would if it was raining for real during a real series.
Yeah, I mean, the rain in our racing is so realistic. I mean, from what I can see, I've never done any real life racing, so I can't comment for factually and say this is realistic. But just when you look at onboards from real life racing compared to this, it just looks so similar. And trying a little bit of our racing myself in the wet weather, it didn't end well. I drove for 10 minutes in the wet weather at Spa in the Formula 4 car. and then I don't think I've touched the reins since. I didn't enjoy it, but that's why I sit here talking and not actually driving. But as expected, times are starting to crumble down now into the 2:15s. We're not going to be that far away from the 2:14s, as it's still team checkmate up at the top of things, with Satellite Racing in second, WSR Esports up in third, of course, being ninth in the standings, not that far away from the top 5. The top 3 here would really help them in their way forward. And here just on board with Bart Horson in kart 400 for Delta Sports, Sim Shop, who took the win in the first round but haven't been anywhere really in the past couple of races. So for them as well, it's a time to, in these tricky conditions, get back onto the top of things and try and find some form.
So I got my hands on a weather forecast from at least 2 hours ago. Rain's going to stick with us, it looks like, through qualifying, and that drops off considerably during the warm-up. And I would say probably about hour 3 is when we've got another chance of rain. Of course, if you're familiar with Florida weather, rain's just going to pop up at any point, especially with the humidity right now at 100%. So, yeah, I mean, this is... it's weird, too. You know, there's a big graph here that shows the wet rain, but you look up in the upper right-hand corner of the forecast, it says no chance of rain. So it's just typical Florida weather.
You're reminding me a little bit of the UK as well, where you never know what the weather's going to do. I mean, it's sunny now. By the time we end this, we'll have had a snowstorm, a rainstorm, and some sort of hurricane, I'd imagine. Yes, the weather in the UK, and I suppose in Florida as well, is always changing, chopping and changing. And at the moment, they get... well, it depends. I think if you're one of the best drivers here, they'll enjoy no matter what the weather. But if you're a lot more new to this, and maybe it's, you know, one of your first outings on track in the wet weather, especially at Miami, this surely is the worst situation you want to be in, because you've got to pretty much learn the track again. And every lap you've got to learn the track, because you need to know where the grip is and where the grip isn't. And with the way the rain works here, with it being like how it is in real life, it's constantly changing the grip on the circuit.
Yeah, but have you been outside when it's raining and it's completely sunny? I've done it a couple times here in Florida. It's horrible. It's like, come on. We're watching Nils Core in the number 464 Satellite Racing GT BMW. Fastest lap for him of 2:15.166. Let's see if he can improve upon that. Last time he did a 17.477. As sport qualifying is just about ready to wrap up, as the 992s will get ready for their session. This is just such an interesting course, because not only, okay, so you have a track that has 5 different layouts, and one of them is regularly used for the Miami Driving Club. Indy Next was just there testing last weekend. I had a buddy of mine who actually tested there, and he said it's a very interesting course, that short course. So you've got that. You've got, obviously, the Hard Rock Stadium, which hosts NFL football. It hosts concerts. National Championship was just there in January for college football. And also you have, it's the home of ATP when they show up for their Miami round. So it's a very big multi-purpose stadium, and this is one of the few places where I think that the ownership here with the Miami Dolphins and the ownership with Hard Rock, they got it right. And I think other sports teams, doesn't matter if it's, you know, U.S. or international, they need to take a look at this and figure out how can we maximize getting people on the grounds.
See, I personally think that this track is really nice. I know a lot of, especially Formula One fans, hate this circuit just because obviously it's so hard to race in a Formula One car here. But I think the layout itself is quite good because it's challenging. It's not an easy track to get right, especially the uphill chicaning sector 2. Now that takes a lot of work to master it. So I think it's a really good track. It's challenging, and it's sometimes where you do get to separate the good from the greats. And I'm sure we'll see that here tonight as well. You know, during the 4-hour race. It's a long way to go, and for some of those that are doing longer stints as well, they've just got to keep dialed in for 2 hours. I think they can do 2.5 hours maximum in this. They've got to, you know, particularly be dialed in for that amount of time on a circuit which is constantly demanding, and you can't take your eye off for a second. You've got to be focusing on what's going on ahead, especially in a multi-class event as well, where you've got cars that will be passing you and lapping you. This is definitely going to be a challenging race, and I think from what we've seen so far, probably the most challenging this season.
Dare I say this? Now, I know that Sebring, a couple hours to the north, is the home of endurance racing. See the 992 cars lining up for their start. They'll be released here in just mere moments, and we'll get started as sport qualifying coming to an end. Aiden Young, WSR esports driver, 7th fastest with a 15.641. He's going to be one to watch, especially here in these trying conditions. But to my point, I know that Sebring is the prodigal home of endurance racing, okay, here in the States. We know that WEC has raced here there before. I would kill to see a night WEC race under the lights here at Miami. I think that would be absolutely fantastic.
I mean, that's a combo and a half, isn't it, that? I mean, I'm sure it'll happen one day. Miami seems to be popping up in every series it possibly can, a little bit like the tracks over in the Middle East. All of a sudden, every series he's racing there. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was to happen in the future. And I wouldn't say that I wouldn't like it. I think it would be very odd, and I don't think anybody would know what to expect from that, especially at night as well. That'd be a little bit of a different outlook of the track. But I'd imagine with it being a massive stadium, there's lights absolutely everywhere, all different colours, purple, blue, white. I'd imagine there's quite a lot of lights around the track at night.
And here's the thing, I don't see IMSA coming here because that'd be their third track that the WeatherTech series will be coming into as the sport cars come into the pits. It'll be Team Checkmate, Edent, and Satellite Racing GT on the front row, the 488 and the 464, as the Porsche Cup cars await their turn to come out onto the pits. You see them sitting there in the fast lane, and some are actually just popping out. So we'll get the standings here for the sport. Is Conrad Zierbeck, your fastest qualifier with 15.040. Niels Kor, Eric New, Sven Jansen, Rodrigo Mies, and Bart Horsten round out your top 6. That's Aiden Young, Ronald Groisman, Kevin Hivogel, and Jorge Felipe Diaz rounding out your top 10. Take a look at the rest of the field. It's Mike Dam and Jorge Jugo. They'll be on row 6. Row 7, Abadali and Kowalski, with Nofrangi and Justin Vanderland in the 16th spot. Tom Kunath, Shea McNeely, Kristen Young, and Akira Iwata for the Porsche Orion. That came in sitting in 20th. Rounding out the rest of your sport field, it's Graham Sanders, Chris Shorter, Connor Nixon, Maximilian Dam, Kara Gruber, Carter James, and Daniel Gralty. So 27 sport cars will answer the call here in just about an hour's time, as we're just about ready to get set for the Cup Series. Well, the Cup Series has a little bit of a wider gap as well, as Impulse Racing has 364 points, and that's a 71-point gap to Carlar Esports, number 960. They both have won one race each, with Carlar winning first time out at the Bend, and the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for Impulse Racing last time out. Festival Esports, the only other winner, they're all the way down in 7th place, but they're 2 points behind Team Checkmate Edent. So while the battle for the lead is a little bit of a misnomer, a lot of other drivers have a chance to move up the standings here at the Cup class. Well, speaking of, the Cup cars are on the course for their first laps. They'll get to see what the track looks like since practice. And Nathan, it's, as he said, it's going to be a little bit drier, but here's the thing. These 992 Cup cars, they're very well balanced.
Yes, they are. And of course, with the Porsche Cups as well here, they recently got the traction control and the ABS added in. So they are going to be rather interesting heading into this one. Of course, a lot easier for the drivers to handle. And I'd imagine as well, with them being the exact same car, the lap times themselves should be relatively similar. So I'm, curious to see the competitiveness between these guys heading into this one. Of course, they're out on track now starting qualifying. The track is still very wet, of course, but the rain has stopped. So that's one visual interference out of the way.
It's stopped for now. We'll see what happens here in the session, because remember, we saw that part where it did stop. It also does look like the track is drying just a little bit, as Ryan Barneveld sitting behind Matt Caruana as we get started. There's that uphill chicane, and I think right there, every track has its signature. I think that is the signature section right there, is that uphill chicane, because it sets you up for the long back straightaway.
I think it's one of the most curious corners in the world of racing. That's why everybody remembers it. I think even if you don't watch racing, you've probably seen that that corner somewhere on Facebook or Twitter, Instagram, because it is very odd. And one of the cars there, very close to the barriers, heading down towards the final corner. I believe that was the Project 91 car. I wouldn't want to be flirting with the barriers that much, but I think Matt Caruana has got a lot more pace than I have, so I'd probably trust him a little bit more. But the first car to set a lap, or hopefully set a lap, will be Ryan Barneveld for CSM by BS Hybrid in the car 989. We'll see what he can manage to do. There's many more of the cars as well cross the line and head their way down to that first corner, and we'll see what sort of action we get on the opening laps. And we'll see as well quickly, Jeremy, how quick the lap times come down. Of course, in the GT4s, they came down a little bit, then they had a massive drop-off in terms of lap time, and then it kind of equaled out till the end. It will be curious to see what happens for these Porsche Cup cars.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious myself. I think we might see probably back half of the field in the twos, but you know, like your Barnevelds, your Caruanas, they'll probably be in the 58s, 59s, especially on a track that, like I said, right now it looks like it's dry, because you take a look at the what kind of moisture these cars are bringing up, and there are points in the racetrack where it looks like that they're bringing up less and less each and every lap. So we'll see what these cars can do when they come across the line as they work their way through the S's there, through the back S's, I should say, to set themselves up for the turn 11, 11 through 16 complex. And of course, these Porsche Cup cars, they have some experience here. We've seen Porsche Sprint Challenge run the GT3 Cup here, and we've also seen Porsche Carrera Cup North America run in support of Formula One. So it's not like this is unfamiliar territory for a lot of these cars. And that little bump there, that is so cool to see that. Oh, just watching them run over the rumble strips and the curbing, and you're going to see a lot of that, especially when it comes to the 992 Cup cars. Now the back straightaway, they work once again, and this is the first time that we will see these cars in anger here on RaceSpot as Caruana pops out to get a better view and tuck back in line with Barneveld. Looks like that Caruana, was slower in Sector 1, faster in Sector 2. Let's see if he can put it together and log a decent lap here in Sector 3. Through the final couple of corners, the flowing left and right of turn 18 and turn 19. Down the pit straight they come across the line for the first time. It's a 2:08.2 out of Barneveld, but a 2:08.1 out of Caruana, which is currently fastest, but those fast times are starting to fall.
Indeed, as Impulse Racing go up to the top in car 915 with Scholzicek at the top. We've got Caruana second, Noborg in third for Visceral. Delta Sport down in eighth, car 900, not having the best start to the session. The same for Line GP as well. They're over 3 seconds back from the top time. We did see as well Team Checkmate Axis Project as well jump up into the top 4, but of course crucially was the top 2 originally between Project 91 and Visceral, only 20 thousandths separating the two, and then another 18 thousandths back to 4th place. So for second and below, very close, but then of course a great lap from Rafael to open this up for Impulse Racing.
Watching Paris Bokovalis in the number 900 Delta Sim Shop Cup car. Fast lap for him at 2:10.438. Trying to improve upon that with just a second lap in the books. And there we go once again. Mentioned that, the rain, it's gone for now, but it's back. We saw a little bit of raindrops start to reappear on our cameras as, that rain coming down just a little hard for some of these drivers. As you see, Bokovalis working his way around, tiptoeing through Sector 2.
I mean, that just shows as well how crucial that first lap might have been, as it does look a little bit more tricky on track at the moment. We'll see what sort of sets of times Bokovalis can do, but it does look so slippery out on track, especially when the dry-ish line starts to form. The rain comes back down and says, no you don't, wet line we go here again. And we'll just see what Delta Sport can do here with Paris Bokovalis. We'll see if he can find an improvement. Currently 3 seconds off, so you'd imagine either way there'd be an improvement here for him, as it's to the inside line in towards the braking zone for the hairpin. Of course, you've got to take so many alternative lines in the wet weather, of course, just so you don't end up going straight on an aquaplaning, as Visceral goes quickest by 42 thousandths of a second with Robin Noborg ahead of Impulse Racing. A great lap to go to the top. What can Delta Sport manage to do? I don't think they found anything at all. I think they might have improved by like a tenth, but it still keeps them down at near the bottom as Team Checkmate goes up into third with car 997. But there we have it, Visceral Esports on top at the moment, and if that rain continues to go down, that might be the lap to take pole position here.
And of course, Stolchek in the 915 Impulse Racing Cup car had a 2:12.976, so something went wrong there during that lap. Marcin Rybacek is sitting third right now, only about 0.08 of a second off the fastest time, 0.04 of a second off of Stolchek's fastest time in P2. So we'll see what the 997 Team Checkmate Axis Project Cup car can do, as running a little bit slower in Sector 1, but not too much. So these drivers are still full bore as they're working their way through the back part of the S's. They'll set themselves up for the 11 through 16 complex. As you see down at the bottom right, there is your second fastest driver in the 915 Impulse Racing Cup car.
Indeed, and of course Impulse up in second. Their results in this season so far have been third and first. So 100% podium rate so far for car 1915. Of course, they're second at the moment, so you'd imagine that they'll be looking to do that once again and go for 4 podiums in a row, maybe go 6 out of 6. As here's Rybacek yet again on a lap here. Third at the moment, will be looking to find an improvement. He's only 83 thousandths away from pole position, exactly the same gap to Impulse as the gap from Impulse is to Visceral Esports here, so a big opportunity for Marcin to go even higher in this one as he makes his way down towards the hairpin. Of course, you don't want to take that apex too much, otherwise you can easily find a big slide. As Impulse goes quickest by 0.6 of a second. Carlisle Esports as well up to second place. Some big moves here heading towards the end of this Porsche Cup qualifying session as PTO Autosport having a battle down at the bottom with Delta Sims Shop, as we do see Team Checkmate go quickest by 0.2 of a second there with Marcin Rybacek. A nice lap indeed. And of course, Project 91 down in 6th place, yet again not finding an improvement. Matt Caruana needs to do something there because his lap time is just getting worse and worse.
And that's not something you see out of Caruana that often, so it's kind of surprising to see that. Here he comes around for just yet another lap as time is winding down here. Got about 6 minutes left to go in their qualifying session, then we'll send out the LMP3s. But yeah, Caruana uncharacteristically having some issues. You see Carlo Esports with Jan Winter behind the wheel, as Winter trying to improve upon the 6.767 that they have lapped. Oh, that's not good for Caruana. Tries to go to the outside, wiggles just a little bit, and that is not going to help improve that time. Again, he's looking to improve upon an 8.186. Nathan, he's 1.7 seconds behind Rybacek's fastest time.
It's not good at all, is it, here for Caruana? And of course, with that car behind him now just getting in the way, that is not ideal, as Carlisle Esports have gone around at the chicane and luckily not collecting anybody in the process. Of course, if you go around there, more than likely there'll be a car hopping their way over at the exact same time, and of course that can be a very big unfortunate ending to your session. But Carlisle get going again as they sit third at the moment. And Matt Caruana, I'd imagine this is not an improvement at all, so it's looking like he's going to have to go again here just to get himself out of that bottom 5 and just try and find, I think he needs at least a second and a half here. You know, considering the pace he's normally got, the level of driver he is, he should be maximum 0.2 away. At the moment, it's nearly 2 seconds, so it just seems like it's not going well at all for Project 91. Of course, last time out as well, they finished P6, so they've not had the best race result back in Mid-Ohio.
And of course, you saw the spin there on the replay by Jan Winter, just to back end, coming a little too hot going into the chicane. Now, you take a look at the lap time that Caruana had, a 2:08.643, and that was close to the fastest time, so he was on a flyer up until the car decided to do a hop. And there's Stolchek. That's the driver who I'm surprised that Stolchek has not created himself a gap. Granted, right now he's second fastest on the day with a 2:06.601, but he is given, he's giving Caruana all the what.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll have to see what Caruana could do. Of course, he's not actually that far ahead of Team Nitro and Line GP. A couple of tenths for them, and they have a chance as well to go up ahead of him and potentially drop him down to 8th place, but I'm sure Caruana will eventually find some time on that lap, as we do see in the bottom right of our screens. Visceral Esports sit 4th at the moment. I think so far in this session they've been 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. They've been jumping around the top places. Here's Rafael Soltysiak in P2 at the moment, just on the back of, I believe, Matt Caruana's car. Of course, just following in that slipstream and being bellowed to death by the water flying up from the slipstream of the car ahead. And we'll see what sort of lap time improvement we can get here from car 915. Of course, Impulse winning last time out in Mid-Ohio, so it'd be great to see them get another win here, but he backs off completely of that lap and will look to go again, but of course not long to go until the until the Porsche Cup qualifying will end, so they've got to get some lap times in now. As here's Robin Noborg for Visceral Esports, currently sits P4.
Yeah, Norborg doing quite well, trying to improve upon that lap time. And it's going to be interesting to see how some of these cars handle these X's, because the walls come on real quick, as Rybachuk with still the fastest time across the line. Visceral does not improve upon times, but Team Nitro with Mark Balzer goes up to 5th fastest so far, as Caruana able to improve his time, but still sits in 7th place. Second fastest driver out there right now, finally has that gap that he so, I don't know if he desired or if he just said, you know what, I'm just going to go easy on you, Matt. As now the 915 sitting there trying to see if he can improve 0.2 of a second. That's all he needs to get back onto the pole.
Indeed, it's going to be a great battle for pole position, because CSM by BS Hybrid aren't that far behind as well. As on the bottom right, we've got Carlar Esports, who of course were up on the front row earlier, had a bit of a mistake, a spin at the chicane, still sit in the top 4. They'll also be looking to find some time in this qualifying session, as we still have on our main screen Rafael Soltysiak in P2 at the moment. Of course, 0.2 is what needs to be found in order to go onto that pole position ahead of Team Checkmate's Axis Projects, with Martin Robertshut as he heads up into the chicane, and the track looking a lot drier now. It's going to be a lot easier to navigate yourself through that section, but you can see there, just before where you hit the brakes, there's a puddle. Now, for some drivers, that's going to definitely catch them out, and that could certainly, in some cases, end a session.
Yeah, I think that attrition is going to be key, especially when we get to a drying racetrack, because, as you know, there's going to be certain things that are going to happen with the water, and it's going to really dry out. Some drivers may be on slicks a little too early, so that's going to have a part to play in this. Let's see what Soltysiak can do across the line, coming off of 17 through 18. Now the right-hander at turn number 19. Fastest time for him, 2:06.601. He's 0.2 of a second off the pole. Is this pole? It is indeed, with a 2:06.109. So far, 44 seconds left. Does anyone else have time to answer?
Well, Jan Winter is heading back into the pit lane. We did see Caruana as well up into 3rd place, as Robertshut goes quickest by 3.5 of a second. It's back on top for Team Checkmate for a moment. They was down in 4th and could have been out of a chance for pole position, but at the last second, Marcin Robertshut goes back up to the top for Team Checkmate, and it just seems like that pole position could certainly be in their hands, because whatever anybody can do, he can always find a bit more time. So 3.5 is the gap back to 2nd place, and it's a second back to 5th, and that just shows the level that Robertshut has been showing here in this qualifying session. And yes, we've still got 4 hours to go in a race, but this is certainly a big position to be in heading into it.
As you see, there's the LMP3s waiting for their call to exit the pits. We'll have to get the 993s out of, 992s out of the way. Geez, I'm dating myself by saying the 993 model, but the 992s got to get out of the way, so we'll get those cleared here shortly as checker flag falls on this session. and we'll have timing. We'll have the results here in momentarily, but what a lap by Rybachuk, 2:05.759. Absolutely threw the hammer down in the last lap of qualifying. Was Stolchek in second, Ryan Barteveld in third. Mick Caruana makes his way up to fourth, about a half second, so he found some time there. That's Jan Winter, Mark Balzer, Robin Norberg, Paris Bukovalis, and Nico Schiefer, and Benjamin Nelson rounding out your top 10 with Christian Arp in 11th. Out of the LMP3 standings, and look at that gap. It is 2 points separating your top three, with Core Sim Racing taking the win last time out at Mid-Ohio and propelling themselves to the top. Deltraz sitting in second place with Team Hoisingfeld in third. And then you got to go 21 points to Solpec Precision Racing. So by no means is this LMP3 championship over. Delta V Racing rounding out your top five. They might be on the outside looking in there. That's Satellite Racing, Solpec number 60, Muradness, Deltraz Automotive, and Nexus Esports.
Indeed. So close at the top. 2 points separating Core Sim Racing, Deltraz Automotive, and Team Hoisingveld. And I think looking into this, Core Sim Racing will, I think, have a bit of hope here. Of course, second in 2023. They was the champions last time out in 2024. Of course, Deltraz and Hoisingveld here know they've got a big team ahead of them that they've got to try and beat. So this will certainly be an interesting one. And once you head to, round 4 of the championship, 2 to go after this one, a win here for Core Sim Racing could certainly end up putting them the champion right now, in terms of the fact of all they have to do is hold off those two behind for the final 2 races. So if you're one of the top 3 and you can get a win here, you can start to dictate the championship a little bit more.
Well, it's good to see Core Sim Racing up at the top. It's one of it's a different team that we're used to seeing, because we're used to seeing Deltraz, Solpec, Hoisingfeld up at the top of the standings. So we'll see how long this takes for Core Sim Racing to stay up there, as qualifying is underway for the LMP3s. This is the final class, and of course, you see all of the moisture that the under tray is kicking up, and oh no, once again, it's raining.
Again, I think it's pretty much the same as what it was at the end of the Porsche Cup qualifying session. So, yes, the drivers are going to have to get adjusted to the conditions again. Of course, it's a lot drier than what it was in the practice session. So, this is probably their first time in these, I'd say, like medium wet conditions. A little bit of rain at the moment. So, of course, the track is still wet from the rain we've had all session long. And as we say that, the rain on that view has stopped. So, I think you've got to find the right angle to see where the rain is pouring the most, as we see our cars head down towards the hairpin at turn 16. And when you're heading down to such a harsh braking zone in these LMP3s at such a high speed in the wet, it's such a scary braking zone, isn't it? You've got to get the braking point absolutely perfect.
No, you really do. And so now we see the LMP3s. I love the sound of prototypes, to say the least. But to hear these V8s here in these LMP3s, it's absolutely fantastic as the cars come across the line and start the clock for their hot laps. Fabian Siegman, the first driver to come out in the number 48 Team Hoisingfeld LMP3 Ligier. And these Ligiers, they are some of the most gorgeous prototypes that you will see out there today. And yes, I know the LMP3 for the most part is a spec series, but it is so beautiful to see the lines.
Well, I've been to Silverstone last year for the European Le Mans series, and they had the LMP2s, the LMP3s, and the GT3s. And the LMP3s were my favourite. They sounded the best, they were the loudest, and they looked the best. I love the LMP3s, such a beautiful car. So it's great that we get to see them on track here in this series, as we also see the Solpec Precision Racing team as well. They're out on track at the moment too. Everybody getting their first tasters down of this Miami Autodrome circuit in the wet conditions. So we'll see what Fabian Siegman can do for Team Hoisingfeld, and of course for them it'd be lovely to get pole position to start on the front foot heading into this one. But of course with the weather, and I think another thing we should touch on is that we know that it should dry up and then get wet again towards the end, or the chances are it could get wet towards the end. That's when strategy has to come into play, and if you can get that right, you can sometimes gain seconds and seconds, but also you can do the opposite and lose lots of seconds.
So, Andrew Langham coming on the chat. Thanks for joining us. Seeing the rain is coming from the turn 11, 16 end of the track. So it sounds like that everything that we're getting today is coming off of the Gulf. We'll see what Siegmund can do here for qualifying as he goes down the back straightaway. You see that ramp there? That's actually the ramp for the nearby highway as well. Little tip. I know they did the first year. I can't remember if they've done it other years, but you can kind of watch a little bit of practice in some of the support series for racing at Miami. I'm not going to say what series it is because I don't want to ruin it. On the Florida 511 cameras. Traffic nerd alert here.
Really? I know you could do that with Las Vegas. I know they did that for F1 with Las Vegas. You could watch the street cameras and see what's going on. I feel that's quite a cool little thing which I never knew about, and I might have to try and investigate it myself in the future just so I can say that I've watched a racing series through street cameras.
Oh yeah, I did that the first year of Miami. I've done that for Vegas as well, because it's neat, because as somebody who obviously does traffic for a living, I know the ways of getting around and seeing different ways of watching cameras. So I thought, for the first year of Miami, I'm like, well, I know Florida has an extensive traffic camera network. Let's see if they're on. Sure enough, they were. And I've done that for Toronto for the Indy cars. Well, can't do that anymore because they're going to be in Markham, Ontario. Trying to think, what other race did I do that for? Did I do that for Detroit? Yeah, I think I did that for Detroit as well. So it's neat. It gives you another perspective, of what you can't see on TV. On the pole so far, provisionally, it's the number 1 core sim racing prototype of Mark Pollock on the pole. And here's what's interesting. 2:08.712. Now, it's slower, but we're still going to see that split. So if this rain continues, the crossover is going to be very interesting.
Definitely. And I was looking as well in the practice session, and yet again, not all of the LMP3s work quicker than the Porsche Cup cars. So this could be interesting heading into the race if there actually isn't that much pace difference at the start. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. Is there a chance that the Porsche Cup cars could even catch the LMP3s? We'll have to wait and see. The lap times at the moment are slow, but of course that could still be down to weather. But in the practice session, the gaps were still very similar indeed, as here's Corentin Millerud on a lap at the moment in car number 88. As we head our way down towards turn 16 for Delatraz Automotive by PC Design. Of course, they are the team that sits second. It's by Majors Garage, which sit ninth. So let's see what they can do, and if they can try and challenge Core Sim Racing, who at the moment sits at the top ahead of Delta V Racing through the final corner here for Millerud for car 88 up to the line. Is it going to be a lap time that challenges that pole spot? It's third. It's a decent banker lap there.
Normally, if this were, if IVRA actually had an actual real life series, I would sit here and say, okay, this is going to be an absolutely fantastic storyline, because we see that the 992s are faster than the LMP3s. At some point, they're going to have to cross over because you've got a lot more pro drivers in the 992s than you would in the LMP3s. But there are some fast guys in LMP3s, and the gap that we're going to have between the start of the LMP3s and the 992s, I don't think that the Porsches would be able to catch up with the LMP3s, barring some sort of major incident in the first sector.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it, heading into this one? I mean, we've got 10 minutes to go pretty much in this qualifying session, and the weather could get a little bit nicer, hopefully, because the lap times come down, and then see a little bit more of a challenge for that pole position. But of course, Core Sim Racing and Delta V look a lot better than everybody else at the moment, with a decent gap ahead of Delatraz Motorsport by PC Design. Of course, Solpec fourth, and then Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage sit in P5. So both of those, 88 and 8, sit in the top 5, as here's Nexus Torque Lab sitting in P6 at the moment. They're a second off, so we'll see what they can do over this lap. But I'd imagine, yet again, by the time we get to the next running of laps, that top 10 will look a lot different to what it does now.
And of course, the rain coming down, it's really going to shuffle things around. Siegmund running 48.1, and that's here's what's interesting. That's 2 seconds slower sector 1 than the Cup cars ran in their session. But then again, they went from a wet to a drying track. Look at that racetrack right now. It is absolutely soaked. We had a gully washer here, and that's going to slow things down. We'll see how much longer these drivers will be out. You see the 78 going into the runoff in turn number 17, so they'll definitely hamper what lap that they had. Let's see what Siegman does for sector 2. Yeah, 2 seconds. So he's about 2 seconds a lap a sector slower than the 992 Cup cars. We'll see how long some of these drivers decide to stay out.
Indeed. Interesting things here as we head to the final 8 minutes of qualifying for Round 4 of the IVRA Clubsport Series. As here is Fabian Siegman, who will be looking to go again. Of course, it's at that time, which is pretty much 10 seconds off his best. So he'll be going once more in this one. Of course, has 8 minutes left, so has time to get a couple more laps in. As here's Louis Valentine. If it is the correct one, I remember Louis Valentine back from the F1 Challenger Series, back over on the F1 22. So if that's him, he's made a change over to our racing, and so far looks very quick indeed. Valentine up in P2 at the moment for Delta V Racing. Of course, we'll be looking to find time in that middle sector as well, and I think that's probably where you get the biggest chunk of time gained. It's that uphill chicane. Of course, you've got the long sweeping right-hander before, quick dash to the left, chicane, and then the tight left-hander. I think this will be where you're gaining most of your time. So if you've got a car that works through this section, you'll be right up there.
Alex Chilcutt checking in, saying final laps of P3 qualifying might be best track conditions, so could be exciting. I like the optimism. I like the optimism as Louis Valentine, second fastest right now with a 2:08.725. Now here's what's interesting. Those two are the actually the only two who are faster than anyone in the Cup Series with, let's see, Christian Arp with that 2:08.980. Arp was half a second off of Benjamin Nelson's time, which was 10th fastest. Let's see what Valentine can do around turn number 17. Takes that rain line. You're going to see that here with these LMP3s. They're going to experiment with that in some of these corners. Take a little higher because you don't want to run in the rubber in most of those corners. Courtney Milleroo, third fastest as well. They'll watch and see what Valentine can do. 2:10, 2:26. So yeah, that track with it being slick is slowing down. But now we see the track drying out just a little bit on that back straightaway. It's not as much of a glaze. So I think that Alex is right. I think that we're going to start to see these times fall here the rest of the session.
Well, it seems the rain has stopped here, at least it has on the back straight in towards turn 16, so it'll be a keen eye on what goes on now for the rest of the session. With 6 minutes to go, this could definitely be the best track conditions that we have yet on circuit, and then that's when you have to throw that battle in for pole position to absolutely anybody, because they all then move on to the same conditions. As you can see, yes, it's raining at turn 1, but it's drying up down at the final section. I think you'd rather have rain on the straight than you would at that corner there, because it limits the power that you can put down through this first sector. The long sweeping right-hander in the wet conditions, very easy to get a snap on the car and go around. And of course, in this first sector, before you get to this corner here, it is barriers everywhere. You've not got much runoff at all, and then when you head into sector 2, you've also got very little runoff. And Louis Valentine at the moment a decent first sector. I'm not sure if that's his best one so far, but it's a 45.8. I think they were in the 46s earlier.
Well, Race Control looking at some action between the 62 and the 64. Solpak and Satellite Racing, and not sure what happened there, but we'll get some more information. You see the bomb right there. There's your Solpak Racing number 62 with Louis Valentine nearing the end of the straightaway. Actually, I think we're looking at, okay, so yeah, Solpak behind the 11 of Valentine right there. You see that in action and working way down into turn number 17, taking that high line. Valentine second fastest, 2:08.725. Oh, a little spin there out of the Solpak of Brandon Roseborough, and he'll get it righted, but that's going to be a lap over for him. Valentine across the line. That lap is going to be not fast enough. 2:09.519. So close as we see Courtney Milleroo running a little slower than we see Mick Pollock lap. Let's see what he can do in this number 88, Nathan.
Yeah, the track conditions are starting to near enough match up to what we saw. We're heading from the 2:10s back into the 2-minute 9s. Of course, still a little bit of a way to go until we hit into the 8s. As Solpec improve, they move up to 9th place, 2 seconds off of that top spot. Car number 60. Let's see what Corentin Millerou can do. Third at the moment, 6.5 tenths away. It's not going to be an improvement, but it's only 3 tenths off what they did on their best lap time. So the track is coming to them, and I'd imagine that is the same for absolutely everybody on track. As here's Charlie Pouillet in P6 at the moment for Nexus X Talk Lab. Car 78, they're 1.1 seconds off, and they've been 6th place all since that first lap. So they'll be looking to try and move their way higher up the field, and we're only 2 tenths behind Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. So let's see what Charlie can do to try and move his way up the field.
Race control quickly ruling on the 62-64 incident, saying racing incident, no further action taken. Alex Chilcutt checking back in, saying, well, at least we're faster than the GT4s. Always look on the bright side of life as Vigo goes off into the runoff. I think we're going to see a lot of that, and Vigo locks up and decides, you know what, let's let these two come around, and that was actually a very smart move, waiting for traffic to come through. You see Zach Hebert right there in the number 29 Echelon SimSport LMP, the fastest time out of them, 2:11.055, 10th fastest on the session. And let's see what happens here. Take a look at the track map. See if I can pull that up. And it's just a big clump here, right, with Hebert and everybody else.
I was going to say, it looks a lot wetter in Sector 2 than it has done all session. The rain is started to form as well down towards the hairpin again. I think that could have been the best laps of the session right at the start, because the track is looking wetter again. Look at all the spray as they head down towards the braking zone of turn 16. Paddock is in the pit lane, so is Roseborough, so I think that could be it here in qualifying. Oh, someone got straight on down at the hairpin, and I'm not sure if they've hit the barriers, but that was at full speed, pretty much straight off the circuit. I think it was a Solpec car that went off, and hopefully we'll see what happened to those guys.
Yeah, it indeed was a Solpec car that went straight off into the runoff. And let's see here. We've got both obviously Roseborough in the pit, so it had to have been Oleg Lokov. And yeah, everybody deciding, you know what, it's not worth it. We're not going to improve upon our time. So as of now, unless Louis Valentine stays out and can somehow on some way improve upon his time, it's going to be a Mike Pollock pole. As no, he's tiptoeing, so it's that's basically gonna be session over. Mike Pollock early, because all these times early on in the session, 2:08.712, your fastest lap of the session. Followed by Louis Valentine, Corentin Millerou, Brandon Roseborough, and Thomas Imborg, your top 5. Charlie Pouillet, Fabian Siegman, Miguel Vigo, Oleg Lokov, and Zach Hebert round out your top 10. Take a look at the rest of the field. Cameron Dick was shotgun on the field for LMP3. So qualifying is set. Your fastest lap of the session goes to Team Checkmate Access Project in the 992 category with a 2:05.759. Now, saw the forecast as we mentioned in warm-up. It should...
Perfect timing. The rain stops as we view it on our screen down at, I believe, towards turn 11, that is. So yes, this will be a very interesting start to this one. Of course, we have got our warm-up before we get underway. I'm sure that we could even see a change of weather in the next 15 minutes before we even start the race. But then, of course, it's 4 hours of racing. And I'd imagine that we get a dry line very quickly when we've got 50-odd cars all piling through together around this circuit. So very excited to see how the 4 hours will go here around Miami. And I think looking at the calendar, I don't know why, but this was a track I wouldn't have imagined that would have been on it. It just doesn't... You don't think of Miami and think of endurance race, do you, at all?
No, you really don't. But then again, you know, Miami used to be the start of the season for IMSA. They would run around Tamiami Park and then eventually downtown. So Miami is a racing town. You know, you've got Homestead Miami Speedway not too far away. And if you've been downtown Miami, you can kind of see the remnants of the old Formula E and Champ Car track that was held literally Bayside.
Indeed. And yeah, it'd be interesting, of course, as we can see the beautiful pool there of water. That looks very realistic. The same as... do they actually have it? Oh no, they still have the fake water with the yachts there. That's brilliant. They even put the fake version.
Yeah, they do.
Brilliant.
Well, I also saw, so my wife and I, we've been cruising a lot more, and I get all these ads. Well, MSC came and sent me an ad saying, hey, we're going to be putting, we're going to put half of our ship there. So I think that's going to change from a yacht club to a ship club. Here's Marcin Rybak's lap. Nathan, why don't you talk us through a lap here at Miami?
Indeed, let's have a look here with Robichuk. Of course, our pole position lap through the first opening corners. Of course, it was dry at this point, so, well, drier at least in terms of no rain. And of course, you can just see through the first sector, you've still got to be very careful on the throttle through this section. Of course, with traction there being a feature for the Porsche Cup car, it'd be a lot easier now than it would have done a few months ago. As you head through towards turn 6 and 7, of course, you can use a curb steer. Just be careful not to get too much oversteer, as we saw a little bit there for Robichuk, and then it's harsh on the brakes. Very tricky braking zone in the dry. The same goes for it in the wet, as you can see the car sliding around through there. And then as soon as you can, foot on the throttle down towards turn 11 at the 90-degree left-hander. It's a very long run, of course. With it being wet as well, you don't want to be changing direction too heavily. So just slight moves at the steering wheel left and right by a few degrees. Get your car at that best line as you prepare yourself to head onto the brakes into turn 11. Of course, you want to take a little bit more of an inside line there rather than the initial apex, just because it's quite easy to lock up there with these tricky conditions, and then through in towards this horrible Mickey Mouse section as you head your way up to the chicane. Yet again, very soft on the brakes through here. You don't want to slam them down, otherwise you'll go straight on. Decent here for Robichuk, of course, a hop of the curb, and then it's back to the left through out to turn 14, and then it's a long run down towards the hairpin to finish off the lap. And you could just see there from Robichuk as well, even though the car was visibly shaking around, it looks like it didn't have much grip. He controlled it perfectly. As we head down towards the hairpin, and it's down to the inside here for Robichuk. And you can see here as well, you've got to take such an alternative line. You've got to force yourself to go a little bit deep there, just because that curb on the inside, it's a horrible curb to hit in the dry. It's even worse in the wet, and then it's a nice long run up to the line, which surprisingly as well, if you hit the wrong part of the track there, you'll go spinning across the line, never mind finishing the lap.
3.363 miles of the Grand Prix circuit done and dusted. Of course, checker flag is out on this session. Waiting to swap over to the warm-up session here, as we're just about set to start that. Oh boy, this is going to be interesting, because yes, we have the liquid sunshine now in effect here at Hard Rock Stadium, and this is about the point, like we said, when the rain was supposed to fall off. But once again, Mother Nature proving every meteorologist on the face of the earth wrong since the beginning of time. And now we set the full field out so we can test. Now, here's something that's interesting that I've noticed over the past couple of months here in iRacing. Maybe you have too, Nathan. It seems that the virtual race control here in iRacing likes to take a very lax approach when it comes to yellows and incidents, where we'll have a big incident and the race will still go on.
Yeah, I've noticed that sometimes as well. The most inconsistency when it comes to the flag system. Of course, sometimes you'll have a massive crash and it's like, yeah, it's fine, carry on. Then there'll be a tiny little incident, and there'll be a bit of bumper left on the circuit, and they'll be like, right, that's it, you know, yellow, full course caution, let's get everything sorted out. So yes, a little bit inconsistent, but I suppose that's what we get with sim racing. You never know what to expect, especially with the virtual race control system. As we do have our cars back out on track, getting ready for the race. Of course, it's around in a 15-minute warm-up before we get started for that green flag racing. And I think the conditions that we've got here right now are very similar to what we saw when it came to the end of the Porsche Cup qualifying session, where it was a little bit sunny, but it was still lightly raining on the circuit. And what a view there. We can actually see the cars drive past as we sit in the, what is it, like the resort area? It's not the paddock, is it? It's more of a resort, isn't it, there?
Yeah, I think it's more of a resort there. The paddock kind of sits around around the Hard Rock Stadium, I think, right there. Right by Pit Inn. I think that's where the main paddock is. And of course, that's what's cool about having such an expansive facility. You can fit so much in there. But we'll see what happens here as this warm-up session goes on. It is a 20-minute warm-up session. And wouldn't it be interesting if we switched sessions and go into the race and everything was absolutely dry. I don't see that happening because, like I said, even with 0% chances of rain in the first first 2 hours, I have a feeling that this is going to be a race for the Ducks.
Yes, definitely. Whether it gets dry, we'll wait to see. But I'd imagine there'll be rain at some point throughout the race, and probably for a good 40 to 50% of the race as well. Now, as we do see, oh dear me, a few cars off down at the hairpin. 3 cars were all off the circuit. A Mercedes, I think there was an LMP3 and another car there as well. But talking about stints, of course, the drivers here are allowed to do a maximum of 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 40 minutes on their stint. So you can do this race with 2 drivers, 2 hours each. You've met your maximum time limit easily. So heading into this one, you'd imagine most teams will just use the 2 drivers because is it worth doing those extra driver changes? Probably not. So I think some teams will have 3 or 4 drivers, but realistically, to save time, you'd want to go with just 2, wouldn't you, really?
Oh, yeah, definitely. You definitely want to go with 2, but, you take a look at the entry list, and there are a lot of teams who have 3, 4 drivers, and I would imagine that you have those on your roster as a backup. Now, remember, we mentioned there's the sportsman class who have to use either they have to use a certain license in there as well as Rybachuk. Looks like that the rain may have ended, but it's still pretty slick for him out there as you see all the water getting picked up off of that 992 Cup car.
Indeed. So yes, the conditions looking a little bit nicer, and it just seems that every part of the track we go to, the conditions are different. It's either sunny, cloudy and raining, or sunny and raining. So it's constantly changing, and of course, for the drivers, that makes it difficult because you've got to learn each section of the track as you go into it, and it's not all the same. So you've got to change your driving style every single sector, which for some, might be fine. Those that like these conditions, but for those that don't like them, and I guarantee there's many of them on this grid, they'll be hating this situation. They want it to either be fully wet or fully dry. At least have some consistency in where the track conditions are at. As I'm just looking at the live timing as well, and we've had many drivers make changes heading into this one. I see a lot of new names that we didn't see in qualifying heading to, I believe that would be the starting lineups for this one. So of course it'll be keen to see as well what sort of drivers start and who will go to the end. Some teams might want their strongest driver to start the race just so they can get a good start, pull a decent gap, and then maybe get someone who's unquote slower to end off the race. Others prefer it the other way around. They'd rather somebody at the end, just come back into it and try and claw back some crucial positions. So it just depends on the situation of the team of what sort of lineup and what sort of running order they want to do. As we do see a few of our LMP3s just set their times here in the warm-up, but of course these times mean absolutely nothing at the moment. Of course it goes to nothing to these. It's just so they can get running on track and see where the conditions are at. I think what's happening here will be very similar to what we see heading into the race as we head our way through here with Rybachuk. Of course we've been following him for a couple of minutes in this one. Of course, definitely a driver to be keeping an eye on, and I think the team on a whole, Team Checkmate, will be keeping an eye on those over the course of this race. They currently sit P6 in the standings. They're around 130-ish points back from the leaders. So they've got a lot of work to do if they want to be in the championship fight. So whether they'll get there or not, we'll have to wait and see. As we do see as well some of our GT4s or our sport class set some lap times as well. It's Jugo at the top. We've got Niels Kort, Carla Gruber, Connor Nixon, Bart Horston, Christian Young, all for these teams setting times. And then, of course, we do see as well CSM by BS Hybrid just getting a lap time on the board. As I said earlier on, these lap times mean nothing. It's just a warm-up, getting ready for 4 hours of high-octane, very chaotic racing around the Miami International Autodrome circuits. There's, of course, a big hello to everybody in the chat as well. Great to have you all in here. Let us know who you're kind of focusing on today, whether it's the LMP3 category, the Porsche Cup cars, or the sport division. Let us know who you think will be looking for the checkered flag and the win as well. Very keen to keep your thoughts with us as we are slowly getting ready to start off this one. 13 minutes to go, of course. LMP3 category leader, it is Core Sim Racing as well, who are on pole. So big chance for them to extend that lead at the front ahead of Delatra's Automotive by PC Design. They sit 1 point back, and then it's Team Huysengveld who sit a point back from them as well. sitting in third. So with those two being a little bit further down the field, a big opportunity for them to try and work their way higher. There's a couple of cars going off at the hairpin. Two of the LMP3s, a Mustang, and then I think there was a Porsche as well a little bit further up the road. So they're all now just trying to do a 1 million point turn to get the car back on track and continue their way on. Let's bringing Jeremy back into it. Of course, 12 minutes to go, Jeremy. I asked the chat who they think would win. Have you got any, teams that you're going to keep an eye on heading into this 4 hours?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think LMP3 is going to be a little bit of a toss-up. Obviously you want to play the hot hand with Core Sim Racing, but Delta V's really shown their cards to be pretty quick so far this race, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens throughout the race with Delta V if they can stay up front. You've also got Impulse and Team Checkmate in the Porsche Cup class, where they've been really, really good, and CM by BS Hybrid also not looking too bad. But you got to go back towards the GT4 class, the sport class. You've got a WSR team that has Aiden Young in there, and that is a driver who I regard as a showman. He's very quick, very good, no matter what kind of car you put him in. And I've called him up and down the surface, whether it be in road course or oval racing. He is just that quick, and he's going to be a great anchor for 427 here at WSR Esports. That's a team I think is going to be quite interesting to watch, especially once we get into the hopefully drying or dry conditions. But we'll see what happens as we work our way through this session. Checker flag is out, and now it is time to get ready for this session. Conrad Zierbeck and Niels Core will be alongside each other in row 1. It'll be Sure Esport and SimRC in row 2. Row 3, Fiercely Forward and Delta Sim Shop make up the first 3 rows of the sport. That's a WSR Esports Mustang with the Core Sim Racing Porsche in row 4. Row 5 will be Team Floral by Impulse and Grow Racing Team Mercedes. Row 6, Mike Dam will lead the Orion Race Team from 11th, and Oyer Jugo from Enos Esports in that Mustang. Then you've got Satellite Racing and Thomas Enga Sim Racing in row 7. Row 8, 56 Racing Team and Altura Esports. Row 9, Core Sim Racing and Orion Race Team. Moving on to row 10, it's RJD alongside Orion Race Team, then Solpac Precision Racing in their sport Mustang with Impulse Racing alongside Connor Nixon in the Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport and Simula Esports with 24th. 25th, Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab, Echelon Simsport alongside and bringing up the rear in the sport will be the SRN Motorsports Mustang. Moving on to Cup, it's 11 cars we're taking to the start. Team Checkmate Axis Project to be alongside Impulse Racing with CSM by BS Hybrid and Project 91 Racing Team making up row 2. Row 3, Carlar Esports and Team Nitro will be alongside each other there. You move on to row 4, it'll be Visceral Esports and Delta Sports Sim Shop. Row 5, LionGP will be alongside PT Autosport Sim to Real, and Olympus Esports Proton brings up the rear in the Cup. On to the LMP3 Core Sim Racing and Delta V Racing make up row 1. Row 2 is Deltras Automotive by PC Design and Solpac Precision. Row 3, Deltras Automotive by Majors Garage and Nexus Torque Lab. We also take 11 cars at the start as Fabian Siegman and Miguel Vigo take their Team Hoisingfeld and Satellite Racing cars to row 4. Row 5, Solpac, the other Solpac with Oleg Lokov and Zach Hebert with Echelon Simsport LMP and Project 91 Racing Team bringing up the rear. Again, track conditions looks, as we said, it's now dry. 21 degrees Celsius, 69 degrees Fahrenheit, 19 degrees Celsius, 67 degrees track temperature, 82% humidity, 39 kilometers per hour of wind, and partly cloudy skies. With the Visceral Esports IVRA P Cup of Robin Norberg, they've already got a 20-second time penalty off the start.
What was that for?
That was for a qualifying infringement. Let me go back and take a look at our race control notes that we have here, and it does not say what the qualifying infringement was.
Well, that is not good at all for Robin Noborg, of course, from up near the top of the grid as well. For the Porsche car, they're going to have to try and figure something out in terms of trying to, kind of bring their way back into it after such a harsh time penalty. But of course, these things can happen. We see it in a lot of series. Drivers get, very big penalties at the start, but by the end, you wouldn't have even thought that they had a penalty, especially over 4 hours. There's a lot of time for him to bring that 20 seconds back out of, any sort of disadvantage. As we now head on to the formation lap, and it is still wet on circuit. You can see a little bit of spray heading up from the rear of the cars. But then, of course, when we head into the full racing conditions, I don't think it'll take that long before we start to see that full dry line and the rain pretty much disappear. But, of course, it'll be a very interesting first few laps for the drivers because they've got to get fine-tuned into these conditions, which, as we know, have been quite troublesome so far. And now they've got to learn the conditions, which are probably the quickest they've seen. So they've got to then risk putting their foot down a little bit more and just, trying to experiment of how far they can push the limits of their cars.
Exactly, and you start to see a little bit of a dry, wet line there on that S's section at the back. So it's gonna be a matter of time before we stop to see the moisture getting kicked up by these cars as the formation lap is underway. And we're just about set to pair up and get going for today's race. Again, this is a 4-hour race that we are set to have here on the 3.363 miles of the Miami International Autodrome. What are your final thoughts before we get started for today?
Chaos, interesting, high octane. I think lots of those big words can come out for what's going to happen here. Of course, 4 hours of racing in tricky conditions around Miami, which we expect to get a little bit wet later on, around 3/4 of the way in. I think any team here all should be in that mindset of they can still win this. They can still be in the chance for a podium or a top 5 if they're a little bit further down, because absolutely anything can happen heading into this one. And of course, 4 hours is a long, long time to work your way through a field. So if you're at the back as well, don't feel too, faint-hearted. There's a big chance that you can end up in the top 5, probably by the end of lap 1, with how things could potentially go, especially turn 16 hairpin. So many cars have been going off there in qualifying and the warm-up. That's going to be interesting to watch.
Yeah, it really will be, as you see the field slowly working their way around, getting ready for the start. The field starting to... Oh, this is interesting. So the 992s
go first.
Are going ahead of the... Oh, this is going to be absolute chaos.
That was quicker in qualifying, wasn't it?
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised that Race Control did not say, you know what, we're just gonna let the natural order, natural progression of things go through. So it looks like we'll have at least one more pace lap, most likely. Of course, I've been wrong before.
Oh dear me, this could get interesting, couldn't it? Just as I said, there'll be some chaos. There's going to be a lot of chaos on that first lap. Turn 1 will be interesting, depending on what sort of... Well, actually, no, because the MP3s will be a little bit further back. I think more turn 11 is where it will be interesting, because that's when they'll probably end up catching up and being a little bit, maybe a second or two behind the back of the Porsche Cup cars, and then it's through that final sector, which is going to be tricky as well. This could be a very interesting start, and then I suppose it makes it a little bit easier as well for the sports class, because they've got the fastest car ahead of them, so that gap will increase quicker and they can have their own free air earlier than they would with the Porsches being ahead.
All I can do is laugh. So this is going to be quite interesting. It'll be Marcin Rybachuk and Rafael Stolchak sitting there in row 1. Then I'm trying to see what the feeling is of these cars, but oh man, this is going to be quite interesting to see how this race plays out. There's always some sort of mayhem with IVRA Clubsport series. It's why I love coming back to it. It's one of my favorite series to call. Of course, Nathan, having you here also absolutely fantastic, because you and I get to have a lot of fun, and we're going to have some fun for the first hour at least.
Definitely. I mean, we had quite a lot of laughter and quite a lot of fun happening in qualifying, and now we've got a 4-hour race to go through. So it's only going to get better, that is for sure. And I think the first hour will be very interesting, because you're getting drivers back into, drier conditions. Of course, by I think the end of hour 1, it should be, pretty much dry, or at least there'll be a fully dry line. But then, of course, we've got to see what the LMP3s will do in terms of making their way through the pack. So this could be a very interesting first half of the race, and then, of course, towards the end, rain potentially making its way back in. Of course, we know that iRacing being iRacing and Florida being Florida, it could definitely change very quickly. but I think we have got a great race on our hands, and one of those where everybody's in with a shout to take a podium or a top 5 here. So that's what also the drivers are probably happy about. With it being chaos, you never know where you're going to field out.
Oh boy, this is going to be quite interesting as the field working their way through the uphill chicane, and they'll set themselves up for the back straightaway, which they will go in and line up 2 by 2. And here's what's also interesting, Nathan, is the fact that the spray, it's starting to go away.
Yes, it is, and a lot quicker than I thought it would do, actually. I thought it'd take, maybe 10 or 15 minutes of racing, but as we've been going on this formation lap, the spray's slowly making its way further and further away. And of course, if we do see the LMP3s to be the quicker car, as soon as it dries up, they'll be quicker. So maybe the first couple of laps could be in the Porsche's advantage in terms of keeping ahead. I mean, it means nothing because they're running their own race. It's not an overall standings. But I don't think they want the LMP3s flying through, especially those at the front of the field who are defending from second, third, fourth, etc., because they don't want to have cars flying through on them as they're battling for the lead in their own class. That's when things get really messy.
All right, let's take a deep breath. Let's get ready for some 4 hours of racing around the Miami International Autodrome. The pace car pulls off. You see on the left-hand side of your screen, it's the 992s. On the right-hand side of your screen, it's the LMP3s. We're going for a single file start, and I think that's probably the best idea to run here as there still is some spray. We're racing for 4 hours and already got a great battle near the back of the pack for third place. That's going to be between Barneveld and Caruana, but so far, Rybacek has the lead so far. Race Control said they will clear the black flags after the green flag. Not a big deal here. You see the LMP3s, they take their green flag as Mike Pollock takes the lead early on. Battle for second between the, third between one of the Solpecs and both of the Delatraz.
Indeed, and still that battle for third as well in the Porsche Cup category between Caruana and Barneveld, CSM Hybrid and Project 91. You can see there Caruana trying to go back up the inside, but move for third has been made as we do see our sport cars making their way through as well. We've got some big battles in the LMP3 Class 2. Lap 1, you never know where to watch because everywhere to look, there's a battle going out on track, as we did see there. I think it was Delatraz Automotive looking to make a move ahead of Solpec, but they had to back out of that one. And then over towards the sports category as well. Not many moves being made on that opening lap, and still Team Checkmate Ident have the lead ahead of Satellite Racing and Shera Esports in third. And we do see up for the Porsches, Caruana has got back into third.
So close racing here for third, and really each and every category that we have. As you see the left-hand side of your screen, there is your timing tower. We'll be following all 3 classes throughout the race, but you see that Delatraz with Corton Milleroo sitting in second place, Fabian Sigmund falling down through the order as he and Charlie Pouillier both in a battle for 6th place overall in LMP3. We'll see the lap times as they come across the line, but you see look at how close the LMP3s are on the back of the Cup cars already. And the core sim racing #1 with Martin Rybacek still is in the lead. Battle for third heats up right now between Caruana and Stolchek, and everybody falling in line. It's probably one of the places where you don't want to make a move through this section, but you do want to set yourself up for turn 1. This is a heavy braking zone, something we didn't get to mention because of all of the mess that was going on as Barneveld goes to the inside of Stolchek. He gets third, tries to get to Caruana for second place. There's a little bit more up there, and that's tough.
Dear me, that was nearly a bit of a spin and into the barriers for both of them. What a move that was there by Barneveld. Lots of guts needed for that one as Caruana still fights it back through in towards turns 5, 6 and 7. Wide goes Barneveld. Off the circuit, he rejoins back in 4th, back in 5th place as Visceral go ahead but now claim 4th place. But that was a scary moment there for both Project 91 and CSM by PS Hybrid. As you see at the bottom of our screens as well, the battle for 5th in the LMP3 class. It's Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage looking to make a move and close in on that 4th spot. But back with the Porsche cars, and yet again Caruana has to defend from the car behind. This time it's Impulse looking to make the move down towards turn 11. They're on the outside line. Can they get ahead? No, they're going to have to switch it to the inside line, but they're too far back, as we do see once again Barneveld looking to make some moves to get back ahead of the Visceral Esports car.
What Barneveld's using all that he can like it's a tank as Norborg gets ahead of Barneveld for position. Actually, Barneveld gets that position back heading into the chicane, sitting in that third spot. Solchek sitting in third as Rybachek, he's gone. He's basically gone at this point. 1.6 seconds he's headed towards Miami Beach. As you're watching also the battle at the bottom for position in GT4. This is between Eric New, Niels Kor, and Sven Jansen. That is actually the battle for second place. And not too far away from there, you've got Bart Horsten and Aiden Young in the interested spectator. Oh, a little bit of a wiggle there as we're dancing here for LMP. It's GT3 and a spin by, I believe it's going to be Caruana who took the spin. Yeah, so Caruana already a rough start out of the 911.
What a shame there for Matt Caruana. That was all on his own as well. Too much throttle out of the final corner, and around he goes. I mean, that corner, from what I've driven in Formula 1, it's a hard corner to get right. You know, in F125, it's such a difficult corner, so I'm not surprised in these tricky conditions in the Porsche Cup cars. They're also having issues. But after a very chaotic start, and one that actually helped out Caruana in terms of jumping up to second, now falls down the field in towards P10 at the moment, back of the field, as we do see Visceral Esports in. I believe that's for their penalty, I'd imagine.
It has to be, because yeah, it is definitely a pass-through penalty for the number 998. And here's what's interesting too, everybody on wet tires. We've got Rodrigo Mies, who spun off in 17, so he's got to wait for, here's the problem, he's now had to wait for everybody to come through, so he is now tail end Charlie of the GT4s. But you still have this battle for second place between Solchek and Barneveld. Now that Barneveld is basically dispatching Caruana, who spun out. Here's the replay of that incident. I think that these two can really race pretty hard. And I think what didn't help Barneveld either is you saw the little going through turn 17. You know, that had to have been just one and the same.
Certainly, as you can see there. Loses it completely, and I think there was a slight tap as well from, I think it was Barneveld going through, and seems to be going away unscathed, but certainly wasn't ideal. As here's the onboard, back off board of what happened with Caruana. Got a slight tap initially, then lost it on his own on the exits. Tap from Barneveld, and round went Matt Caruana, who's got back up into 9th place, goes ahead of Olympus Esports Proton. That's Christian Arp down to 10th place, as here down towards turn 16 is what's happened with Fiercely Forward. They got, I think, tapped round as that was Mies who went around and had to wait for everybody to come back through before he could rejoin. And that's the last thing you want, isn't it? When you begin to wait so long for every car to go past, because if he rejoins there, he kills about 5 cars, and I don't think that's good for him or going to look good for the team as well. So you've got to wait for everybody to go past. As here's Brandon Roseborough in P2 for Solpec Precision Racing. They wasn't up there earlier on, so they've had a really good start and sits second. It's Hoyson Veld in P3 with Fabian Siegman, and then Delatraz automated by Majors Garage up in the top 4.
Well, he did have a good start, but then again, that's because Mike Pollock had some sort of issue here. He has fallen back to 11th in the LMP3 class, so that has given Louis Valentine the lead here in LMP3. We'll see if we can get a replay on that, but yeah, I mean, that's unfortunately the crux with this multi-class racing in these drying conditions. You miss a lot, and of course we thank that we thank Johan Martin for confirming what I saw down in the timing, as Courtney Miller, one of those drivers who was also near the front, he's climbing his way back. So I'm wondering if we had some sort of issue between Mike Pollock and Courtney Miller, as Zach Hebert trying to do all he can to keep that car pointed forward. Certainly,
and of course the worst part now for Core Sim Racing, being down in 11th place in class, is that we've got lots of Delatraz Automotive were also having a poor race themselves in the P9. But then you've got Team Huyskenveld, who at the moment sit 3rd. That's a big way for them to jump up in the championship, take the lead, and then probably go about 20 or 30 points ahead, which heading into 2 final races is the advantage you want. So this is the last situation that Core Sim Racing and Delatraz Automotive by PC Design would want to be in, as here's a battle. This is Caruana trying to go ahead, I believe, of Benjamin Nelson, PTO Sport Sim to Real, gets overtaken, and another place made for Matt Caruana, who's after that mistake earlier on, he's just trying to recoup it and make his way back up the field. And I think with the gaps ahead of them being relatively close, he should be back up into P6, I'd imagine, by the next 15-20 minutes, and then from then it's see what you can do to go further.
Andrew Langham letting us know that Corrington spun at 8 separate single car incidents. So thank you for that. It's just a lot going on all at once in the first 10 minutes here at the Miami International Autodrome. Still have the Cup cars up front, and they're just, you see the spray that's coming up. So that's part of the reason. Trying to look at the lap times, and LMP3 is running the same lap time as the Cup cars for the time being in drying conditions. Stolchek and Barneveld still in position, but look at who they've caught up to. They've caught up to our leader, Marcin Rybachuk. So this 2-car battle for second is going to quickly turn into a 3-car battle for first. Let's see what happens here as they go through the back S's. They'll set themselves up for the hard braking zone of turn 11 shortly, working away around the left-handed sweeper of turn number 10. Once again, Caruana has gotten around Schiefer, so he's up to 7th as he sets his sights on Bukovlas, but Schiefer is still on that rear wing of Caruana, and he's been trying to get some sort of movement here into turn number 11, but too far away to make anything happen. But Caruana, that second gap is now closed into about 0.8 of a second.
Indeed, so move made by Caruana, and he's 8 seconds off the lead, which after what happened, I don't think being 8 seconds off is the worst possible situation in the world, as here's WSR Esports and SimRC battling for 4th place. Of course, SimRC are your championship leaders, so they'll be wanting to get that move done ASAP. Of course, behind them, they've got Team Flora by Impulse as well, who sit 3rd in the standings. So some of our championship leaders aren't having the best starts here around Miami, as here's a move further ahead for the lead of the Porsche Cup class, as Impulse went for the move way too late on the brakes. Team Checkmate goes back through with Rybachuk as they head back down towards turn 1. And of course, they've got Barneveld behind them looking to make the move as well. This could get very interesting in towards that first braking zone. Impulse are back on the inside. Are they going to make that lead move as they tried to a corner ago? Through turn 1 they go, and that is move made. What a move by Impulse Racing. But that very easily, Jeremy, it could have been straight on into the runoff.
Of course, also you saw Barneveld stick his nose to the inside of Rybachuk in turn 1. So Stolchek, he's saying, bye-bye, I'm going for it. Here comes Barneveld, looks to the inside, and the door is shut on him as heads towards turn number 5, 6, and now into 7 here shortly. We'll see if Barneveld has anything for our second place driver in the loop around turn 7 and setting up for 8. This is sights to Stolchek's eyes as he loves to see these two battling for position. Now it's going to be a long run. You also have this battle for position down below. This is for 4th place in LMP3. Lokov, Stigman, and Puyer really close with one another. I think Puyer's going to try and see if he can get around Stigman for that 5th place. The Hoisingfeld number 48 holding on tight for position around turn number 8. And there we go, to the inside. It's the Solpack of Puyer. I'm sorry, Nexus Puyer sitting in 5th place. That was a fantastic move.
It certainly was. And I'm just trying to see the gap between the Porsche Cup cars and the LMP3s, but I can't see what the gap quite is. I don't think it's that much though at the moment. That, I think the pace is quite equal actually. You've got the mid-pack of the Porsche Cups doing 206s, 207s, and then the LMP3s are doing the 6, 7s and 8s. So it's relatively close in lap time, just like what we saw earlier on through the afternoon, as there's the battle for 5th in the LMP3 class. It's between Fabien Siegman and Charlie Puyer as they make their way through the chicane, and no move made there as Team Hoisenfeld still hold on to that 5th place. But of course, for them being in that championship fight, they don't want to be dropping down to 6th, because Zerto's Automotive Car 88 and Core Sim Racing are also down at the bottom. This is a situation where you want to be taking advantage as the battle up for the lead of the Cup category. Solchek goes back into the lead, Rybachuk drops down to P2, and then Barneveld still looking to make that move for 3rd as further behind. We see Matt Caruana making the move.
Well, it's fun for this Cup lead right now as they've separated themselves from Balzer and Caruana, as Caruana and Winter actually battling for 5th place. But I tell you what, this battle for the lead in Cup is absolutely fantastic between Stolchek, Rybacek, and Barneveld, and I have a feeling once these drivers get onto slick tires, it's going to be basically game on for LMP3 to get back up near the front. We'll see if anybody decides to gamble early, but we're starting to see a dry line on the circuit, and that is going to bode quite well for some of those drivers who are looking to try and do something different, especially if you're at the back of the pack. So you take a look in the Cup, you take a look in LMP3 and GT4, I should say the Sport, you're going to see that happen as Barneveld goes to the inside. It's going to be side by side between he and Rybacek. You see the Sport class still battling tooth and nail. Barneveld had that nose out front for the time being, and it looks like he's going to stay out front. That was a beautiful pass, and now Barneveld sets his sight on Stolchek, and that replay up there, that's not what you want to see.
I'm not sure what's happened as well to car 29, but Zach Hebert is dropping down the field. I'm not sure if it's into the pit lane or if there's been a mistake, but I think they might be out as well because they are greyed out on the live timing, so not good for them as they're in the pit lane, and there they are slowing down. Oh, I'm not sure what's happening there. They got some sort of hardware issue potentially?
Could be hardware that turned into some hard hits there on the back straightaway, and yeah, he's blinking, so would not be surprised to see Echelon move into a different driver. So with this battle for the lead, that's given Stolchek a chance to open up by about a half second. Barneveld, though, trying to reel in. Of course, now they start to get into the lap down cars with the Sport cars, and that's really going to slow down Stolchek. That's not what he wanted to see in that number 915 Impulse Racing Cup car, and he's going to try and lean on that GT4 car, and that's going to give Barneveld the chance that he wants to try and battle for the lead. It's all afoot here as Barneveld going to have the outside line. Not going to be close enough, but what a move that Barneveld made. Almost tried to use that Sport car as a pick, as the Sport battle is also heating up near the second sector. That is the number 427 of Aiden Young. He's up 4 spots as he tries to close in on Eric New. By the way, Conrad Zierbeck with a 3.9 second advantage to Eric New here in the Sport class. As penalties are coming down, it'll be a 10-second stop and hold for the 400 of Bar Horsty Delta Sim Sport for incident responsibility.
Indeed. So, of course, we'll see the penalties coming through. Obviously, myself and Jeremy luckily have access to the sheet, so we'll see, what penalties are coming through. So, if someone, pits randomly, they got a penalty, we'll let you know beforehand, so you don't just see drivers going into the pit and staying there for no reason. But, of course, we've got battles absolutely everywhere on our screens. This is brilliant action in the IVRA Clubsport series for round 4 of the 25-26 season. Of course, we've got a battle for the top spots in the Porsche Cup category, and then the same for second in the sports category. Of course, it's Eric New that leads that one at the moment. It's in the Porsche, and then the other Porsches, still Impulse Racing, have that lead. But you can see there, cars just pulling out to the inside and the outside, looking to find that best line to go for a move. And we can see, once again, inside line for Soltysiak, as Barneveld looks to try and go around the outside. He's going to have to try and go for an up and under here. He's not going to get that done on the outside there. He's got the up and under. Is that a move for the lead as they head through the final corner? What a move there potentially by Ryan Barneveld. But we can still see, once again with him, is Soltysiak. He's not letting him get that move done nice and easily. Is Rybacek as well, just sitting in behind, waiting for something to go his way. As back up the inside goes Impulse Racing and covers that one off nicely. But what a chance there it was for the leading spot to go to Ryan Barneveld. And Martin Rybacek is probably loving this battle because he's got a big chance of just waiting for them to collide and make his way through. And then back for the LMP3 category, it's still the battle for 5th, with Huizenveld leading ahead of Project 91 and Della Prez Automotive.
Oh, another lean on Impulse Racing that the Sport class has. So it's interesting. Stolchek is getting up, and you compare a piece of paper between the two cars when he goes around the Sport class. It's kind of interesting. We'll see if Race Control has anything to say about that, because in my opinion, that's a little aggressive to do that that when you're trying to lap somebody, but then again, when you have Ryan Barneveld and Marcin Rybacek on your back bumper, you try and get every advantage you can. By the way, Barneveld trying to pop out, getting those mirrors, and he's going to try around the high side around turn number 11. Who's going to break the latest? It's going to be Stolchek. However, Barneveld still hanging nice and tight through the right-hander turn 11, now through turn 12. Move Barneveld to the lead for the time being as the field trying to, that was a great move by Barneveld as he sets up for the chicane, and now the long run down the back straightaway, the 989. So far, your new leader. Let's see if he hangs there in the at the point.
A great move indeed, as we do see as well. Kevin Hilgenhovel going back up into third for Team Floral by Impulse, and a spin there for Nexus Talk Lab in the LMP3. They're not having the best time of things there. It's on track there. Now 9th, under pressure from 10th, being Core Sim Racing. They make the move for 9th, as here we go again for the lead of the Porsche Cup category. On the outside, it's Impulse Racing in that blue and white car 915. As they head through the final corner, and Impulse are back into the lead. That lead for Barneveld lasted half a lap. Of course, Marcin Rybacek as well, he's sitting there as we go on board with him down towards turn 1. Can he go for the move up the inside of Barneveld? No, he backs off. He thinks better of it as they head into the braking zone. They all continue on, and I believe they caught one of the GT4s ahead, haven't they?
They have, and now here's what's interesting too, Nathan. You take a look at your timing and scoring, and you see on the far right there 3 cars who have decided to come in and swap out for dries. That's the 405 racing team with the 464 Satellite GT and the 477 Smiley Esports. All 3 of those in GT4 have come in for dries. Also, a little bit of housekeeping. Echelon Simsport LMP has a new driver. John Rice is behind the wheel in the number 29.
This is scary now because I've caught up the whole gaggle of those at the back of the sport category. So let's see what happens here for the lead in the Porsche Cup category this time around. Down towards turn 11 we go, and it's still Impulse Racing in that leading spot. CSM Hybrid sitting just behind, and then of course in third place it's going to be Team Checkmate as they head onto the brakes. Oh, that was close to nearly taking out the rear of that BMW. So they all file their way through. And you can see here, Impulse have just got to be careful through here because the cars ahead of them are slower, and they don't want to get themselves any damage or penalties early on in this race as they make their way through. And of course, at the bottom of our screens as well, we can see the battle for 5th in the LMP3 category, all having their nice battle for the big points down at the mid-pack of their category. And still in the lead it is going to be Impulse Racing ahead of CSM by BS Hybrid. And it will be key to see when more drivers heading for those dry tyres. We've got 4 cars on track at the moment on a dry set, and all of them being the sports category cars, so the GT4s. None yet from the LMP3s and the Porsche Cups have gone in for dry tyres.
And now the mad dash for GT4's sport class goes into the pits, and they're all coming in for dry tires. This is going to be a mad dash down pit road for the sport class. Aiden Young, Oyer Hugo, and Ronald Gleisman all have decided that they're going to stay on the wets alongside Chris Shorter and Graham Sanders. So interesting bit of battle here, and it's also interesting, as you noted, that none of the Cup or none of the LMP3 cars have come in for wets, but for dries, I should say. But either way, I don't think Stolchek, Barneveld, and Rybacek. Actually, now we have our first LMP3 car coming into the pits for dries. That's Brandon Roseborough. So it's all coming afoot, but I'll tell you what, this dance for the Cup lead has really been opened up, because I've got to say this, Stolchek, he's slicing and dicing his way through traffic.
He is, and he's got to make these moves early, because the more traffic that's left for Barneveld and those behind helps him in extending that lead, and you can see that lead gap now is up to 8/10. So this time around he's not really going to come under much pressure from those 2 behind, who might end up battling for second themselves, as they're so close as they pass one of the Mustangs down towards turn 11. On the inside it is still Barneveld. There's no way through really for Marcin Rybacek to go ahead, so he stays in third place. As we do see more cars as well heading to the pit lane. We've got Cameron Dick, Fabian Siegman and Charlie Pouillet as well into the pit lane. And then for our Porsche Cup cars, still nobody to go in yet, but I think for these top 3 now, they might wait as long as they can, because the last thing they want to do is be the first to go in and have a big risk of it potentially not working out at all.
So we'll see who comes in this next time by. You saw a bunch of LMP3s deciding to come into the pits. You see a little bit of spray out there. But here's the thing, Nathan. Honestly, I think the drivers that are coming in for slicks, they're making the right call. You know, come in there, get those slicks out there. It's a dry track. Stolchek loses it coming around turn 17. That gives Barneveld the chance to get back into the lead. And finally, he will come across the line to be your official leader. Barneveld, for the first time, challenges Stolchek as Stolchek looks to the outside as your sport leaders all come into the pits. And look at their side-by-side again through turn number 1, but Stolchek not able to capitalize through 2 or 3 as Barneveld able to fend him off for the first time. But how long will that last as they work their way into 4, 5, and 6? They're still side-by-side. 2 great drivers trying to make their way for the Cup lead early on. High, wide, and handsome. Stolchek gets the lead back in Cup.
I mean, Rafael Stolchek here is so quick. He's kind of judging of when to let cars through and not has worked out perfectly, as we do see their Grow Racing team, the Mercedes, off into the barriers at the exit of turn 6, and that was a big hit into the wall. Of course, like I said before with Stolchek, he's kind of knowing when to let Barneveld through and when not to, and it's working out because as soon as Barneveld gets that move, he's straight on his back and goes back ahead. So the racecraft here from these top 3 is absolutely brilliant, and that's what we love to see when battling for the lead of a category. As they go back down towards turn 11, and as Barneveld got that move back complete, I think he might do, as they head their way through the long right-hander, and Barneveld is back into the lead, and we did see there a big mistake for Nexus Talklab, who ran into some sort of issue near the back of the LMP3 category. It's not gone too well for those, as, oh yeah, you can see. But into the barriers goes car 78, and Charlie Pouillet not having the best time at all out there on track. And we'll just try and get it back to the pit lane, I'd imagine. As back into the lead we go with Ryan Barneveld ahead of Rafael Stolchek, and then third it will be Marcin Robachuk for Team Checkmate. And you can see in the background there, he was 8 seconds back earlier, he's only 3 seconds back now. Matt Caruana is entering the scene slowly as Impulse go back into the lead. You never know what to call here, Jeremy, with who's going to be in the lead and who isn't.
And now we have our first Cup car coming into the pits. That's Barneveld. So most likely he will come in, swap into dry tires. Pouillet finally made his way into the pits. He ran a minute each and every sector here. So the 3-car battle for the lead quickly becomes a 2-car battle for the lead. As the first gamble is afoot, as you're watching. Oh, that is just such a hard hit. And of course, thankfully we have those Tech Pro barriers. However, it's still, regardless, they may be plastic, but it's still absolutely hard hit. Now the next question is, which one of the lead pack decides that they're going to come into the pits? Because here's the thing. You take a look at some of the drivers who are running dries, and granted, in LMP3, the crossover's not there yet, but it's close. It's a close crossover.
Indeed it is. As we do see, I think Echelon Sim Sport into the pit lane as well with Carter James. We've got of course, Ryan Barneveld still in the pit lane now, re-emerge back in 10th place. As here's back live with the sports category cars. Here's second place. It's Team Floral by Impulse ahead of Sherra Esports as they make their way through. And these guys have been together all race long, but they haven't been as, keen in terms of making moves. As, oh, dear me, that was close. And cars going through. There's a lot of damage on that Team Floral car. I can notice on the front of that Mustang, it looks so heavily damaged, and Sherra Esports goes straight through.
Oh, we don't know Mustang. No, we're not going to go. We're not going to make the low-hanging fruit joke. But either way, this battle for second in the class is it's a 3-car battle, because you got Eric New, Hilgen Vogel, and Core sitting there not too far away, as it's Porsche, Mustang, and BMW, as Project 91 Racing Team receives a mechanical black flag, so they'll have to come in and answer that call. Rybachek gets back into the lead in Cup, and like I said, there's just so much action going on that we really can't watch it all at one time unless we're sitting up there with some sort of blimp, and that's what happened to Dick. Of course, as we mentioned, that could have been extremely nasty. But once again, you get into that painted area, Nathan, and it's just going to take you for a ride.
Indeed it will. It's a horrible section of track. Most of the paint is anyway. As we go back to the lead for the Porsche Cup category, which we've been following for pretty much the first half an hour in this race. It's Roberchuk ahead of Soltaszek for P1 and P2. As we do see Mike Pallock in the pit lane. The car number 1 for the LMP3 is in. And Merva going on to dry tyres as well. So we'll see what they can do, where they'll field out in this one, of course. They were a little bit further down in the LMP3 category earlier on, after whatever happened at the start. As this is Enosis Esports having a bit of a spin in that Mustang down at turn 14, and hopefully doesn't get hit by anybody else, because that is a horrible place to go around.
All right, we are starting to see the delta between the wets and the dries swap. Here are some of your last lap times. Thomas Imberger, by the way, has a stop and hold plus 10 for aggressive driving, 58.264. By the way, that's 58 with a 1, so we're starting to dip into the 1s. Louis Valentine, your leader in LMP3 with a 58.537. So now we get to see how some of these drivers work. The Similat Esports came in with an incident through the chicane. They're back underway. So now the game will be afoot, and it'll be a question of how long will it take before the LMP3s get back up to the front.
Certainly. It's going to be interesting to watch, and I'm sure it won't take long, because they are starting to mix in a little bit more now from what I can see on my timing screens at least. A few of the Porsche Cup cars have been overtaken by the leaders of the LMP3 category. We've got Robin Noborg has been overtaken. Of course, Ryan Barneveld is making his way back through after pitting, and here we have the top 2 are in the pit lane. Roberchuk and Soltaszek are in, off of the wets, I'd imagine, onto the dries.
Caruana Balzer also come in. I'd imagine the rest of the 992 field is going to do the same. We'll see what Winter, Bakuvelas, and Nelson do. No, Winter stays out on wets. Oh, this is a very interesting call out of the Carlar Esports 960 as the rest of the Cup field comes in, and yeah, they're going to come off, come up on the jacks, take the wets off, and they'll put the dries on. So Louis Valentine now is there's a gap there now between first and second overall. It's just a matter of time before we get to see when Valentine catches up to Jan Winter, or if Winter decides to come into the pits. Looking at my track map, turn 7 is where Winter is, and the LMP3 leaders making their way through 5 and 6. So unless Winter pits, it's going to be a little bit before the 3 field catches up.
Certainly, so that means everybody now, apart from Jan Winter, are on to a set of the dry tyres. So we've made it into dry conditions finally on circuit after what we had around an hour ago with that wet weather. And here is Louis Valentine, leader of the LMP3 class, P1 in car 1, car 11 for Delta V Racing. So we'll see what he can do over the course of this one. They currently sit P5 in the standings, around 70-ish points back from the leaders. So it's not out of the world for them to try and go for the win here in this championship, but it is very, very unlikely. But, I mean, you might as well take the win when you can. Give that yourself a higher chance. As we do see there, Team Nitro and Satellite Racing on my screen have a meatball flag. Have they came together is the question, because they were quite close on track, I believe.
Yeah, Vigo and Balzer are definitely out of class racing, but still, yeah, I think they were close together. We'll see if we can get a replay as Balzer keeps falling down through the order. So whatever contact they had, that could be very damaging for one of our earlier front runners in the Cup class. As we see, I think Winter staying, and Winter will stay. Well, we'll see here as we're a full course yellow. The full course yellow comes out, and I believe that is going to be the instant that we wanted. Winter comes into the pits.
Indeed, so we'll see what happens here with the full course yellow on track. Of course, Winter's in, so he'll be back onto a set of the dries, and I'd imagine won't lose as much time because it's yellow flag conditions, so it's timed out quite perfectly here for him in this one. And then, of course, looking in the category leads at the moment for the LMP3s, it's Delta V Racing, Della Prazo Automotive by Majors Garage, and then Car 62 of the Salt Precision Racing team with Brandon Roseborough. In the Porsche Cup cars, it is CSM by BS Hybrid ahead of Team Checkmate, Axis Project and Impulse Racing. And then for the sports class, it is going to be Team Checkmate Ident ahead of Team Floral by Impulse and Satellite Racing GT in third place. And of course, even though this will bring everybody back together and close it down a little bit, the gaps were relatively close anyway. We've had a really good race so far in this series, and you know, so far we still don't know what to expect of who will win here, especially in the Porsche Cup category, where there's, I think even Matt Caruana could be entered in that into that equation of any of those four could win this.
Of course, also we'll have the class splits as well, so that'll be they'll close everybody up, and that will give Winter a chance to race with Matt Caruana. Either way, we'll see if we can get a replay on why we're under the full course yellow here for the first time today, as the LMP3s are back up to the lead. And there we go. And yeah, I have a feeling that I know where this is going to end up. And indeed it is. Oh, that was a push by one of the other LMP3s, as yeah, just nowhere to go for the 992 Team Nitro, as Miguel Vigo was pushed right into the wall. So not a good incident for either the 64 or the 992. We'll see if Race Control is actually already looking at that as man, not a good start. Here's some other replays as the 474 goes for a spin. The Orion Racing team, oh, I think they were hit too.
Yep, and that is not good, is it, for Orion Racing team, considering where they are in the standings? They're only 2 points off Sim RC. So getting into that contact wasn't ideal. They've dropped down to 15th in class, whereas Sim RC are up in 5th, and probably will go even higher than that with Sven Janssen. So the championship here, we've had many races which could even decide it by now in terms of who will have the big advantages and go on to win it. Of course, you can see there the LMP3 category. Of course, a great start by Solpac Precision Racing Car 60, up by 5 spots, but of course Sim Racing from pole down to 7th, but they were in 10th, so at least they're making their way up the field, but they're down by 6. And then also for Nexus Talk Lab, the issues that they had as well have brought them down to P11. So lots of chopping and changing going around in the LMP3 class, and then of course in the Cup class as well, there's been lots of changing around there.
So the difference between the last round and this round with the early cautions, nobody was really caught out by this, because almost to a T, like everybody in the field, aside from Winter, I take that back, Carla Gruber in the 461 Torque Freak race at my TFR lab in the sport class did not. It's the only car on wets right now, so hopefully we'll get the pits open so that way the 461 can come in and do the pits. But yeah, last time out, a lot of people got caught out with the early yellow. This time, all but 2 cars were able to get that yellow, as several drivers making a little bit of changes. I do see that the number 78 still having that mechanical black flag. They'll have Alex Chilka in. That's the Nexus Torque Lab, number 78. Also looking at our race control board, earlier incident between the 405 and the 445. So that's the Orion Racing Team 445 and the 405. Let me see here, go up through my chart. Not sure who, the racing team of Noé Lafrong involved in that one, waiting to see what race control has to deal with. So as our producer Ramiro said, what a great start. Action everywhere. Yeah, no matter where you look, there was some sort of action. Everybody had a chance to race with somebody. Lights are out on the safety car, so we're going to be back racing here momentarily. It's going to be the number 11 of Louis Valentine, who had a front row start for the LMP3s up front ahead of Thomas Imborg. Imborg served his penalty, and he sits in second place. I believe he served his penalty. Let's see if he did. As we take a look at the charts, yes, it was served. So talk about fortuitous for the number 8 Deltraz Automotive by Majors Garage. Then you got the 2 Solpac cars in 3rd and 4th. In the Cup class, it's Ryan Barteveld holding the lead once again over Marcin Rybachuk and Rafael Stolsek. And in the Cup class, it's Team Checkmate Edent 488 of Conrad Zierbeck, Kevin Hivenhogel in the number 458 Team Floral by Impulse, and Niels Core in the 464 Satellite Racing GT. Looks like we are starting to see. Good.
Sorry, I was going to say, I'm a bit annoyed that we didn't get to see the LMP3s have to try and make their way through. they got laid through by the safety car. So all that fun has gone.
Yeah, that was annoying. That was a bit annoying. I'm kind of surprised that we didn't see that either, but we'll see what happens here. Is it looks like we will not have the class split, which is kind of interesting. 21 degrees Celsius, but look at this. The track temperature is starting to rise now that it's not wet. 27 degrees centigrade. 81 degrees Fahrenheit, Nathan. So things are going up, but what's not going up, thankfully, is that humidity, down 20% to 80%.
So I think there's still that chance of rain later on, but for now, it is dry, it's sunny in Florida, and the temperature is slowly making its way up. Only 21 degrees. It should be a lot higher than that in Florida. What is it, like 30, 40 sometimes over down in south part of the USA?
Yeah, I think so. I got to text my buddy. He's racing down there at St. Petersburg this weekend. But yeah, it's a little warm. Of course, it's also their dry period as well as we are seeing the class splits really take place. So we should be racing here momentarily.
Indeed, and see what action we can get underway again. I mean, looking at the sports category, I'm quite ashamed that they haven't battled more than they have, because with the fact there's so many of them together on actually quite similar pace, I would have expected a bit more from those guys in terms of battling on track. Of course, a little bit like what we saw from the Porsche Cup cars. I mean, that has been insane. One of the best battles I've seen in a long time in any commentary. The top three, every lap you've got a new leader. Half a lap later you've got a different leader. It's insane battling, and I think it's not just the cars. I think you've got to, pay off to the drivers as well, because they are so clean with each other. They know that, exactly where to brake. They know exactly where to go for sends and where not to. That racecraft plays a big part in the battling that we're seeing for the top three in the Porsche Cup class. And then, of course, in the LMP3s, it's been a little bit quieter there. But, of course, whatever happened at the start with Core Sim Racing broke up the pack, and that allowed Delta V Racing to kind of fly away a bit and have a nice gap ahead of second and below. But the question I will have here, and I don't know what the rules are regarding this is, but will we see Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage do something to try and help PC Design to work their way up? As we continue on, as Jeremy's popped away for a quick moment, as we're still under full course yellow conditions, we should be back underway shortly, I'd imagine, as the safety car will be ready to head off into the pit lane. I believe from where we are, it's the Mustang safety car. I'm not quite sure from this angle. It's a little bit too further away for me, and I'm hoping it's a Mustang, because if it's a car I don't know, I don't want to sit there thinking, I don't know what car it is. But of course you can see the LMP3s lining up behind now on the back of the safety car. We've got the Porsche Cups who sit second in that train, and then behind all those, it is the sports class, of course, your GT4s. Of course, throughout this, we've got the Aston Martin, the BMW M4, the Ford Mustang, the McLaren, the Mercedes AMG, and then the Porsche as well, all involved in that. Of course, we've also got the Porsche Cup car, so there's lots of Porsches to keep an eye on out on track. And then, of course, for the LMP3s, it's the Ligier JS P320 car that leads them away. And of course, very similar to the LMP2. I don't know what much of the difference is. I know it's just a slower version of it. I'm not one into mechanical knowledge of cars, so yes, all I know is the LMP2 is bigger and more powerful. Apart from that, I have no clue. I'd imagine they're very similar, with the LMP3 being quite a spec series. And then, of course, the Porsche Cup car, as it had its changes recently as well, didn't it? Used to be no traction, no ABS, very difficult to drive. I've driven it once and didn't bother touching it again. And now it's actually easier to drive. You've got the traction control and the ABS being added in.
And I've had friends who actually race either in Carrera Cup or in Porsche Sprint Challenge, and they have said that this 992 here at iRacing is about the closest that you can get to a real-life Cup car, which, by the way, the safety car, the lights are indeed out and picks up speed as you see the LMP3 leaders bobbing and weaving down the back straightaway, getting those tires warm for the restart. Valentin Imborg Roseborough, your top three, as we'll have a single-file restart. We kind of, I would say gypped out of a side-by-side start, but really got to hand it to the race directors for deciding that a single-file start is much better than a side-by-side start and running basically ragged into turn one. So the safety cars in the pits. We're back racing here momentarily with LMP3s now at the head of the field. Phil works their way up to speed once again. Green flag is out as Louis Valentine will take it across the line for the first time at full speed. Imborg tried to look to the inside. The Solpec cars 2 and 3, they're looking pretty good. Remember, if you see black flags on timing and scoring, those will get wiped away here, as we will see, unless it's a penalty that race control decides needs to be made. There's your Cup race with Barneveld leading Rybachuk and Stolchek, so that gap is closed up just a little bit. And Sport's looking pretty good. Got a quick battle there for 23rd and 24th. Carter James moving up through the field, but either way, it's a little bit calmer start than we've seen all race long.
Yes, certainly. I'm a little bit annoyed about that. I would have rather a bit more of a chaotic start. I'll be honest, I love the action, I love the chaos. As all that was close for the lead of the LMP3 category, and I know we cursed it heavily. We nearly saw a crash between the top two. That was close there between Imborg and Valentine, as it's Imborg now going into that leading spot in car number 8. Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage take the lead in this one. It's still Valentine in second place with Brandon Roseborough in third in one of 2 Solpec cars. And then we do see as well a battle in the Porsche Cup category. Matt Caruana, he's made a move for third place. We would not have been saying that 45 minutes ago. He's back up into the top 3, gets ahead of Marcin Rybachuk, and now is on the back of Soltschek and Ryan Barneveld. And then in the sports category, I don't think there's been any moves apart from some a little bit further back, as we did see Graham Sanders go ahead of Chris Shorter.
No, yeah, exactly. We not seen any moves, but most of those moves have been at the back. Is now Valentine trying to hold off Roseborough as he tries to look to the outside in turn 17. Not the smart move, but still hanging tight there. And of course, that's given Milleroo a chance to close on Lokov for that 4th place. So you've got Solpec 60 and Delatraz 88. Now single file, a little pop to the inside goes Roseborough. Decides to think better of it. A little bit of a lean there as Olikov tries to force Milleroo back into position. The battle for the lead in Cup still heating up once again. Solchek back to the point for the time being, where Barneveld is closing in once again. I think we're going to see this race all race long between Impulse, CSM, and Project 91.
Indeed, and I mean, I love this battle. This is brilliant between these 3. I wanted to come back for the rest of the season if this is what we're going to get all season long here in the IVRA Clubsport series, as it's still Solchek that has the lead ahead of Ryan Barneveld, who these 2 have been at it all race long. Of course, earlier on it was Barneveld and Matt Caruana who were getting close on track battling, and they are this time as well. This is time they're battling for second place. Caruana is all over the back of car 989. Now, will he get the move down towards turn 11? Of course, ahead of them is the Impulse Racing car, who's going to be swamped by these 2 in second and third as we head down to turn 11. It could potentially be 3 wide for the lead in the Porsche Cup category. It is 3 wide. Onto the brakes, you can see there it's Barneveld going through into the lead. Impulse dropped down to second place, and Matt Caruana stays in third. A great move there by Ryan Barneveld to turn a defensive second into an attack for first.
Well, Barneveld in and of itself has had nothing but great luck here, as the Altura Esports Porsche with the spin, I should say, as Court Simsport Racing, a little bit of a spin there on the outside. Of course, the outer groove not working too well for the Cayman here in the 424. And this, we're watching the battle for the Cup lead in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. And we've got a lot of battling for position in LMP3. It's one of the Solpec cars has spun. That's that's Roseborough. He was battling for second place. And right now, it is a Delatraz Automotive 1-2. Let's see what happens here, as you still see that Cup lead battle for position, as Stolchek trying to look to the outside. That's going to give Caruana a chance to look to the inside of Stolchek. And someone was late on the brakes there. I believe that was Lokov, and he had nowhere to go. Roseborough, except into the side of Roseborough.
It was whichever was the red and black car, which I believe is Core Sim Racing with Mike Pollock. Of course, then hit both of the hit the one Solpec car, who hit the other. The other one's back up into 4th place, and the other one is down in P7, all the way behind us. Here we have the battle again.
Look at Caruana. He goes to show why he's one of the best here in the service. Goes all the way to the point. And by the way, you've got Brandon Roseborough still trying to work his way through traffic. Let's hang here, as now he gets around Stolchek for overall position. How long does it take for Roseboro to kind of pop out and decide he wants to play? These cars are just a little bit faster in the corners, not so much through the straightaways. You see the Cup cars trying to go around, and it's going to be absolute mayhem. 3 wide for third place between Robacek, Norberg, and Schleifer, as still Roseboro cannot shake these two. Little bit of a bump there. My Rybacek, as he goes around the outside, Roseboro does, so he dispatches of those two. Now he has his sights set on Caruana and Barneveld. You're on board with Roseboro. These are tense moments for the Solpac Precision Racing LMP3 as they go down the straightaway once again. He's going to be able to dive to the inside. Let's hold here for a little bit. I want to see how this goes between Caruana, Barneveld, and Roseboro. This is an out-of-class battle, and of course Caruana doesn't know that they're right there because he's going to take the defensive line, try and make Barneveld go around the outside, and so far Solpac going to try go inside. Oh, that was close between Barneveld and Roseboro, and now Barneveld going to let Roseboro go through in spite of seeing Caruana just get smaller and smaller in that windshield, but Barneveld going to try go around the inside. Here comes Roseboro, and he's finally dispatched of the Cup cars, but Barneveld tries to make it happen as well. Battle for third heats up as well between Norberg and Rybacek.
DJ Norberg is there looking to make the moves, but he gets dispatched there by Rybacek and is actually in battle with the Impulse Racing car of Rafael Sotoshek as they head in towards turns 5 and 6. They make their way through, and what a change we've had in the lead, or at least the top 5 for the Porsche Cup category. It's Caruana that leads ahead of Barneveld, Rybacek, Soltaszek, and Robin Noborg, the top 5 at the moment as we head back down towards turn 11. As we did see as well, Fabian Siegmann making a move ahead of Mike Pallock for P4 in the LMP3 class. We can see that battle on the bottom of our screens. And at the top, it's a battle for the lead in the Porsche Cup category as well. Once again, this time Barneveld will be looking for that move on the outside line of Matt Caruana. It's going to be close on the brakes. Caruana keeps ahead. He broke later and keeps that P1 spot as they make their way through. Is there anything that Barneveld can do here? No, he just has to kind of stick right behind the back of Caruana just to hope that the car in third of Martin Rybacek doesn't go for the move as they make their way through. And Rybacek, they're a massive bounce on the curb through the exit of the chicane, but they all continue on. And once again, Barneveld is looking to get on the attack.
I'll tell you what, this race in and of itself has been absolutely fantastic for the Cup Series. As you know, Caruana, you saw the gap. He's up 3 spots, and that's that's hard to fathom because Caruana started at the middle of the pack. Rybacek and Soltaszek still side by side for position, as now Soltaszek continues in third place here down the front straightaway with almost an hour gone in this 4-hour race. And we've had more action today than we've seen at any point at sometimes at the whole races.
Well, the leader of the sports car, Konrad Zarabiek, has gone off track. He's down to 16th place. The leader has gone off in the sports category. He loses it on the way towards the 90-degree left-hander at turn 15, and he drops all the way down to P16 in class after leading and being so, I wouldn't say dominant, but I'd say had a decent lead up at the front. And now it's going to be Kevin Hilgenhovel who goes to the top ahead of Niels Kåre in second for Satellite Racing, and Erik Knut for Charlotte Esports Club. He jumps up to third place. What a shame for Team Checkmate Hedent, who were in such a position to probably go for the win here.
Now, what a shame, but still early on in this race. By the way, that last full course yellow, about 9 minutes of time spent under yellow here at Miami. So, still watching this battle for the lead in Cup. And it's going to be between Caruana and Barneveld. What happens here with the number 64? They've already had some tough racing so far. Miguel Vigo nose first into the Tech Pro barriers. He's got another mechanical black flag. And Alex Chilcutt also with a mechanical black in the number 78. Ooh. As we are under full course yellow. Full course yellow once again. As, second. Cautions, precautions.
Something to mention as well, I'm not sure if that's been served yet, but Louis Valentin, car 11, got given a 20-second penalty. The 11 touches the curb, that is wet, and loses control into the 60, causing a collision. So they've been given a big penalty of 20 seconds, who are in the lead comfortably as well. And then also another penalty has been given through for Robin Noborg, and that is for aggressive driving. And it says that his car creates contact with car 900, and it does not lead to a spin, but it is facilitated by a late overlap. So he's been given a 5-second penalty for that one. So penalties coming through now. And of course, that's more than possible in this series. You go into it at 4 hours, you know, things can happen, and it's not like you've done it on purpose or you know you're not a good enough driver. Mistakes happen, and in 4 hours, there's lots of pressure on you. You're eventually going to make a mistake at one point or another.
So both of these full course yellows caused in part by Miguel Vigo, and he did take the tow back to the pit, so we'll bunch him up again. See what happens, see if anybody decides to come down pit road. Of course, it's been about 7 to 12 laps since the last one. Here's Alex Chilcutt. Let's see what happens to them in the number 78 Nexus Torque Lab LMP3. Just contact with... so that was probably the caution right there. Contact with a GT4 car. We'll see which one that is confirmed by race control, because they're definitely going to want to have to take a look at that one.
Oh my, and then the other one, Mustang, straight into him as well. Oh, to end off that incident. That was a big hit there.
Look, I know this is a race, but did somebody tell the Mustang this wasn't a car show?
Oh, dear me, that was a big hit from the Mustang. I mean, that's the way to get yourself back into the pit lane, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't need a tow, ladies and gentlemen. You can just fly to pit lane like that. Okay, we can take another deep breath as everybody starts to go up single file. As we're just about an hour into this race, Corentin Milleru is your leader for Delatres Automotive by PC Design. As you take a look at the Cup class, it's the 911 Project 91 by Raw Racing of Matt Caruana. And you have to go all the way back to 19th, Team Floral by Impulse. Kevin Hilgenhovel has taken that lead there. So, three different class leaders that we saw at the start of this race. Not too surprising, but still the way that some of these class leaders have gotten around it is a little surprising.
And this race has been brilliant. I've never done a Club Sport series before. I've done the IMSA series of IVRA. I've never done the Club Sport series, and this one so far, I mean, it's got to be up there. I've been doing commentary for 4 years. From what I've seen today, it's like top 5 already, genuinely. The racing here is absolutely insane, especially, I think, yes, of course, we always see the Porsche Cup cars. You know, they're a fan favourite of iRacing. The LMP3, never often see. The GT4s, I barely see. So it's great to see that we got two, as that's a replay of what happened between those two, heading down towards the hairpin at turn 16. It was Grow Racing team that were involved. But as I was saying, the LMP3 and the sports cars, the GT4s, we never see. So it's also great to see all the cars finally getting some sort of spotlight, which they probably well deserve, especially the LMP3s. They've been brilliant so far this afternoon. But you could see there the contact with the Mercedes and the Solpet car. I think the Solpet car shouldn't have just come across like he did. He come across quite aggressive and probably didn't expect the AMG to kind of be matching speeds at that point, I'd imagine.
It's you know, and that's what I tell people. You go for the big boys, the hot shots, the fast cars, but sometimes the support series put on a better show, and I absolutely love IVRA period. But yeah, I think the Club Sport series easily one of my favorite series out of Club Sport. To call, of course, you've got Casper Court, who does such a great job with the series, and I absolutely fantastic. We are so lucky here in iRacing to have so many great sports car series with such talent, because a lot of these same drivers, they do the crossover. And Jorge Felipe Diaz and the 489 Grow Racing team, Mercedes, is into the pits. Not sure if that's to fix some sort of damage, as there is no mechanical black. The only mechanical black out there is Miguel Vigo with that nose into the wall, which we thought was the cause of the full course yellow, but the launch into the air by poor Alex Chilcutt. You saw Alex in the chat earlier saying, well, at least we're ahead of the GT4s. Not a good start to the race for the number 78 Nexus Torque Lab LMP3.
Indeed, as we continue our way on under the full course yellow, our second one of the race in 1 hour. I'd imagine we'll have a couple more over the course of this race. So I think if you're even a car that's like, I don't know, after 10 laps you're running P5 and you're 3 seconds off the, off. By the time we get to another hour, you're probably going to be right on the back of them in a full course yellow. So I think those who don't have that ultimate pace are going to be gifted heavily in this race, because they'll have times where they can just catch back up and just try and hold position there. So yeah, I think, either way, coming towards the end of the race, last hour, you're probably going to see full course yellows, especially if we get that rain, which you said earlier on, Jeremy, we could get in that final hour. I can't see everybody making that through unscathed, I'll be honest. I mean, some of these are the best of the best, but even they can make the mistakes in the wet weather.
Well, rain is the great equalizer in all of racing, is the field working their way around. We still got to get them. I think we might actually go to racing. This might be a quickie yellow, which is absolutely fantastic, as I don't see the safety car up ahead, but we're still sorting out, so I don't think we're going to go back to racing anytime soon. And down the back straightaway they come once again. This has been some great racing that we've seen here with the drying conditions. We knew that the drying conditions would be trying to see some of the Louis Valentine's going to get a stop and hold plus 20 for minor incident responsibility, so we'll see him serve that a little bit later on. But the talent here in this series, absolutely fantastic, as I think we are definitely going back to green flag racing, as the safety car is indeed off, and the LMP3s are back on it. So green flag with 3 hours and a minute left to go in this race. Still anybody's race early on, as some of the front runners have been up at the front and near the back, to say the least. But Milleroo opens up a 0.6 of a second gap over Lokov, so Delatraz over Solpek, as now you start to see the mayhem ensue right behind. Caruana holding off Barneveld for that Cup class lead, and of course right there, Stolchek is still the interested spectator for that battle for the lead, but Sport starting to kind of even out a little bit.
It didn't last long, did it, Jeremy, before the Cup cars get back at it again, battling for the lead. But of course, equally this time, we've got the LMP3s having their battle. This time it's for third. It's Ostergro versus Core Sim Racing. And of course, these two are separated by 2 points in the championship. So it's a big move for Core Sim Racing if they can get that car a position ahead and up into third. But they're not quite close enough heading into the braking zone. And Heisenberg for now hold that one off. But back to the Porsche Cups we go. And it's once again Impulse versus CSM by BS Hybrid, as they make their way through in towards the uphill chicane. And it's Matt Caruana that leads. It's Ryan Barneveld for CSM in second, and it's Rafael Soltaszek for Impulse Racing in third. And one thing I'm still very excited about when we get to that moment, Jeremy, is driver swaps. Because obviously they have to make a swap. They can't do the 4 hours alone. That's when you get to see, are these the big boys of the team, or have we got other beasts left out there for these, these teams to chuck out onto the circuit?
That's the big question right now, is who's going to be next, as you see Norborg top of the inside of Rybacek there on the straightaway. I think he's going to get that position for 4th place, and indeed he does. You see the sport class, which unfortunately we haven't given much love to this race, because the battle at the front for LMP3 and Cup has been absolutely fantastic, centralizing. So nothing against you guys, trust me. Battle for second still between Barneveld and Stolchek. Stolchek's going to get that second position, as Barneveld has hung out to dry on the outside. But this is literally one of those scenarios where everybody is just having somebody to race with, and it's not like we're trying to slight anyone. It's just there's so much good racing. It's hard to keep on something real quick. You saw the battle for 4th. Now we're back to the battle for 2nd. Zierbeck into the pits for for GT4.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, from the race lead, had a spin, dropped down to near the back. Not good at all for car 488 for Team Checkmate, where they were earlier on. Now down at the bottom of their categories. We did see as well PTO Sports Sim to Real making the move ahead of Olympus Esports team. Until the battle goes on here in the Porsche Cup categories, we have battling for 4th place Robin Noborg and Marcin Robichuk as they head their way down towards turn number 11. Is there any move on the cars this time around? We can see Robichuk just trying to hold it to the inside. That's contact, and around goes Robin Noborg, and that was always going to happen, wasn't it? At that moment of the course. It's a little bit like what we saw with Fernando Alonso in the Miami sprint race a couple of years ago. A slight tap on the corner of that, on the edge of that corner, and off into the barriers you go.
And there's a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of Nürburgring on those. There's another spin at the back. I believe that's going to be Winter with the spin, as that's another issue that you're going to see. Oh, hard into the wall was that car, and that's actually Christian Arp, I apologize, in the Olympus Esports Proton, and he's crab walking a little bit just as the sprint cars come by that corner before the long straightaway. Caruana with a healthy lead in Cup, but back to what I was saying, it looked like something happened there in that contact with the wall where Nürburgring might have had a little bit of a bounce. I believe he's going to stay out onto the track for the time being. Actually, no, Nürburgring is going to come in and address that issue. So we'll see how long that Nürburgring is into the pits. This is the replay. And like you said, it was just going to be a matter of time before we saw contact end in tears here in this class. And I just have a feeling that Nürburgring thought he was clear when indeed he wasn't. But you hate to see that, something like that happen.
And that was the Olympus car. That's why they got overtaken. They made a spin and the car got through that way. I'm not a steward, and I'm not one to comment, but if I'm honest, I would have expected there Robinson to back out. I think it was a bit silly to keep his wheel up the inside, considering there's no wall. There's a move for the lead of the Porsche Cup category. Once again, it's Impulse Racing back on top ahead of Matt Caruana for Project 91, car 911. As we head down towards turn 11, who's going to make the move this time around? As they head onto the brakes, is it that lead going to be claimed for Impulse, or will Matt Caruana rise back to the top again? As they head through turn 12, they go sweep into the right, back to the inside, and this time, I think for a moment Soltysiak was going to go for the move, but he backed out luckily because it's not too wide through the chicane. And then we do see Ryan Barneveld back on the rear of the top two. We'll see what he can do, but already Impulse with a great exit looking to take that lead again.
Oh, that was a little bit of a pinch by Caruana, but nonetheless, that's because the straightaway is kind of at an angle a little bit. Stolchek has that nose out front. He has the line going into the tight left-hander of turn number 17, but Caruana's going to try and hold station. He might lose 2 spots as Barneveld looks to the inside, and still it's still a nice little side-by-side battle coming off of turn number 19. Caruana's going to have the line coming into turn number 1, but we know how wild Barneveld is, and they're still going to hold station as Barneveld takes that jump. He gets into second place, so Caruana, in a matter of corners, has fallen back into third position. I'm trying to see what's going on here. The rest of the field, Miller's opened up a 2.2 second lead over Oleg Lokov over Solpek, but either way, this battle for second place heats up in Cup as Caruana still wants still has that second spot back. Barneveld wants it back, so these two able to let Stolchek open up a 0.2 of a second gap so far. And look at this battle for second place between Olakov and Siegmund. They're rubbing on each other as Siegmund gets that position, but now they're starting to they're really starting to let Milleru walk away just a little bit.
They certainly are, as there's battles still everywhere on track at the moment for third. In the Porsche Cup category, second in the LMP3s between Oleg Lovkov and Fabian Siegmund. They're battling for second place, and then also further behind they had Mike Pallock and Louis Valentin for Core Sim Racing and Delta V. They're having a battle for fourth place as well in their classes. We did just come away from a potential move there, I think it was in the Porsche Cup category as they continue on. But here it is with one of the Solpek cars. It's going to be car 60 on the back of Huyskenveld as I head down to turn 1. Is there a move on the cards for car 60? No, has to back out down towards the brakes. And we did see as well Delta V Racing, Louis Valentin up into P4, dispatching Core Sim Racing. But of course, when it comes to the championship, with the way it's going at the moment, it'll be Delatraz Automotive by PC Design leading, ahead of Huyskenveld in second, and then Core Sim Racing from first, dropped to third. But of course, with 2 hours and 53 minutes to go, only a quarter of the way through, that can easily change.
It easily can change, as we've seen it change left and right. A couple of warnings by a couple of drivers here in the race control bot, but still, that's not that big of a deal. Also, gotta say, the sport class really is heating up as well with a four-car battle for the lead, as you see Team Floral by Impulse with Kevin Hilgenhovel holding on to a lead with Aiden Young behind him. That is not a driver that I want behind me. Doesn't matter what class it is, because Aiden he drives absolutely spectacular in this WSR Esports Mustang. And Niels Kor sitting back there as the interested spectator. Man, you definitely don't want a fast driver. Two very good drivers, by the way, at the top of the start class. Here comes a battle for the lead between Caruana and Stolchek. Caruana back to lead. Stolchek has an inside line through turn number 12. Little bit of a rub there as Caruana takes a high, wide, and handsome Gregmore line and keeps that lead for the time being and opens up a half-car length gap, because back there you also have Barneveld and Rybacek in the battle for the bottom step of the podium.
Indeed, and of course, if I got a pound or $1 in your case, Jeremy, for every move made at the lead of the Porsche Cup category, I think we'd both be multi-billionaires by now. It's constantly changing up at the top of the Porsche Cup category, and once again, give it half a lap. I'm sure Impulse will be back up at the front. But we have a battle for the sports class now. It's Team Floral by Impulse that have the lead ahead of Aidan Young for WSR Sports, who has done a brilliant job of making his way to second from 7th. So we'll see what can happen there. Of course, behind them it's Niels Kor, a driver I know very well, a very fast driver indeed. In third, we do see Core Sim Racing GT Orange go ahead of Sherra Esports, and up into 4th now for Tom Kunath, ahead of Eric New, who's down to P5, and then Graham Sanders a little bit further back in P6 for the car 462 of Solpec Precision Racing. So battles happening everywhere, but it has calmed down a little bit at the front of the LMP3 class, because Corentin Milleroo has taken whatever happened at the start with a big advantage and now leads by 2.5 seconds.
Well, of course, this battle for the sport lead is also pretty important, because at the start of this race, Team Floral by Impulse was 3 points back of the leader, number 475 of Sim RC. And of course, taking a look at where they are 8th with Sven Jansen in class right now. So this is a pretty important lead by Team Floral, as essentially this should put them in the points lead, because Sven Jansen 8th. You got the 444 Orion race team, who they've run into problems. They're actually sitting back there in 16th with Mike Dam. So we're this late in the season where you really got to be cognizant of where you are in the points, as it's going to come down to Mexico City and WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca later on this season. Man, I just cannot take my eyes off this battle for Cup. We do see that now Caruana is caught up to lap traffic, as Stolchek and Barneveld trying to do all they can to keep up with the number 911 Project 91 by Raw Racing leader, as they work their way around sport traffic once again. It's only going to be a matter of time before the Cup suit class gets into the heat of the sport class. You see down there at the bottom as well, Aiden Young holding station about a half second behind Kevin Hilgenhovel in the 458 Team Floral by Impulse. So still, Niels Kor trying to hold off Tom Kunath once again in turn 12. You're going to see Kunath go around the outside, and you're going to go around the inside, as they have a little bit slower traffic as well. But this is the battle for third in the sport class.
Kor and Kunath still battling their way through, and it does seem that Tom Kunath got the move done into third place now. Satellite Racing down to 4th. And then further at the back as well, Piotr Kwasanowski for Tomaszyn Sim Racing has run into an issue. They've dropped a couple seconds back below both of the Orion race team, being car 444 and car 445. Of course, the 444 of Mike Dam sit P2 in the standings. They're only 2 points back from first, and they're currently so far down the list. They're 15th on track. 1 point behind them is Team Floral, who lead. I mean, this is just a damaging situation for your championship, isn't it?
Well, it really is. Of course, you have so many cars that are involved in this sport class. I mean, you just look up and down, there's a lot of very fast contenders as well. And of course, also you got to stop and think about the championship within the championship with a Sportsman, Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab. They are the points leaders right now in the sportsman class. As we said, 83 points coming into this race. You're on board with Eric New in the number 416. And they have had pretty much of a rough season. We take a look at the points. I think this is actually their first race of the season in the four. Actually, no, it's not. They sit 2, 3, 4, 5, 7th in points, 15 points behind Team Checkmate Edent in the 488, but still kind of out of contention for the championship. I have a feeling, though, that they're mathematically still in.
Yeah, Valentin is in the pit lane. I'm not sure what's happened there. He dropped below Mike Paddock and is now in the pits. I'm hoping that's not an issue and it's more of just a normal pit stop. I'm sorry for cutting over you, Jeremy, but I got a bit worried for a moment thinking they was out of the race.
Well, Valentin does have to serve a stop and hold plus 20 for minor incident responsibility, as look at this battle here for position in the sport class. One of the Solpeck Mustangs involved as well. So this is essentially the battle for 4th, 5th, as Graham Sanders up 16 spots from his grid position, now in 5th place overall behind. So Hugo just falling back through the field, doing all he can to kind of, save some sort of position for when he essentially has to get out of the car here. And I would say about 46 minutes time. He's got at least one more pit stop to make, but I can't see him running the clock down that much.
Definitely not. As we do see as well, Louis Valentin in P7 at the moment in class. He's driven back out the pit lane. He's 55 seconds back from Benjamin Nelson at the moment. So, of course, he's got a lot of free air in that sense, as that was what happened to the Tomasz sim racing car. He's got around.
And Niels Kor comes into the pits for Satellite Racing GT. 22 laps in the books for that car. Oh, look at Hilgenhovel trying to hold off the fast Aiden Young for position as they work their way halfway through the circuit. Hilgenhovel and Young, it's Mustang on Mustang. And now you're also starting to see, I think that was an LMP3 car that's working its way through the field. The battle for Cup still continues as it's side by side for Stolchek and Caruana. Caruana gets shoved to the outside, moves Stolchek to the lead for the time being, but how much longer will that last? Does Caruana use that GT4 as a pick? It is quite possible, as actually Stolchek's going to use that as a pick. Talk about a move that Caruana kind of anticipated, because he goes to the inside. That's also going to enter into the conversation. Ryan Barneveld again.
Indeed, and it still continues on at the top of this one, as Caruana's on the outside now in towards 4 and 5. A little bit too far back and can't make the move there. And then back to the lead for the sport class. Of course, Aiden Young has got that move ahead of Kevin Hilgenhovel. But now it's 4/10 clear as they make their way into the chicane. As we see as well in the LMP3 class, it's car number 1 and 62 having a battle, Solpeck and Kor. So the great things going on there for 3rd place in that class. And then we still watch once again at the bottom of our screens. It's Stolchek versus Caruana for P1 and P2. Caruana's on the outside line heading down to turn 11. Of course, it's a long sweep before you hit onto the brakes. Onto that 90-degree, pretty much left-hander. Who's going to have the advantage of this time? Once again, the outside line is better. And you can see as well, Barneveld is looking to try and file his way through as well. Can Caruana get that move for the lead done? It's going to be close up into towards the chicane. It's too wide into the chicane and through. Goal Solchek once again. The first time we've seen too wide there. And I'm not going to lie, I got a bit worried for a moment.
No, I did too. I was holding my breath back here. I didn't take that sip of coffee because I knew that if something were to happen, it would have been all over my screens. And I really don't need that today because it's a busy weekend here at the broadcast hub for broadcasting, as this battle for 4th also heats up between Roseboro and Pollock. Pollock was one of your early leaders in the number 1 core sim racing prototype, as now working their way through GT4 traffic. Oh, a little bit of a bump there out of Caruana off the wall, and the less you do that, the happier your car is going to be, because also you got to stop and figure there's also the incident limit that you're going to need.
Oh yeah, definitely. You've got to be careful with the incident limit. You don't want to get yourself penalties and drive-throughs and, penalties like that. It's not good at all for your race, and especially when you're up at the front, it just ruins your chances of winning. As here we have an aerial view now from the helicopter of Impulse Racing. Still just leading that way for the Porsche Cup category ahead of Project 91, as we did see a move for 2nd place, as Veld have gone ahead of Oleg Lovkov for the Solpec Precision Racing team. So P2 now to Team Huizenveld, who of course want to be as close as they can to Corentin Milroux. Fort Delatraz Automotive as they want to be right on the back of that championship fight, as you can see at the bottom of our screens. That is the battle for P2 in the LMP3s, and then back up at the top it's the battle for P1 in the Porsche Cup category. Once again, the slipstream working a treat for Matt Caruana, who goes to the outside line. Barneveld closing in again, like what we saw last time around. It is pretty much a replay of what happens at turn 11 every time. Caruana has the outside, sweeps it all the way around, and there's nothing ever that car 915, the Impulse Racing car, can do to fight back at that specific moment. And it must be painful for Ryan Barneveld here, because he has the pace, he just can't get ahead of these two, he's stuck behind them.
And of course, these three are some of the best drivers you'll see in the iRacing service. And there you see the sport class, at least at the tail end of that. So this battle for the lead is just going to get even more insane with having to sort their way through traffic. And of course, they're also running their own race. You see the 998 popping out there. That is Robin Norborg, who had to come in for service. And of course, once again, here comes Stolchek to the outside, and Caruana is going to shut the front door on him as we start to see some of the GT4 cars come into the pits. Caruana opens up a 0.2 of a second gap, and once again, Stolchek's going to look to the inside, and Barneveld, it's got to be, like I said, it's got to be frustrating sitting there knowing you can be fast, but even with these two making moves, it is absolutely tough for them to go through. But Caruana now catches up to the back of GT4 traffic, so this is going to get a little bit more hairy.
It did earlier, and I'm sure it will again when we see the Cup car try and catch up. And you can just see Caruana's, not really been let through by these GT4, so he's just got to try and file his way through as he possibly can. He's got through on one, he's now got another car ahead of him, one of the Mercedes. They kind of go wide, and it allows the first two through. I would imagine soon Barneveld goes through as well. There we are. And then they return to their battle in their class. Back with the Porsche Cup category once again. Caruana this time now has got a bigger gap back to Impulse Racing in second, but yet again they could be 5/10 back and still bring that gap all the way down to only a 10th, and maybe even side by side by the time we head onto the brakes. But this time Barneveld has got an opportunity to go into second place to get ahead of Rafael Stolchek as they head their way through. Is there a move on the cards for Ryan Barneveld? After many laps of trying it, it's still going to be side by side again up in towards the chicane. But after many laps, Ryan Barneveld, CSM by BS Hybrid, up into P2 again. And then you can see the leaders have all caught up to the sports cars once more.
Minor incident responsibility for car number 48. It'll be a 10-second stop and hold when they come into the pits. Fabian Siegman was the driver involved there. And I'm just sitting here thinking, watching this. We haven't. The Cup has gotten most of the coverage. That's because the racing's so absolutely fantastic. Barneveld trying to go around the outside of Caruana, and Caruana still able to hold station for the time being. So the frustration still building with the 989 of Barneveld as more GT4 sport cars come into the pits, and the battle for first in sport also heats up between Aiden Young and Kevin Hilgenhovel. By the way, Gordon Milroux opened up a 10-second gap over Fabian Siegman, so absolutely fantastic running by the number 88 Deltraz Automotive LMP3, as we see Barneveld doing all he can to get back in the lead. He dives to the inside. They're side by side, and no matter what the competitors have for him, Caruana seems to have some sort of answer. Oh, I almost went 3 wide. What a fantastic move out of Barneveld as he uses a GT4 as a pick. And I'll tell you what, Caruana's still having problems getting around that Cayman.
He's got through on both of the sports cars now, so it's about his aim to try and get back ahead of Ryan Barneveld as we head our way back down towards turn number 11. Let's see what moves going to be this time, because Impulse Racing are right there as well in third. So is Team Checkmate with Marcin Robichuk. They're all there for the taking. Caruana to the inside. Has he got that move done for the lead? He's had to shuffle out wide. That allows a better line through for Ryan Barneveld, who goes back up into the lead. And no move on that occasion for Matt Caruana. But all of that has really brought Team Checkmate back into this. And then you've got Nico Schiffer, who's only 3 seconds behind. If they keep battling the way they are, he'll be also entering this battle for the top spot, which is amazing to see. As looking at the lap times as well at the top, last lap around, it was a 9-tenth gap between Milleroo and Sequin. It's yet again another 7 tenths this lap around. So at the moment, Delatraz are leading comfortably and are just extending that gap as once again Caruana looking for the move and not quite ahead on this occasion.
Well, once again, you see Barneveld back to the point, and they're shuffling their way through the field. And, of course, look who goes 3 wide for position. It's going to be Stolchek trying to get around Caruana as Caruana dives to the inside of Barneveld. That was an absolutely fantastic move by the number 911 as he gets back to the point. And losing out on that is Stolchek because he thought, I'm going to go to the inside past 2 cars, and it really didn't work out. Here's the 468 Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport, and just shuffling through traffic. Not sure if that was a little bit of help from the LMP3, but a little bit of spin. Thankfully, no contact.
I thought it was a bit of a help there from the LMP3. It looks it, didn't it? A bit of contact. As there's up the inside of one of our sport cars is Matt Caruana. Of course, dispatch these guys as quick as possible in terms of moving forward in this race. Of course, and they're catching the cars up near the front of the sports category. So just try and follow your way through. This could get messy as they head their way down to turn 11. A BMW's in the way. There's another GT4 in the way as well. I don't know how they all make it through without making contact. It's nearly 3 wide again on the brakes as Impulse Racing are looking to try and get back into second. Matt Caruana's gone deep and through once again. Goes Ryan Barneveld, and Caruana, a big mistake has cost him first and second.
A rare mistake out of Caruana that loses 2 spots for him, but he's still close enough to make something happen. And of course, these GT4 traffic, the big loser here, though, Marcin Rybacek, as he has fallen back to about 2 seconds behind this battle for the lead as Barneveld goes around the Mustang. And indeed, now Stolchek and Caruana down the long back straightaway they come. And let's see if Stolchek has anything further. Barneveld, he looks to the inside. I think he's going to make that pass, but no, they lean on each other once again. Lots of contact. Stolchek to the point for the time being. How long will that last? So GT4 traffic is coming in, and I think Caruana just dove into the pits, so he's going to come out. Yeah, indeed he has. And here's what's interesting. There's a lot of drivers who still have wet tires. I don't know how correct that is on our system, but yeah, Caruana into the pits deciding, you know what, I'm going to get out of traffic, and I'm going to get some fresh rubber. Board with the battle for the lead in the Cup class as Impulse and CSM still 1 and 2. This, this whole battle for position in Cup being hampered by the GT4 class, which really not a big deal because that's multi-class racing either way. But Barneveld, he's closing in once again for the lead. Let's see if he can get around Stolchek going into turn number 12. That's one of Barneveld's favorite places to pass. And Corton Milleroo into the pits for LMP3. And that is why you see Stolchek taking the inside line through 12. Around 13 he comes, and they're all being held up by some of the GT4 traffic, as I believe that's Aiden Young. They're going to go around and put him 1 lap down. That's actually one of the other WSR Esports Mustangs, but that bounce. Here comes the 989 closing in on the lead as Stolchek holds on to it for the time being and see if Barneveld can close in on that battle for position. As yet, they have all worked their way around the sport traffic. So that actually was a little bit easier than I think we all thought, as Barneveld going to look to the inside, not going to make it happen here. A little bit of a tap at the back, a Lokov into the pits for Solpek, and both of those Cup drivers deciding to stay out for yet another lap. We'll see if the undercut works for Caruana. He's fallen back to 8th in class right now, 15th overall. Now we can all take a little bit of a deep breath as Sanders and Kunath come into the pits for the sport class. Look at how close that they are running. They are running within centimeters or millimeters of the wall. A little bit of a tap there by Stolchek. Don't do that too many times, or else you can end up in the pits a little bit later on through the race. Let's dip off from this. Take a look at the battle for second place in LMP3 between Mike Pollock and Brandon Roseborough as they are working their way now through the back end of the GT4 traffic. Of course, those drivers on their second pit stop. And I'm a little confused on how accurate these tires are because I can't see Sigmund and Pollock still using wet tires this late into the stint with dry weather taking hold. Milleru and Lokov both coming out of the pits. So your aggregate leader right now sitting in 5th place overall and in class. But two great battles for position as Valentin makes his way around Winter. So Louis Valentin going to work his way around the Cup traffic here shortly. But Christian Arp still into the pits, and his time's not moving. I'm wondering if Christian Arp is done for the day. We'll see what happens for the 921 Olympus Esports Proton Cup car. As the Cup drivers still out there, your battle for the lead kind of opened up just a little bit, but this core sim racing battle, Nathan, still nice and tight. Pollock and Roseborough, who both have had, I guess you can say, up and down races so far. They're still in contention for the time being, but then again, you've got Milleru and Lokov working their way up through the field.
Yeah, certainly, and I think yet again, these races consistently just going to keep changing, chopping and changing, especially with the sports category. Because even though, yes, the gaps are a bit bigger than what we see at the front of the Cup car, there's a lot more of them that are in contention. I mean, the gaps there are smaller than they are with the Porsche Cups, so I think we'll see a lot to change in there. And then it's all about getting the pit stop right as well, and also what other drivers you've got to bring in, what backup have you got in terms of making that driver change.
Oh, a big penalty's been handed down to Alex Chilcutt. Major incident responsibility, stop and hold +2 for that incident that caused that second full course yellow. They got hit pretty hard with that penalty, which, by the way, we're also waiting to see the number 11 right now being driven by Louis Valentin, really on pins and needles. As Nathan, they are about 3 points away from possibly being disqualified from the race.
Yeah, and that is not good at all, is it? Especially when you've been such a a front runner. I mean, they've been at the front all race long, or at least challenging at the front. So to get disqualified from incidents is not. It's the fact that they're not even driving that recklessly or dirtily. It's just these loads of little mistakes that creep in, and it all adds up to the end. So the last thing they need is a disqualification. As here we see once again, Solbeck, car 62, looking to make the move ahead of car 1. This is close. Oh, that was really close. And they both dive to the outside. Well, they both move to the right, and then in the end, Solbeck decided just to cut back inside and stay in that P3 spot. So a great battle with those guys. As also we see Ryan Barneveld, car 989, is in the pit lane. They're in early. We've got Line GP in as well. So let's see, will this work for Ryan Barneveld by going in now a little bit earlier, and I'd assume now making that driver change.
Well, Caruana also with a really early pit stop, so we're trying to see if the undercut's going to work for the Project 91 by Raw Racing. I don't think they're going to. Actually, they do. Renier Talver is into the 989. So CSM, one of the first to really change drivers here, as this second hour really been punctuated by a lot of incidents, and we see the LMP3s now going into the pits. So I think Mike Pollock is going in, Roseborough stays out, and the Delatraz, and of course now that's going to elevate the two Delatraz cars to 3rd and 4th. I would not be surprised to see Fabian Sigmund come in for a pit stop here, as he's been on his stint for about 26 laps.
So yeah, we're looking at what, 26, 27 laps now before you head into the pit lane. You'll switch opportunity for new tyres, I imagine, of course, fuel, and then, of course, most likely a driver swap, because they can only do 2 hours and 40 minutes in the car. So if you stop now, then you can't go to the end of your stint. So you've got to swap drivers now to the end of the race. So it will be interesting to see what happens now between those guys who've gone into the pit lane, of course, that was a big jump on the curb there for one of the Porsche Cup cars, and that's a full course yellow again.
Boy, what has happened here as let's go through the order. 2:28:31, so we're under another full course yellow. Enosis Esports GT4 of LA Torres with a mechanical black, so that's got to be involved in that one. And it'll be interesting to see what happens. And of course, this is right in the middle of the pit cycle for LMP3.
Indeed, so it's probably going to help them, the ones that haven't pitted yet, because they're going to lose more time, lose less time by heading in under a full course yellow. So interesting to see what happens for those, as here's a replay. It's Ali G. Torres heading through the corner for Enosis Esports. There's an LMP3 there as well. Oh, it's a spin, and it's into the barriers for Enosis Esports. There's debris on the track. The car is done and dusted there, and that, I believe, is the course of the three full course yellow, I'd imagine, is why.
Yep. Yeah, third full course yellow here as we are working an hour and 32 minutes into this race. So 3 short full course yellows in short succession. Fabian Siegman decides to take this opportunity to come into the pits. We'll see if Roseboro decides to do the same. The 2 Solpack cars still have plenty of life left, but I have a feeling, why not come in, do the full course yellow, and take the free pit stop. But Roseboro and Imberg both decide to stay out.
Indeed they do. And we notice as well the humidity has gone from 80% to 83%. So that chance is getting higher and higher as we head our way through towards pretty much the halfway point of the race in half an hour's time, to 1 hour and 35 minutes completed, and then 2 hours and 25 left to go in this race. Of course, it's Jeremy Scott alongside myself, Nathan Richards, in the commentary box, taking you through this race, which has been interesting so far, chaotic, exciting, and I'm sure that with the facts now, I think once we get past the 1 hour and a half mark and there's an hour left to go, that's when all the moves they make actually mean something. So they're going to be even more keen to make those moves. So this could be a very, very interesting ending, especially with the Porsche Cup. So, I mean, all race long, they've been so close on pace. All 3 of them at the top have. I mean, you could even enter in the car in 4th. So they all, in my opinion, deserve to win here. So it's about who now takes their opportunity at the right time to come home with the checkered flag.
And that's the key here, of course. You know, it's buddy's race now that we've entered into our 3rd full safety car period of the race. And yeah, it's just been absolutely interesting to see what happens, as now we're starting to see some drivers who are completely out of the race. We mentioned that Chilcott had to take a 2-minute penalty, but that's going to have to carry, that'll most likely carry over into the next race, as they were not able to serve that before the car was absolutely out of this race. Okay, so let's take a deep breath here. Let's run through the top 3 in each class, because we know that we've been focusing mostly on the Cup class, because that's been where the action has been. Brandon Roseboro, your leader in the number 62 Solpack Precision Racing LMP3 with the Deltraz Automotive 8 and 88. Second and third, which is absolutely fantastic for Miller. He's only run 4 laps, so I have a feeling that Roseboro and Imberg are going to come into the pits before we do the waiver rounds. As we take a look at the Cup class, it's Rafael Stolchek leading in the 915 Impulse Racing 992. Martin Rybacek sitting in 2nd place. 3rd goes to Jan Winter, who has that LMP3 of Louis Valentine between he and Rybacek. And of course, you're wondering where Matt Caruana is. He is the first of the pit stop drivers, sits in 6th in class. So Bakuvelis and Nelson still owe us a pit stop. Orion 1 and 2 in the middle of the GT4 pit stops with Mike Dam and Akira Iwata sitting there in the 444 and 445 with your I can't chuckle at this, your sportsman class leader. There's a reason why they have so many points up on 2nd place in the sportsman class. It's because they're sitting 3rd overall in sport in the 461 Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab.
Indeed, with Cara Gruber at the wheel for that team. So there we are. We continue on under that full course yellow. And I mean, Deltraz Autosport here has done a really good job in terms of PC Design starting in 3rd, and then By Majors Garage starting in P6. Have moved up 3 spots up into 2nd, so their 2nd and 3rd there, they can kind of work together here in terms of keeping the likes of Hoysingveld and Court Sim Racing behind. And of course, they are the 2 championship protagonists in this one, alongside Delatraz Automotive Car 88. So this is going to be interesting here to see what they are going to do. And I'm also surprised why Corentin Milou hasn't been in and changed driver yet, because aren't you hitting close to that limit of how many minutes you can do in the car? Or is it racing limits and not under full course yellows?
And, you know, here's the thing. It's weird because this race has been punctuated by yellows at the most inopportune times. So it you know, we had a great first hour. The second hour, it just the timing of the yellows, you know, you really can't time yellows out perfectly.
No.
They're just imperfect at this fine.
Yes, definitely. And I think every time we've had a yellow, it's just when we're getting so close to the pit cycle for the cars coming in. The first one, I think, was when it was switching from wet to dry, and half of the cars still had to come in. Second one, it was when we had our next pit stops, and then now is when we got most of the cars in for their third pit stops. Of course, we got in the Porsche Cup a lot of those guys. We've got Team Checkmate, Carl RaceSport, Delta Sport, PT Autosport, Impulse Racing, all in the pit lane, swapping drivers, getting ready to go again for 2.5 more hours in this race. So again, that puts now Joey Petrick for Line GP up into the top 3 in car 996. So they've kind of sprung out of nowhere in this one and up into third. And then obviously the two Orange have to pit, so they'll drop down the field. Torque Freak Racing have to pit as well, so they'll drop down. So I think your net leaders are going to be RJD, who have already pitted. They've still got like 15 laps on the stint. And then you've got WSR Esports and Solpac Precision Racing. As you can see there, a couple of the sports cars just in the way at the moment of the LMP3, so I presume they'll move shortly. As we head our way back down towards turn 16, it won't be that long, I'd imagine, until the full course yellow has gone in. So everybody's in their order. We're starting to catch up, but I imagine we'll get back underway for racing. As yes, the lights are still on the safety car, so it won't be in this lap at all. It'll be about grouping everybody back into their class and then getting ready to go again. Of course, we've got 2 hours and 20 minutes to go in this race, so nearing up to that halfway point of the race. Of course, it's round 4 of 6 here in the IVRA Clubsport Series 25-26 season. Of course, next time out we head off to Mexico City for round 5, 4-hour race, and then the final round, where we probably end up deciding the championship for all 3 categories. We head to Laguna Seca. For me, that's one of the perfect tracks to end up a championship, as many cars are heading into the pit lane. Safety car continues on up in the lead. So they're all making their pit stops. We've got Rosenborough, Imborg, Iwata, Gruber, all making their stops. Of course, these guys were very late in terms of pitting last time. So the top 2 had 22 laps on this stint in the LMP3s. In the sports car, we had cars with 27 laps done on the stint, so they'd be very close to running out of fuel. And then all of the Porsche Cup cars have completed their pit stop, so they are good to continue on for the next 40 minutes, 45 minutes. So then, once you get everybody sorted back out and once the pit stops have been completed, the top 3 in the LMP3 class is Delatraz Automotive by PC Design ahead of Team Hoysengveld, and then Core Sim Racing Prototype in third. Driver changes, we've got Jan Sentovsky in Team Hoysengveld, we've got Pascal Stix in Core Sim Racing, we've got for CSM we've got Rainer Talvar, then in Impulse we've got Pascal Costa. Team Checkmate, Axis Project, it's Lukasz Lenkovic. And then we've got Luca Kita as well for Carl Esports, Eli Carter for Delta Sports. And then for Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, it's Roman Bokla. And then looking through, I think that's most of the changes this time around for the LMP3s. So we'll see how these guys can fare off. I mean, some of these we haven't seen yet in this one. So it will be interesting to see what they can do as we bring you back into this one, Jeremy. Everybody in the pit lane, everyone who needed to pit has pitted. So everybody's good to go for the rest of this racing stint.
I'm just amazed that it took 1 hour and 40 minutes for us to get that mad dash into pit road. So, hey, that's absolutely fantastic. All right, so we're starting to see the split happen. I have a feeling that we're just a couple of laps away from the from the restart that we'll see here. Again, we've seen three full course yellows. First one was about 32 minutes into this race with a three-car incident with the 64, 444, and the 992. I think those are two separate incidents. And then 5150, you saw that mega crash down the back straightaway with the 78 and the 489. That has led to the retirement of the 78 Nexus Torque Lab with Alex Chilcutt, who was behind the wheel at that time. By the way, Mark Balzer also retired because of that incident during the first full course yellow. Second full course yellow is at 5150, and now we're on our third one, an hour and 32 minutes into this race, 2 hours 17 minutes left to go, and still anybody's race here. And we mentioned the weather forecast. While it is dry right now, we will see that chance of rain substantially pop up here in hour 3. So once we get past the halfway point, Nathan, I think that there's going to be a lot of drivers who are going to keep their eyes to the skies to see what happens. And if we do have that rain, and once we start to get spotting on the race circuit, it's going to be quite interesting to see when drivers come in to pit for their wets, and will they change drivers at that point?
That'll be the interesting one, isn't it? You know, some drivers here maybe have been put in now because they're a little bit better in the wet conditions. If they know the wet's on the way, that could have been the reason why. So we did see a car heading into the pit lane, and we'll see in a moment who that is, but somebody I think has either forgot to pit or hasn't yet pitted. So we'll see in a moment who that is. We can hear the pit alarm going off. It's Jan Sentovsky for Team Huizenveld, who have gone into the pits. I presume they're serving a penalty, I'd imagine, because there'd be no other reason to pit. Yep, penalty 10 seconds. Oh, that's harsh.
Yeah, that is harsh indeed. Speed Drills official popping in on the chat saying, secretly glad for these full course yells because it gives me a break to edit the recap. P-Cup has been unreal. Like I said in the chat, I go, yeah, it gives you and I a chance to kind of sit back, take a breather, you know, use the bathroom if we need to, and our producer had to do the same. So honestly, as much as truncated as this race has been, it's given us great break times, I'll say that much.
Definitely. You know, at the perfect times, nearly halfway through, we've had a quick break, 5 minutes apiece, go and do what you need to do quickly, then get back ready for 2 hours of racing, which is going to be absolutely intense. Can't wait for the end of this one. I mean, I'm secretly waiting for the rain. Love a bit of rain. We saw that in the qualifying, made it interesting. We saw it at the start of the race. That made it very interesting. So we'll have to see what the rain can bring up once again, as we can see the aerial view here. Ramiro's jumped into a helicopter to film from above on the circuit and to see all the cars filing their way through 8 of 4 and 5 and through 8 of turn 7 down towards the left-hander of turn 11.
So you see the wonderful aerial shots here of the Miami International Autodrome. And, you know, a lot of the races have been here on the Grand Prix circuit. Now you see there's that cutout there to go left. Now we're going to go a little bit forward, and then right there where you see that cutout to the left, you know, a little chicane to go back along, and basically runs alongside this little main road. That is primarily what they'd use for the Miami Drivers Club, and it helps out too because you take a look. It gives access to the highway. You still have, you know, a good tough part of the racetrack that these drivers can pay to essentially run, and it really, you know, look, you've got plenty of nice days where you can run your car. So, but the interesting part about it is, as we mentioned, the Miami Drivers Club is essentially a country club, so you don't have much runoff like the other country clubs you see around the world, which makes things just a little bit stranger. But field's still working single file. Let's see if the lights are out on the safety car, if that safety car has decided to gun it down to the end of the straightaway. I'm not too sure because nobody's slowing down just yet and bobbing and weaving. So we're going to have at least one more lap of yellow.
Indeed, and then we'll get back underway, and we'll see what our new drivers can do, especially in the Porsche Cup category. They have had quite a few changes of drivers, so it will be interesting to see what they will all be able to muster up in terms of moving forward. Of course, Matt Caruana stayed in the car for Project 91, but then, of course, as I was saying earlier on when he was gone, that we had changes for CSM, Line GP, Impulse Racing, Team Checkmate, and then also Carlisle Esports and Delta Sport Sim Shop. So few driver changes there to take them to the end of the race, so this will be a very interesting point of the race to watch here.
And of course, we've had the shorter cautions because we've been lucky that the full course yellows have been at the end of pit cycle, so maybe 1-2 cars. But now everybody took this opportunity to come in and pits, with the exception being Louis Valentine. He's run 15 laps on his stint. Your sport leader, Christian Young, in the number 438 RJD, 12 laps in. Satellite Racing GT with Niels Kor, still in 5th place, but 13 laps on the stint. But almost everybody's taken this full course yellow to opportunity to come in and pit. Taking a look at race control, they've been busy. They deserve a break after this race because they've been throwing penalties out left and right. Incident with the 410, that's going to be looked at, obviously, what brought out this full course yellow. So yeah, Enosis Esports, they are still trying to get some repairs. 3 cars out of this race technically. Ale Torres off, and then Alex Chilcutt in the 78 Nexus Torque Lab and the 992 Team Nitro out of the race.
Indeed, and I mean, with 2 hours and 12 minutes to go, you're nearing enough getting to the halfway point of the race, and you've got teams that kind of were their strategy out well to kind of get into those top positions out of nowhere. I mean, the one main one being RJD with Kristen Jung. They were up 18 spots into the lead, and they're on the same pit cycle. They might have to pit about 3 or 4 laps earlier compared to the others, but they are on the lead in the cycle. You've got Solpec Precision Racing with Graham Sanders, who's done a wonder, up 18 spots as well. So up from 21st up to 3rd, and at the moment we've seen some brilliant pace. So I'd imagine he can probably stay there, or at least stay in and around that top 5. So of course the only issue sometimes is if you're using your best drivers at the start and they have to switch out after the 2 hour and 40 minute mark, sometimes you're going to have to put drivers in that might compromise your end result a little bit more. So, of course, hopefully with Solpec, they have someone else at Graham's level. If they had to bring in someone a little bit slower, or, not as experienced, that's when they could run into some issues heading to the end because of how much work they've done to get themselves back up into the top 3.
And now we are just about set to get back underway as the lights are out on the safety car. The LMP3s are starting to bob and weave and get their tires up to temperature as we are just about set for the 3rd restart of the race. This is a longer caution, as we said, because really we had to take a little bit of a break here and let everybody pit. So you see the Delatraz Automotive LMP3 that is slowing everybody down. Courtney Milleru back to the front of the field with Pascal Stix in the number 1 Core Sim Racing prototype, followed by Oleg Lokov in the number 60 Solpec Precision Racing. Lots left to play for here in this race. We're just about halfway into this 4-hour race around the Miami International Autodrome. Man, Miller is really bringing them down nice and slow, the field nice and tight. So that's going to open up the battle once again between Caruana and now Rainier Tolver in the number 989 around turn 17. We'll see when Milleru gets back on the loud pedal. Indeed, he does now. Green flag will be out here shortly as we are set to go racing again around the streets of Miami. Here we go. Green flag back underway as have about 9 minutes left until the full course, until the halfway point, I should say.
Indeed, and probably another full course yellow, Jeremy, while we're at it. We've had quite a few already, as of course, once again, the black flags will get removed instantly by race control. As we do see a move in the sports class already, RJD having to defend there from WSR Esports as they all make their way through, and RJD have that 2/10 lead now ahead. As looking in the sports class, here we are, here's with the sports class. Kristen Jung leads the way. WSR just behind them in 2nd place. Of course, they've got right behind them Solpack as well with Graham Sanders. As we did see move further ahead as well, that was Pascal Stix going ahead of Solpack Precision Racing. So car number 1 back into 2nd place. And here RJD already under pressure. One of the cars going off, that's Delta Sport Sim Shop with Eli Carter. They've gone off at turn 6 and have lost a bit of time. We do see as well Carlar Esports making a couple of moves with Luca Keita up to P5 now for them. As this is back with the Porsche Cups once again down towards turn number 11. And Luca Keita there holding off from Benjamin Nelson. And keeping that P5. As we did see as well, what's happened to Matt Caruana, dropped down to 5th. We'll be keen to see what's happened there to him.
I'm as curious as you are, because that's never anything good to see Caruana falling down. That has given Renew Talvar and Joey Petrig a chance to go 1 and 2. Here is the replay through turn number 12 and into 13. And once again, turn 12 bites for Caruana as he takes the spin. Thankfully, is avoided by a bunch of other cars. But this is not the first time that we've seen Caruana overcook it going into what is arguably one of the toughest corners here on the circuit.
It was turn 17 last time out. It's turn 12 this time. What a shame for Matt Caruana. This is Louis Valentine in P5 in that Delta V racing machine, looking to make his way ahead of Brandon Roseborough for Sole Correct Precision Racing. Car 62 to the outside goes Valentine. Has he got enough to stick it all the way around? No, has to back out. He's looking for the better line through the corner here compared to Roseborough. So heading towards 6 and then in towards the braking zone of turn 7. Just seeing if there's any chance here for Valentine to get ahead down that straight in towards turn 11. He's got a decent exit, so has Roseborough ahead. So I'm not sure there'll be any move on this occasion for Louis Valentine. As I did notice as well further back there, Core Sim Racing Orange in the sports class. They're making their way up into 8th place in car 43. So we head our way back down towards turn 11, and this time no move being made by Valentine, and stays in P5.
So I did some calculation. That lap, that full course yellow lasted 19 minutes. But as we said, a lot of it has to do with a lot of the pit stops as well. Safety car procedure infringement for car 410. Oh, rough penalty, as they will have to start from pit lane at their next event. So the 410, which is, as we scroll down through, 410 LA Torres. So not sure how they got that. Let me take a look here. Oh, car 410 towed from a safe location without permission from race control. So yeah, that's a big no-no.
It certainly is, as we do have a battle for third here in the Porsche Cup race, as this is Olympus Esports with Christian Arp trying to battle it out with Carla Esports of Luca Kita. Carla Esports gets that move done into P3 now for those guys. And then looking further down as well in the sports class, Graham Sanders now leads. After starting, P21 has the lead of the race ahead of WSR Esports in second and RJD in third, as that was a move a little bit further back as well for PT Autosport going ahead of Olympus Esports. And looking down, I'm not sure what's happened as well to Impulse Racing with Pascal Costa. They've dropped back to 8th. Of course, Caruana had his spin. Luke Slenkovic for Team Checkmate hasn't really got going in terms of catching up to those ahead. So you've now got Line GP, Carla Esports, PT Autosport, who are now in a top 5 running position here.
And here's the thing. You're halfway through the race, and look at this battle for second place between the number 1 and the number 60 is Olikov and Sticks going side by side. Olikov gets that position away from Sticks, and that gives Milleru a chance to open up an even bigger gap there. It's 3.6 seconds for for second place, but either way, now you see, look at how much Olikov is just gaining ground on Sticks, opening up a bigger gap as they go down the straightaway. So a great exit off of turn number 16 out of Lokov as he tries to catch up to Milleru. But as we've seen throughout the race, it's easier said than done. You have also watching Caruana try and close in on Lenowitz for 6th place, 1.4 seconds back, but he's still got to deal with Costa in the 9:15.
Indeed, and once again, currently Milleru, 3.6 seconds gap ahead. He's absolutely flying from the front, and once you give him clean air, out of the dirty air into the clean air, he flies, and he's at the moment gap back to 4 seconds near enough as we head back down towards turn 1. So this is a great chance here for car 88, Teletrails Automotive by PC Design, that without any failures of their own, they could probably go for the win here, as once again, Jan Sentovski's back into the pit lane. Now, they did the pit stop and did the driver change. A couple of laps later, under the full course yellow, they've made a pit stop, and they've done it again now. So I'm not sure what's happened to car 48, unless they've got into some sort of issue or mistake, that is certainly not ideal. But here's a battle for second place once again. Oleg Lovkov and Pascal Sticks for Court Sim Racing Prototype. Heading down towards turn 11. Any moves on the cards here this time around? No. This time Lovkov keeps that P2 without any challenge from the car behind. But of course, the only issue that Pascal Sticks has here is that right behind him is Brandon Roseborough. Now, the two Solpecs could probably work together here and intimidate Pascal Sticks a little bit, because look how quick that gaps came down. Roseborough is only half a second back here, so he's in between two teammates pretty much.
Aggressive driving penalty for the 468 of Ayrton Reutemann in the Orbit Drop Bear Mercury. I believe it's BMW, so he will have to serve that penalty at some point. Either way, it is... it's a Cayman there, so Reutemann battling there for position. And he'll have to come in at some point. He's got Subio in the number 489 Gro Racing Team Mercedes up ahead of him. But yeah, this now everything's starting to cool off as we're just getting to about halfway in this race. But still, the class of the field, Corentin Milleru in number 88 Deltraz Automotive by PC Design. That's a 4.8 second gap as you're seeing this battle for position between Sixencup, between Lenowitz and Caruana. No surprise that Caruana has closed in so quickly on Lenowitz for position, as Team Checkmate Axis Project car tries to keep them behind him as they work their way into turn one. Caruana with a nose to the inside, and he's going to make easy work of that, and he's going to try and bring Costa with him as well.
I think this should be an easy move for Caruana, just because of where he is on track. He's down at the bottom of the field pretty much in his category. He can easily fight at the front, so some of the moves he'll be making now are going to be relatively easy. I think the same goes for when he catches up to Christian Arp, but I don't think Christian Arp will be able to do much to defend from Caruana. As we do see, Roseborough has got the move done on Pascal Sticks. So into P3 goes Car 62 for Solpec Precision Racing. Down to P4 goes Corsim Racing. And then we do see as well Impulse Racing. Pascal Costa's got the move done on Lucas Lenkovic and jumps up into P7. Now he's around a second back from Matt Caruana, who's got second to the back of Christian Arp. And at the moment, his gap to the leader is 10.1 seconds. So, yet again, we saw him bring that down earlier. One, yes, it was due to a Volkor shadow, but secondly, he was bringing that gap down anyway. So, no reason to suggest that Matt Caruana's not in the battle still for the lead by the time he gets to the end of the race.
This has been an absolutely great battle in Cup. This has been, as we've mentioned, this has been probably some of the best racing that we have seen all throughout the field. As now Luca Kitta has closed in on Joey Petrig for second place at LionGPFenster.com. Porsche has been, through pit strategy, really has been quite well. As you see this battle for third and fourth is Lokov losing ground once again. Roseborough up to second place still as Pascal Sticks trying to see what he could do as he is the meat in this Solpec Racing sandwich. I've got to say, Solpec, they've been quietly marching their way up through the field as we are past halfway in this race. So now we turn our eyes to the skies. When does the wet weather come, if it does at all? We saw that even in some of the private chats that they were a little worried about the wet weather conditions, especially because qualifying was just such, it was for the Ducks to say the least. Here comes the battle for second place once again with Petrig trying to hold off Kitta as Kitta looks to the inside and didn't use that nose early. Plenty of runoff from here just in case something happens, but as we've been seeing, Nathan, it doesn't mean that you're going to make that move through there.
No, definitely not. We can see as well that the gap is 3.5 seconds near enough to Rainer Talvar. So for CSM, they've got a bit of breathing room there because all the cars that were battling them are really far back. So they have a really good chance of just leading this now and just bringing up that gap as much as they possibly can. As here we go between Carlisle Esports and Lion GP down towards turn 11. Of course, behind them, they've got PTO Sport who will be sitting there waiting to go through too. So as they all make their way through, Lion GP gets the move done on Carlisle Esports and goes into second place. A great move and a much needed move as well by Carlisle Esports with Luca Kita. And then I'll notice further back as well, down for 13th in the sports class, we did see Grow Racing Team, of course, part of one of the full course yellows earlier on, did make the move ahead of Thomas Schenk. Sim Racing moves up into P13, so a great move from those. And then looking further ahead, yet again, we've got Pascal Sticks in P2 ahead of Oleg Lovkov, and then Solpec Precision Racing are battling for P4 with Roman Boca behind in the Delatraz Automotive by Major's Garage car.
Plenty of racing as we're still early on after our last full course yellow. You see the battle for position between Carlar and Lion GP at the bottom, top part of your screen. Bottom part of your screen, this is still that tight battle between Roseboro Beckler, who's entered into the conversation in the number 8. So you got the two Solpec cars just behind the core sim racing prototype, which now with them having to deal with lap traffic, that's going to make life a little bit more difficult as we go on through the stint. And pretty soon, we're going to see the battles in Cup be hampered by the sport traffic. But if there's anything to say here in IVRA, the sport traffic really is cognizant. They know where the faster traffic is, and then they work their way around. So it's been great racing to watch so far, and with all these cars being basically respectful of one another, and that's what you got to ask, especially when you have such a speed difference between LMP3 and GT4, even if the LMP3s aren't too respectful of each other.
Definitely, as we are seeing as well, Jan Sentovsky making his way back through the field in that car 48 after pitting earlier on with a penalty. As here's Louis Valentin in P6 at the moment in car number 11 on the back of Roman Bokla for the Delatraz Automotive Majors Garage team. Of course, Valentin was up in the lead earlier. Penalties came through. They've got to be careful now in case they get disqualified. Then they're looking to go back up into that top 5 and get that move ahead of car 8. And then I did notice as well further ahead that both of the Solpecs have swapped around, as now Brendan Roseborough has the lead of the two of them there. Lovkov down to P4, and then of course they're slowly bringing into the battle car 8 and car number 11. So I think that battle for third is definitely not over in the LMP3 class at the moment. And then back over to the lead of the sports car class, and still Solpec Precision Racing have the lead, but WSR are now only 4 cents back from that, so they've really brought that gap down to from what I think was 1.5 seconds back down to 4 tenths. So Aidan Young yet again looking superb in that car.
And again, no surprise here because Aidan Young, one of the fastest drivers here on the service, and with one of the best teams also, WSR Esports. Still the battle for 5th heats up between Valentin and Beckler, as Beckler just side by side in that Delatraz number 8. He's going to get the position for the time being, but Valentin has that position as they work their way around the turn 13. They've got a couple of sport cars ahead of them. Can they slice and dice their way? Oh, that almost could have been really nasty for Valentin, and it's going to be nasty again as he spins one of the sport cars, and that's going to be a shortcut for Beckler. He might have to give that position up and take the slowdown penalty sooner rather than later, but Valentin already on thin ice with the race stewards. It's not going to look good for the number 11.
No, shouldn't have really made that, should have really Valentin. Should have kept back behind and then gone for it at the next opportunities. We see about 20 cars all making their way down towards turn number 17 as they're all just chopping and changing through. Here's a replay. Silly move by Valentin there. Should not have been going for that. Of course, he's messed up that sports car. Who's had to rejoin back in the pack there. Yeah, silly move again, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, very low percentage move there. That was not needed. So we'll see what the race directors have. They do have that now in their log, and I think unfortunately it's going to be cut and dry. If that's the case, let's see what the penalty is, because we can kind of predict it's going to be either 2 or 3 points. So this could essentially end the Delta V race for both drivers, really. But look at Corentin Mildrew, 5.8 seconds over Pascal Sticks. This is just unreal driving out of the number 88.
Indeed, as we did see as well, car 468 for me here has 13 penalty points. So is that a disqualification? Did you say?
Yeah, let me see here.
Ayrton Reutemann.
468. Yeah, that's it. That's it for the 468.
is not going to.
That's going to be disqualification for the 468. So he'll have to come into the pits, and that's going to be race over. Unless they decide to put somebody else in the car.
Yeah, you don't want to be getting yourself in trouble like that, do you, really, getting those big penalty points. 13's quite a lot, isn't it, really? Big shame for Ayrton Reutemann. As we can see here, Solpec Precision Racing still have that lead over WSR Esports, who are bringing that gap down as one of the LMP3s is looking to make their way through. So you've just got to be careful that car doesn't hit you on its way forward. And Solpec, I think, with Graham Sanders, have done a superb job. Really good job of getting from pretty much to the back of the grid. 21st, up to what is now first. And I wouldn't say has a comfortable lead here because there's cars quite close, but has a nice lead where he knows he's got the pace to lead the race. Whether it's going, whether he can pull away or not is a different question. But for now, he knows he's happy just to sit where he is. As here's Ayrton Reutemann. Was this what gave him the most recent penalty, maybe? Oh, dear me.
Oh. Well,
I think that is that one.
No, that wasn't the one that gave him the most recent penalty. That was maybe it was
recent. That was another one.
That was a yeah. So that's another one. So I have a feeling Reutemann's going to be sitting out the next time out.
He's got a meatball flag as well, so they're back into the pit lane. I think they're racing pretty much over anyway. But not good at all for Ayrton Reutemann and for car 468 in the Motorsport team. As back to the lead in here for the sports category, still Solpec Precision Racing have that lead over WSR. And of course, in the Porsche Cup, we know that slipstream means a lot. In this category though, with the GT4s, it doesn't seem like there's many opportunities that WSR with Aidan Young can actually make a move. They're just kind of stuck in second, hoping for more of a mistake, I think, rather than anything else, as another penalty came through for Louis Valentin. Car number 11, they've now got 13 points in total. 80-second penalty. Dear me. That is a big penalty.
I'm surprised that they were that light on him.
So,
yeah, that's gonna be race over because that does push them to 13 penalty points, and once again the 468 involved in this one. So it'll be interesting to see how race control dictates what happened there. There's Jan Sendkowski. We saw Jan, running near the front of LMP3 at the start, but they've fallen back all the way to 7th place in class, 10th place overall. And let's see why they have done so. A little bit of contact there with one of the Cup cars. I'm not sure if that was a Sendkowski thing or if that was a Cup car thing, but that was quite interesting.
Indeed, and not good at all for Jan Sendkowski. That's why he must have had to pit once again in this race, and he's now sitting P7 in class and 59 seconds off the leader. I believe that is, which is not ideal. Not good at all, especially when I think they were doing quite a decent job earlier. Team Hoysenveld, of course, third in the championship, 2 points back from Corsim Racing, who sit P2. But of course, the main thing to keep an eye on is that Delatraz Automotive by PC Design lead. They are 1 point back in the championship. So, with the way it goes in terms of points, they'll go back ahead into the championship lead here, quite comfortably as well. And I jump by about 15 points, I think it is, over Corsim Racing. So that's a big move made if they can keep that lead with only 2 races to go.
Eli Carter in bits in the number 900 in the Cup class. So we'll see if this is going to be a driver swap or if it's going to be a pulls over spits off from the Delta Sim Shop boys and girls as the battle for 6 rages on from Horston, Young, and Lasso, the interested spectator back there. It's been an interesting race for Horsey. He had that penalty early on as well, but was able to battle through that. Now sits 6 in class, I should say, as the Delta Sport Sim Shop car looking pretty good so far.
And Valentin is in the pit lane, so of course big penalty to serve now for them and race over pretty much. So big shame for Delta V Racing, who I think were P5 in the standings before this one. Yes, they were about 70 points back, but with a win on the cards, there was always a chance that they could, try and challenge for at least a top 3 by the end of the championship. But no, that is certainly going to be over, I'd imagine. As we do see as well, Zach Hibbert's looking to make his way through the field in that Echelon Sim Sport car, just getting past Eli Carter. And here's the lead in the sport category. Solpec Precision once again battling it out with WSR Esports. So keep an eye on these two. What can they seem to muster up here? I think this could still be a great battle, and I think these two here, because they've been together, I'd say, for the past hour since Graham got back up into that top 5. They've been together here, and they've both been so quick. They're just pulling that gap up higher to Team Floral, and then of course another couple of seconds back to Sherrod Esports. If they don't make mistakes, they're going to be 1 and 2 here, I'd imagine. In what order, I don't know, but I imagine they'll be at the top.
Oh, this is interesting. So, race control quickly determining responsibility in that incident, the 4-car incident. They actually call it a 3-car incident. It is a penalty for Rafael Dupin de Oliveira in the 477. Here's what they say. The 477 inserted themselves in the middle of 2 cars, causing 3 wide, which resulted in a collision. Likely outcome, no matter the skill set involved, and they are close to being sat down as they have 11 penalty points this race. Race control also looking at an incident between the 996 of Joey Petrig and the 48 of Jan Sentkowski.
That would have been the one we saw down at turn 17, wouldn't it? When it seemed that the Porsche, I think it was, hits Sentkowski and sent him round. So I'd imagine that one will be looked into. But looking up at the front here, we have seen a move made by Brandon Roseborough up into P2 ahead of Pascal Sticks. And now, at the front, Delatraz Automotive have a 9.7 second lead. I mean, that is pure dominance, I think, given the factors of how this race is run. 10 seconds in this series is absolutely gigantic. So, great job by Corentin Millerud. But, of course, 21 seconds into the stint, 21 laps into the stint, you'll be looking at 5 laps maximum before he goes in. Whereas Brandon Roseborough's got about another 6 laps on top of that, and then about 3 laps on top of that we have a Pascal Sticks. So we'd imagine that Corentin Miller will be the earliest in of all those in the LMP3 category.
Roseborough doing all he can to try and keep Sticks behind him. Of course, 10 seconds separate Millerud from Roseborough. So it's just Deltraz's world. We're all just living in it once again. You see there is your leader turning into 17, as it's still a long way to go, as we've got an hour 45 left to go in this race. And oh, this is not looking good. It is getting darker here at the Miami International Autodrome. So hopefully we don't get the mayhem that we saw, because as we saw, the rain came from the Gulf side, which is the 11 to 16 complex, and it worked its way from west to east. Reutemann's still into the pit right now, but I just, the last thing we need is more rain here.
No, I think that's the thing we do need. I'd love a bit of rain. I'd love a bit more chaos in this race, personally. As we did see there, Tobias Dernberger make the move ahead of Kevin Hiegelhoven. So now it's P3 for Sherrod Esports Club ahead of Team Floral by Impulse in P4. So a great move made by those, and now it's a 1.7 second gap up to second. So that gap is just increasing lap by lap between the top 2 and those below. So we head our way back down towards turn number 17 here with Dernberger. Continues on in third, of course. Lots of damage on that Team Floral car. I think it was at least, but one of them had a lot of damage on the front, so I'm surprised that they've actually kept going at a decent pace. As here's our top 2, Sanders and Young. Lap times, it's a 10th quicker in 2 laps ago. Last lap was 2 tenths quicker as well for Aidan Young, and then the lap in between was 3.5 tenths slower. So at the moment, their gaps to each other in lap time doesn't really matter, does it? Because they're always so close together.
Yeah, Aiden Young still trying to close in on Sanders. By the way, Joey Petrig gets the slap on the wrist for that contact with he and Jan Sentkowski. He'll have a stop and hold penalty next time by. And Sanders goes a little wide. That gives Young a chance to reel in the Solpec Precision Racing Mustang. 2 of the top teams here in iRacing are 1 and 2 in sport. No surprise here that these 2 drivers are running up near the front. Of course, the interested spectator a little bit further back. There is the 8 of Roman Beckler. What happens here is, a little bit of a jump, loses it, spins on his own, but able to get going once again. Still a big gap between he and the number 48 of Jan Senkowski as well. But either way, this is been some good racing so far that we've seen, and now they're starting to catch up and let faster traffic go around as well. I don't think that Young's going to be able to do anything, but we've seen Dernberger close in on Aiden Young, so battle for the lead may turn into a 3-car battle for the lead.
Oh, definitely, which is what we love to see, doesn't it? You know, if the gaps start to close in, you get so many cars involved here, and you start to get some of those who are a little bit more of an outsider getting involved, and that's what you love to see them, because they're going to fight a little bit more maybe than those that are already up there, just because they don't have the chances to win on occasion. As you can see, yeah, Tobias Sternberger is now only 4 tenths back from Aiden Young, as this is Ayrton Reutemann again. I'm worried here, because 468 has been involved in a lot recently. Oh, it's a bit odd, isn't it? Some sort of hardware issue, I believe there. Brakes went straight on and had to readjust before going again. As here we go with Solprek Precision Racing. Brandon Roseborough has got a 4-tenth gap ahead of Pascal Sticks, and another 3 tenths back is Oleg Lovkov. So still that battle for second rages on between these three. Of course, up the road is Corentin Milleru, and I think at this point, Jeremy, now with such a gap ahead, they're fighting for second, not for first.
No surprise that this battle for position is getting tighter and tighter, and Reutemann back into the pits. So I have a feeling that this is, it is indeed most likely the you are done for the day pit stop, as Dragata is into the pits. Battle for third really heats up with Pascal Sticks trying to hold off Lokov and prevent it from being a Solpec 2-3. Because once that happens, it's going to be game over for the distance between the two of them, as Simon Rendell comes into the pits as well. So GT4 traffic deciding that it is time to come in and make that compulsory pit stop, which kind of makes sense. It kind of doesn't, with the fact that we're running, 24, 26 laps on one stint. But then again, these drivers probably have to switch, make driver swaps as well.
Indeed, I was looking at the gap as well between Caruana and the leader. It was around 10 seconds after Caruana dispatched Benjamin Nelson. It's now 18 seconds, so I'm not sure what's happened to Matt Caruana, but that pace seems to have gone in his Porsche, so I'm not sure if he got some sort of damage, or maybe that motivation had run out and he's just driving the car and getting it to the end of his stint. But it's been a really poor second part of the race for Matt Caruana, considering where he was earlier on in that lead, battling for the lead every lap. As we can see there, one of the sports cars being overtaken through the chicane. A slide there to Pascal Sticks, who manages to correct it and lose time though to Brandon Roseborough, but it does bring closer Oleg Lovkov. In terms of other battles in this pack, for the lead, of course, you've got second, third and fourth. It's another 10 seconds back to Roman Bokler, so I think he's out of this battle for fifth. And then, of course, Jan Sentovsky in P6 is 50 seconds back, so I think for now they're also out of this battle. So I think the only real battles in this category is second, third and fourth.
Leaders into the pits as well. As you see the Sport Mercedes moving out of the way, but this battle for second in LMP3 has moved along. What happens in the 29? Yep, just hits that bump at the right time. Barely noses in. Oh, that was close.
That was close. That even scared me, and I'm just watching. That was close indeed. Close to the car and close to the barrier. Somehow avoided all of that unscathed somehow. So fair play on getting out of that without any damage whatsoever. As here is Impulse Racing, they've made the move back into P3 with Pascal Costa ahead of Joey Petrick, and that was a much needed move now for Impulse Racing. Of course, in the championship they sit P8, which is nowhere near where they should be, but of course it doesn't help that, so I think it was round 2, they only scored 30 odd points. So you know, that's what you can score 3 times that in a race, so scoring 30 overall was not good for them. That's why they're so far down in the standings. But a result like P2 here could easily jump them up into 5th. Oh, Simon Rendell's gone around for RJD.
That's a spin. That's a spin out of the RJD, and that's been one of the tough areas for especially the 992s, where they're just having problems trying to get the car rotated, but not over-rotated to get around 13 at speed. As you see, Pascal Costa in third place. Impulse has done quite well for themselves. Same with CSM by BS Hybrid, as Carlar Esports in second place. This has been a great rebound for them in this third stint, to say the least, because they're only 2.5 seconds behind Rainier Tolver. So Kidda doing quite well here, but Costa trying to hold off Petre, who still has to serve a time penalty for the incident with the LMP3. Sven Jansen into the pits, as we're still running quite well. We're going to see pit stops here for those drivers who still have driver one in the car.
Certainly, so that'll be interesting. I mean, I think the one for me that I'm interested about is Matt Caruana. When we get, you know, the second driver in for Project 91, what are they able to do? Because I think if they're on the pace of Matt Caruana, perfect. But of course, Caruana's made 2 major mistakes in this race, so you've got to have someone who's not going to continue making mistakes. Of course, Caruana on his day is brilliant, and I think for part of this race has been really good as usual. But those big mistakes that he's made have stopped them from being in that battle for the win. Crucially, being in the battle for the win as well. As here's Tobias Dernberger in the lead for the sports category in that Porsche. Of course, just trying to fend off from the car in second, being Graham Sanders, who, yes, again, I think so far for me has been my driver of the day, or my team of the day, because he has made his way through 19 spots, and he's not really been sitting there like kind of being helped by full course yellows and that. He's just been so good. There's a car stopped backwards at the left-hander. That is not ideal at all.
No, that's one of the Deltraz cars. I wonder if it's Beckler, because Beckler has had nothing but actually, no, that might be Milleru, as he is losing gap to the leader. And indeed, it is Corentin Milleru, your race leader, as Roseboro and Sticks go around. Milleru able to save up to third, but now it's a 3-car battle for the lead. Let's see if Milleru can get around. Not sure what happened there, but drama already with an hour and a half left to go in this race.
After such a lead, 10 whole seconds between Milleru and everybody else. It's a spin at the exit of the chicane, which drops into third place, and yet again being the hunter on the back of Pascal Sticks. Let's watch what happened on the replay. So heading into the chicane, lots of speed carried through. Oh, hops the curb way too much. Drops the car, sends it round. Luckily, he didn't get hit by the sports cars coming through. Very lucky that he didn't get hit there. He reverses there, and you know what? If I was in the leading spot there, I would have just turned the car around and risked it. He played it very fair by letting everybody through, so you've got to give him that, considering he was in the leading spot and would have been so eager to get going again.
I will say this, though. It was a very smart move for him to back up and get into the runoff and then whip it around, because here's the thing. I think the race director would have frowned pretty heavily upon that if he would have whipped it around, and then it would have caused calamity, bringing out another full course yellow. But Roseboro, look at that lead that he has. It's 0.3 of a second, but he's got a hornet's nest of Sticks and Milleru behind him, which, by the way, they've got a pit here shortly, and I'm curious to see who is going to be in the 88. Back to the Project 91 racing team. They've got 2 very, very fast and capable drivers here that could go in to the 911 once Caruana comes into pits. You got Hayden Bramley and Ryan Mikulev. Holy cow. So I think if Mikulev gets in there, it's going to be a race to the front for him.
Definitely. And with a 20-second gap, there's a lot to make up, but never say never. Anything can happen, especially with an hour and a half to go, and the fact rain could be on the way. But I'd imagine that Corentin Milleru, after that big mistake, will be in the pits this lap. Has done 27 laps on the stint, and you know what? That'd hurt more. 1 lap to go after being so dominant, as we do see Matt Caruana in. After being so dominant, ends off the stint by having a spin and losing the race lead. As here we do see now Corentin Milleru into the pit lane. You know what? Despite that mistake, he's been insane today. The gaps he's brought out, the consistency he's had, has been unmatched by anybody else.
It's going to be interesting to see if Deltraz or Herbingo goes into the car, so we'll see how that all works out. Lokov also coming in, and This is one of the final opportunities. A driver one has to get in there, and it is indeed Alexandre Delatraz who gets into the 88 to finish the race. Paris Charles for Solpec Racing. Let's see if who Caruana is being replaced by, as he is on his pit stop, and doesn't look like anybody's in that car yet. That is quite peculiar.
Indeed, and I'm looking as well for WSR Esports. They've got Ashley Finch in the car as well, and yeah, Matt Caruana still in the pit lane, even it very long before making a switch here. I'm hoping there's no issue for Caruana, but that is a very long pit stop, isn't it?
Well, that'll explain why we saw the drop-off in pace as he keeps falling down further and further and further down the order. So the team that was fourth in the championship, they may be falling further, might even get passed by 3 other cars here, as we still have a lot left to go racing. As you're watching the battle for the lead heat up between Roseboro and Styx, nose to tail. Roseboro still has to come in and do a driver swap in that number 62. They're side by side going down the back straightaway. Pascal Styx actually no longer side by side as Styx tucks into the back of the Solpec number 62. Heavy on the brakes, 217. It's a little close to that wall. Dance and flirt with it, but go ahead.
Still says that Caruana's in the car. Now, that's against the rules, isn't it? If they do more than 2 hours and 40, they can get they'll be disqualified, I imagine, or you get like the laps added on at the end. So that's race over if Caruana's back in the car. Unless I pit again in 10 minutes, which to me wouldn't make sense. Or if the live time is wrong.
Sense. Let me see here. I'm going to go through the result of the rules real quick. See if there's penalties. That would probably be better.
Indeed.
Drive time infringement. Oh, there we go. Go ahead and do this. I got to go through and read the drive time infringement.
Enjoy, Jeremy. Enjoy reading the rules. As Olympus Esports have made a change for Lyubov Ozaretsovskaya. I've messed that up. I'm so terribly sorry for that. I'll try and get that better as we carry on through the event. As Solpec have made a change for Jon Boatfer. Then we've got Tobias Dernberger, I think, still in the car for Scherer Esports Club. I think they're just making a pit stop. Looking further ahead as well, I'd imagine that we'll have Corsim racing in soon. 3 or 4 more laps will have both Solpec and Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage in. Then looking in the Porsche Cup cars, it's not going to be far away before we see Joey Petrig in, Pascal Costa, Luca Kita, Rainer Talva. They'll all be in soon as well. And then in the sports category, most of the top 10 are going to pit within the next 2 or 3 laps, I'd imagine. So we continue on racing. Here's the battle for first in the LMP3 category. Solpec and Core as they head down towards turn 17. But of course, these two need to pit soon. Solpec can go a couple laps longer than what Core can do. So they both continue on for 1 more lap, I'd imagine, for Core, or maybe 2, depending on their fuel. As we head back down to turn 1, and this time no send being made, no move at all for Pascal Styx. As then looking at the lead in the P Cup, it's still CSM and Carla with Impulse in third. Of course, they've got to pit, so that could potentially bring Caruana back up near the top, depending on how long their pit stops are. Delta Sport have got ahead of Matt Caruana. That's a big move for them to jump up into net P7. And then also, as well, we've got Cameron Dick in the pit lane for Project 91, car 91 in the LMP3. And they've dropped to Mikhail Sikorsky, so they've made a change. And then also Team Flora by Impulse have also gone in with Kevin Hilgenhovel, so we'll see who they make the change for, as we also see a couple more cars in car 405 and car 465. Any news from yourself, Jeremy, on what the jargon is with the pit stops and the driver time?
So I'll make this brief because we're going to bring in Aiden Young here in a second. So we'll measure the total drive time. So say, for example, you go 2 minutes over. 2 minutes divided by 140 equals 1.2, which is rounded up to 2. basically you divide the amount of time to the driver's fastest lap time, and that is how many laps you will be penalized. So it is a pretty steep penalty for not abiding by the drive time rules, but we shall see what happens if Caruana decides to come into the pits. Let's bring in our driver who is leading the sport class for just a little bit. It's the 427 of Aiden Young. Aiden driving for WSR this season, in and around, and I'll go ahead and drag him in for you, Ramiro. Aiden, good to see you, buddy. You've been doing quite well so far this season for WSR. You know, we saw you in the another series we cover here, the World GT Championship. A little bit of a rough go last week at Jerez, but so far you're looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to keep the car clean. This was, as I spoke too soon.
Yep, you spoke too soon. All right, hey, let's get through this. It's Ashley Finch with a spin off there, and that's been one of the tough spots right there through that second sector, it seems.
Yeah, the car does not particularly like it through there. We have a very loose car. The chicane, though, I'd argue is worse. The chicane that he's coming up towards right now, the little S-like narrow chicane to go to the back straight. I mean, every time we go through there, the car over the curb is just like, it just wants to tell us no. It doesn't like it for whatever reason, but we've been trying to manage it the best we can, and we think we got a strategy that might work on putting us top 5. Don't know if that'll happen now that we had that little spin, but you know, we can try the best we can, and there may be a safety car that comes out, and if that happens, it bunches the field back up.
Nathan?
Of course, one thing, Aiden, is that we might have some rain on the way, so at least is what Jeremy's told me, unless he's lying, I'm not sure. If the rain does come back around, how is it looking for you? Of course, you said you've got quite a loose car. Heading through turn 6 again, that's going to be a struggle with the rain. How are you looking towards that? I presume no one's looking forward to the rain.
Yeah, I mean, just a few minutes ago, right before I got out of the car, actually, Ash radioed me and he said, it's not looking like there's any rain. It looks like it's just going to be like maybe just a few splotches on the radar, but other than that, it's going to miss the track. So I was like, okay, cool, copy. But we looked at the time and we were like, oh crap, we're getting close to max driver time. So I had to jump out of the car a bit earlier than what I would have wanted. I think I could have stayed out just a little bit longer if we weren't close to the drive time, and maybe fought Graham and Tobias for a shot at leading the race just before I had to get out of the car. But you know, the three some odd hours almost that I did was pretty fun. I enjoyed it.
Of course. And one last question before I let you go. Of course, so far in the championship, this would be your best result, I imagine. Actually, quite comfortably. You're P9 at the moment. This could also jump you up by 2 or 3 places if you can get the top 3. So, I mean, looking to the end here, are we still hoping that the podium's on the cards, or with the fact we've got an hour and a half to go, so many more pit stops, what are you kind of expecting here?
Well, I did notice some of the teams weren't really trying to push. It's like just fuel saving, so I know there is some people on a fuel saving strategy. We kind of tried to mix them both just to see what would happen, and it kind of worked out. I mean, we got our fuel, like, to the end, like how much we had to put in the car, or what my caps was telling me, we got it so low to the fact that now, you know, we had the luxury to pit early, half the tank, and then at the end we get one more stop, and either we can cut it even shorter and get a really quick stop, or we can choose to just, you know, pit a bit earlier again, just run the full tank, and then just go like crazy to the end.
Well, Aiden, we wish you the best luck in that with WSR. Hopefully all goes well and we can see you on the podium at the end. So enjoy the race, and we'll hopefully speak to you later on.
Yep, it's nice talking to you guys. Have a good one.
See you Monday, Aiden. Aiden Young, your driver, the number 427, who had a bunch of laps led there in the early part of the race. You know, you're talking about rain there, Nathan, and I was going through one of the chats that we have here in our IVRA Discord, and Fabian Siegman said, does anyone else spot or talking about rain tires? So that'll be interesting to see what happens as you see the 992 leaders all into the pits. Deschennes is going to go in for PT Autosport, as Impulse and Carlar, they're in for their compulsory pit stop.
Indeed. So that means there's a mixture of talks about whether the rain's going to arrive or not. That will make it interesting for sure. As we've seen a few more pit stops while we've been having a chat to Aidan Young, and we've also got a few more who've been exiting. So we've got Pascal Costa in at the moment for Impulse Racing. Then looking through as well, just out the pit stops we've had. We've got Delta Sport. They've swapped over to Jordan Backmeyer. We've had in as well Thomas Sim Racing. We've had Core Sim Racing GT Orange in the sports class, and in the class for the Porsche Cups we've had in PTO Sport. We've had Impulse in, and last lap we had John Ryson as well for the LMP3 category, and then also we saw a couple earlier as well of Salpec and Delatraz Automotive. So a few pit stops being made here with an hour and 23 to go. I'd imagine now one more stop till the end, unless rain.
I think one stop to the end could get these drivers all the way to the finish, especially since a lot of these teams have pitted already. And I'm just waiting to see when Caruana comes in, because he's got 2 laps left essentially until the penalties begin for not swapping drivers, which is would be an absolute horrible penalty. You see the battle for 11th in the sport class, still swapping positions between the Sim RC, the Jordan Bachmeyer and Ashley Finch, who's back there. Actually, it's to be 10th in class right now, I should say, apologize, as it's Corentin Gunez and Jordan Bachmeyer, 475 over 400, not too far away. You got Ashley Finch and Miko Nurmi for 12th place in class right now. So still plenty to play for, as we're an hour 22 left in this race. Oh, that was absolutely perfect in terms of trying to come out. I think that was a teammate that actually came out up front. No, it was either way, absolutely fantastic to come out in front of this battle for position and kind of slow things up a little bit. You're seeing Team Checkmate with Lucas Lenkowitz into the pits as well.
Indeed, as we continue our way on, and Grow Racing team are in the lead. Of course, they've still got to pit, so they won't stay there for too long up there at the top. But of course, despite all the issues that we've had in this race, especially in the LMP3 class, Core Sim Racing still end up themselves in P2, which is amazing. You know, they was dead in P6 earlier on. They had an incident at the start which dropped them all the way to the back, and now they sit comfortably P2 ahead of the 2 teams that were comfortably ahead of them earlier on, and of course now puts them in a position to try and lead the stand. Well, obviously already leading, but to extend that lead in the standings even more, as of course Delatraz Automotive by PC Design sit P3, and then Team Huisgenveld way out of it sit in P6. So big opportunity now for Core Sim Racing to go ahead even further. We do see the top 2 out of the sport category go in, both Grow Racing team and Team Checkmate's Edent. They're going to make their pit stops, and that puts them into the lead once all the pit stops have been made. Tobias Dernberger, Miguel Freitas, and then Timo Hayden. That should be all top 3, because we'll have a couple more who go in, that being Sven Lottman and Nathan Deering.
So we'll see who comes in and swaps drivers, and we're getting down to the crunch time. I don't think Caruana is going to come in time, so the Project 91 by Raw Racing, fortunately, will be serving some sort of lap penalty for not coming in on time to swap drivers in time, which is I don't know how I want to describe that kind of penalty, because as we heard from Aidan Young, he said, oh yeah, I forgot about the driver swap. So is that going to be a driver problem, or is that going to be a crew problem here, where you're going to get penalized for something that you should have done?
Yeah, exactly. And I think an issue here for Matt Caruana, and I'm hoping that isn't the case, but if he hasn't got anybody there that can swap with him, he's a little bit done for. I mean, at that point, you might as well carry on and just see what sort of result you can get out of it. But I'm hoping that Caruana's got, you know, a workaround of getting somebody else into the car, because I think by now he's probably over that 2 hours and 40 minutes, isn't he? 1 hour and 19
now he is. Now he is.
Yeah, so he's done for pretty much, isn't he, in terms of a decent result? Looking at what, P9 at best?
Might even be P10, because you got to stop and figure right now. Visceral Esports with Vince Peters behind the wheel is 1 lap down to the leader. So for each lap that he does, essentially it's going to be a 2-lap penalty. So he's best off getting in as fast as he can and doing what he can to get up to the field. Now, I could be wrong. We might be having another glitch with timing and scoring, but we didn't see the car disappear in the pits. So that leads me to believe that Caruana is still in the car.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, if there is any change and we was wrong, of course, we'll keep you updated once we know more on that situation with Caruana. As we have a battle there, making their way through. A couple of cars just getting past. I think the battle there was for second, actually. It's Timo Hayden has got the move done ahead of Miguel Freitas. That's Team Floral ahead of Impulse Racing. So, great move, a much-needed move for Timo Hayden as they make their way through in towards turns 1 and 2 again. And then also we have a battle between Eli Carter and Lukas Lenkovic. That's for P5 and P6 in the Porsche Cup category, as they're making their way out of turn 16 and down towards turn 17. And here is the battle. And that is on board the blue car of Team... I can't even see which team it is. Team Checkmate, there we go. My brain went away from me for about 2 seconds. Team Checkmate ahead of Delta Sports as they head into the braking zone. There's that many teams on my screen, Jeremy. At one point, sometimes I sit there and think, hang on, who are we actually looking at here?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't know what I'm seeing. But no, I agree. There's just so. Well, here's the thing. We have seen so much great action here in these past couple of hours. That's been nothing but fantastic. You're on board with Matt Caruana in the Project 91 Racing. As let's see what he can do here in the closing stages. He's sitting there in sector 3, actually just past the pits again. So I'm trying to do the math in my head. With the lap times, we might be looking at a 2-lap penalty per lap that he stays out.
That's like...
Correct me if I'm wrong.
30 laps back.
Yeah.
She's just race over, isn't it? Easily race over.
Oh, yeah, easily. So we will see what happens. Race Control looking at an incident between the 462 and the 921. So that would be the 921 Lucas Esports Proton. And we're going to say the 462. That is further down the order. Actually, no, that's going to be John Beaufort in the Solpec Precision Racing Mustang, sitting in 4th place in class. So we're on pit watch for Matt Caruana, which, you know, if his teammates are yelling at him saying, you need to pit, we need to switch drivers, I don't think he's listening right now, which is, you know, this is a rare mistake out of Caruana.
Definitely. There's got to be some reason that, and hopefully we'll find out later on why Caruana didn't pit, as this is not a mistake he normally makes. As we do see yet again, car 48 Team Heusgenveld do Jan Sentowski in the pits once more. They've done 25 laps on this stint, so they'll be off into the pit lane and to complete another stint. They'll drop, they won't drop a place actually, they'll stay comfortably ahead, I'd imagine, of Delta V Racing with Guillaume de Rugna, who of course made the change from Louis Valentin earlier on. And then of course, further down, yeah, there's another lap back to John Bryce. So I think without mistakes here, you're looking at a confirmed P6 for Team Heusgenveld, of course. Anything high is going to be hard just because of the issues they ran into earlier on. And then, of course, up in the front, we do have a move, as that's going to be Alexandre Delatraz ahead of Pascal Stix. So Delatraz ahead of Stix, and that, of course, is key in the championship. There's 1 point separating them, so this would put Delatraz into P2.
And of course, he's running about the same, if not a little bit faster lap times than Schwanka in the number 62. Let's see what happens with the Team Checkmate EDAT, and just a little too high, catching up on that paint, and that will get you every single time. Able to stave off the walls, but the Orion race team, they just can't get out of their own way as they make heavy contact with the wall. 446 of Brian Coxon into the pits, and they took a tow, it looks like. No, they're able to get going through the track, but still, they're in the pits right now fixing the damage. Coxon just in the car not too long ago, as we're still on the battle for 4th place in Cup between Caruana and Petrig. Eli Carter not too far away either. I wonder if Caruana is just hedging a bet that he might be able to stave off a penalty. But then again, remember, I believe the pit times are not counted in. So that could be it as well.
Yeah, I'm thinking, is he trying to count the full course yellows as well, maybe? But I'd imagine not. Surely that wouldn't factor into it, or you should know that at least. There's Brian Coxon in the car as well for car 46, being the Orient race team, the one we just saw spin and head off into the barriers and lose their rear wing. So continues on, does Matt Caruana. And of course behind him it's Joey Petrig and then Eli Carter. He was in P7, he's now in P4, so he has made some brilliant moves and he's only one place away from the podium, but he's 51 seconds away from the race lead, which is insane to think, considering Caruana was up in the top two, fighting for the lead all around 2 hours ago, and now he's just trying to fight for scraps of points here because of that penalty that will be looming over him for continuing on past his drive time. As we do have a battle as well for second place in the sports category between Team Floral by Impulse and Impulse Racing. That's Hayden and Fritas once again having a battle. They've got closing in though behind them is Joan Botafer, who's in the Solpec Precision Racing car 462. So we have a three-way battle for P2 in the sports class. And of course, the more they battle, that could bring Sim RC back into it here, who are leading the standings by 2 points. But luckily for them, Orient Race Team are raised at this one in terms of got good points. Team Floral are P2, so that's not good for them. And then also Solpec are in P1, that's not good for, Solpec are down in P4, so that's not good for them either.
All right, we got an update from Race Control about Project 91 Caruana. Made a mistake with their registration. The other driver was not able to join the session, so Matt is doing the whole race solo. They will be DQ'd at the end. However, do get halftime points as these are awarded before the maximum driving time has elapsed. So, I mean, you know, kudos to Caruana for doing the whole 4 hours solo. But yeah, that's kind of rough. And for those asking why we're talking about him so much, you must not have watched the first couple of hours with Cup. It was a fantastic race for the lead with at least 3 to 4 drivers.
Of course, halfway points, I think Matt Caruana was up in P3. He was up near the top at that point. So, you know, that's great for him to still take some points away from this one. But, yeah, I mean, it's fair of Race Control to say, you know what, we'll let him do it, but he'll be disqualified because, obviously, it's not his fault his teammate can't join in the session. So, yeah, and of course, you know, props to Caruana for carrying on. I'd certainly say, right, you know what, that's the halfway point, I'm going to retire and carry on with my day. But still an hour and 11 minutes to go in this race. As we continue on watching our sports class, this is Team Floral by Impulse, P2 at the moment. Decent gap ahead of Impulse Racing, and with them both being tied in quite together, I'd imagine there's not going to be too much fighting between these two teams. I'd reckon they'll be quite fair with each other. As we did see as well, the Satellite Racing car 64, Mobin Khan just going past Tobias Sternberger, so there's no cars in between him and the others below now. That gap's 7.2 seconds. So he also, big opportunity to comfortably win this. But we said that as well, didn't we, with Colin C. Miller, who had to spin and lost how much time after leading by 10 seconds. So I don't want to say too much.
Now, there's other things I want to say too, but again, I don't want to be that announcer who wills stuff into existence. As you see, the LMP3 working his way around the sport field. This has been, you know, in spite of things calming down, this has still been a fantastic race either way. Recap of what we've seen so far. Early on, it was a 3-car battle for the Cup lead between DSM, Impulse, Project 91 was involved. Those three all basically a part of the race. We had 2 early full course cautions 32 minutes into the race involving the 64, 444, and the 992. Second full course caution came at 51 minutes in the race with the 78 and 489 on the back straightaway. And of course, the most recent full course yellow, an hour and a half into this race, with the 410, who has been issued a penalty to start from pit road after using a toe at the wrong time. So here's your class leaders, as you see on the left-hand side of your screen. Robert Schwanka, your leader in the number 62 Solpec Precision Racing. Carlar Esports with Luca Kitta in the 960 in Cup. And the Scherer Esport with Tobias Derbinger leads by 7.2 seconds. That is the biggest lead we have seen in the sport class overall. Now, here's something else to think about. The car that's sitting in second place has held at most a 10-second lead. So, with Delatraz behind the wheel, he's got Schweink is actually 4 laps to the good in the stint. We'll see if Delatraz can catch up to that lead. He's running about the same, if not faster, lap times than our leader.
Certainly, and I'm looking at the gap as well, up at the front of the Porsche Cup category. And Luca Kita, he's ahead of Reiner Tarvar by, what's that, 18 seconds. They're on the same pit strategy here, 9 laps done on the stint for both of them. So this is such a big advantage now for Carlisle RaceSport, who have came out of nowhere in this situation. They were running in the mid-pack earlier on. They was behind all of the battling we saw in the first 2 hours. They're now leading by 18 seconds. So you'd imagine that probably Reiner Tarvar's quicker, but with such a big gap to bring down, it's all about just being consistent to the end. And Carlisle RaceSport could see themselves out here with a win. And at the moment in the standings, I'm trying to find them. They are P2, 71 points back from Impulse. Big advantage that they can get from this by bringing that gap down by 20 or 30 points.
A little bit of aggressive driving out of the 989. We'll have Radio Talvar see a stop and hold +5. Next pit stop, late move without meeting criteria for an overtake, causing a 475 to evade a collision. So we're just about set to have 1 hour left to go in this race, as Brian Coxon still sits in the pits awaiting a fix. We'll see if he stays in or decides to go back out, as now you see these 2 cars. It's basically Carlisle trying to put Olympus 1 lap down. It's been an absolute rebound out of Luca Kita, as he is your leader by 17 seconds over the 989 of Rainier Talvar, who we said had to take that 5-second penalty. So just to add insult to injury, it's going to be tough to come back from that.
Ooh, so they make a move there. That's Lucas Lenkovic ahead of Mathieu Deschenes as they head their way out of the final quarter. 997 ahead of 968. And Team Checkmates, who of course we saw leading earlier on. They got into some issues. They had a spin and a collision there. Now 1 minute and 3 seconds off the lead. But they are P7, so they are still going to look for some decent points in this race. In the standings, though, they are P6. They are around 150 points back. So it's not like this is a poor result from them, given how far they are back from the championship lead. It just could have been a really good result if they finished where they did, you know, where they were 2 hours ago. As we do see Mikhail Sikorsky as well into the pit lane from P9 in the LMP3 class, so that will be Project 91 Racing Team into the pits. And still, Brian Coxon's in, so I presume that's a race ender there for 446. Or they're repairing the car, I'd imagine, because they had a big contact, didn't they?
Oh, it's another spin out of the... there's a Sikorsky spin, so rough go out of the Project 91, number 91. At first, it looked like one of the Delatraz LMP3s looking at it quickly, but either way, just not a good race for 91 with the issue in terms of the, in terms of the registration issue, and now later on in the race with their LMP3. So we've got plenty left to race for here with an hour 5 left to go. Timo Hayden in second place, trying to hold off Miguel Freitas and John Bodefer, I should say, as Bodefer, the Solpack Mustang, closing in on Freitas. That's a couple cup cars also behind them as well, so they'll work their way through. Let's see if Bodefer decides to use that as kind of a pick to get around, but he's not going to as of yet.
Indeed not. As they all make their way down towards turn number 11 again. We've got multiple cars in different classes here, all battling down towards the braking zone as they all make their way in. Got to file their way through. And I've got to say, we've seen a lot of Mustangs in this series, and they do tend to be quite quick, I've noticed. They do seem like quite a strong car. So, very good choice for those that picked the Mustang. There's, of course, that battle there is between P2, 3 and 4, so they'll make their way through. And of course, it's been Timo Hayden there in second place, who's been up there, I think, ever since he came in the car. I think had a brief moment of being down in third, but since he got the move ahead of Miguel Freitas, has been in P2. and has had a comfortable gap as well in P2. He's known when to defend and when not to defend, and of course that's what you need as a driver. Good racecraft and knowing where the cars behind are going to look to make moves. And of course we've got Jean Botofa, who will be looking as well to get ahead when he can of these two, as it's side by side out of the final couple of corners, and still Timo Hayden has that P2 spot. Look at the front as well. Parish Charles, the sole pet car 16, says he has a meatball flag.
That's not good for the number 60. And yeah, you see the car running on three wheels. That right front is kind of up in the air. And I was going to make the point. I was talking with one of the drivers of a different series, you know, earlier this week, and I said, you know, well, why do some series have a ton of Mustangs, but others don't? We'll touch on that here in a second as we see replays from all sorts of incidents. In number 438 with a quick spin. There we go. That's why we saw the Solpeck with the contact. So that was the 438 RJD of Simon Rendell. He also has a meatball flag, so two cars going to have to serve those quicker, but I think that Paris Charles is going to be serving that for sure, because four wheels are better than three. But back to what I was saying in terms of why we see so many Mustangs in these big endurance races, it's because the way that the Mustang is, and this was even in GT3, they're more suited for the longer races, the longer stints. So it's no surprise that half the fields are Mustangs here in IVRA, because they can handle it.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, you know, going through this one at the moment, it's a lot of it. This race here is all about just, I think experience plays a big part, because first of all, we're on a difficult track, which after 4 hours, it becomes daunting to drive. I mean, it just looks it. The drivers will be sick and tired, especially that chicane. Turn 6. But I think also experience helps out in the fact of how quickly things can change. When you get put into a situation where you're leading out, you know, you might have been in P5 and then you was leading. A bit like RJD. Out of nowhere, they're in first. They was down in P10, you know, just trundling along. When you've got drivers that have experience, they'll know what to make the best out of that situation. Obviously, RJD haven't. They're down in 19th. So the reason why experience pays off here is because you want drivers that, when they get put into a situation which is a bit unexpected, whether it's a good or bad thing, they can work their way out of it in the best way possible. That's what you need in these type of races, because anything can be gifted to you on a plate very easily, and we've seen that so much in this race. I think one of the teams, Carla Esports, wouldn't say it's been gifted to them, but they were in P5, running along, you know, nowhere near those that were fought at the top, such as, I think it was like Team Checkmate, you had Impulse, CSM, of course at some point Matt Caruana. Now Carla are in a position where they're 13 seconds ahead, and they've got experienced drivers that can handle that situation, that can probably get to the end and be like, you know what, we'll take a podium, we'll take, you know, maybe a win. We got given a position and we took the advantage.
Yeah, because after this race, you've got 2 more rounds, and that's a spin with contact there with Miguel Freitas. Oh, that was a rough re-entry as he almost gets rear-ended there. That's not going to be too kind on the Chief Stewards, as they've got to take a look at that one as well. Race control going to take a look at the incident between the 60 and the 438. Both of those cars are in the pits, and I fear that those may be day enders for the two of them, because we have about an hour left to go in this race. But oh, that was just so rough by the 457 Impulse after doing so well, and once again just getting washed up into the marbles there. And yeah, just spin, contact. Let's hang here as he just keeps going. Doesn't really hold the brakes. Oh, that could have been disastrous, and we could have seen our 4th full course yellow with that, but thankfully we didn't.
Yeah, definitely. I think the one we avoided earlier, with the, I think it was the Orion race team, how we didn't get one there, I don't know either, because that car shot into the barriers. Bumper was in the middle of the track and the car was there. We luckily avoided one there. I'm surprised we haven't had another one in the past, what, I think it's been about an hour and a half nearly since we last had a full course yellow here. With an hour to go, the sky's looking a little bit darker, I noticed, over the top of the car park behind turn 16, or whatever that ramp is. Looks a bit darker over there. The rest of the track is just looking a little bit more overcast. So whether rain arrives, we're not sure, but it's definitely going cloudy, which is one thing for sure. And look over the backside. I don't know if it's just the way the game looks, but it did look like the sky was quite black on the backside, looking from turn 1 back towards turn 16.
And this is not something that we really need to see, is having this having this issue, to say the least. So we'll keep an eye to the skies and see if anything has been, see if anything is going to happen and fall for this guy. Hopefully we can avoid that, to say the least. But either way, we've got less than an hour left to go as, Delatraz at 88 reeling the top spot in really quick. That lead is down to 3.4 seconds. And now you see Roman Beckler now in third place. So should something happen to Alexandre Delatraz, that could be something to watch out for. But again, we're watching this battle for position in the sport class. And this is... remind me again what spot this is, because we're kind of watching everything all around. The 438 is going to be getting a drive-through, stop and hold plus 40, I should say, for incident responsibility. So Simon Rendell is going to pay the penalty for that incident between he and Paris Charles as we work our way through the stadium section once again. Just a tight racing here at the at this juncture of the race. Let's see what the track map tells me here in just a little bit. And indeed, that's going to be the battle between the 458. So 458 up ahead there.
Looking as well through penalties, a couple more have came through. So Piotr Karsanovsky for Tomaszyn Sim Racing has been given a 5 second for a minor incident responsibility. And then Simon Rendell, who's in the pit lane now, has been also given a 40-second penalty for a major incident responsibility, saying that he didn't hold the brakes after a spin, rolled forward onto the racing line, and it caused a collision. That was in car 60, which I believe is Paris Charles, who's still fixing their car in the pit lane. So penalty given out to car 438, and we do see as well Eli Carter is in the pit lane making a stop, 41 seconds, and he's back out to go once again. So I'd imagine one more stop in this race for everybody else here in this one, which has been a superb race so far. I think you're looking at the front three in the LMP3 category. That looks decided in the sense of it being those three. In what order, we don't have a clue. As Delta V Racing here are battling with Echelon Sim Sport for P6 in this one. And then in the Porsche Cup class, there's a 15-second gap between Kita and CSM, so that'll be a key one to watch as well. Depending if there's anything that Talvar could do to bring that gap down to Kita. And then Echelon there just getting that move ahead of Delta V Racing up into P6 now for them. And then looking down as well here, Jeremy, the gap between Tobias and Timo for Scherer and Team Floral, 8 seconds. I think that's the highest gap we've seen yet in the sports category.
That sounds right. This is the battle for 6 in LMP3 we're watching between Rice and Darugna as Echelon ahead of Delta V. I think that they didn't necessarily park the team, they just parked the driver, which, makes, I guess that makes the most sense. But either way, this battle really heating up as they work their way through the stadium section in 12, now around turn number 13. We've really seen a barn burner of a race in spite of everybody kind of stringing out. It's been quite interesting to see some of these races really take off and develop as Echelon able to open up a little bit bigger gap, John Rice, because he was able to use that GT4 car to slow down Darugna. It's on a 1.4 second gap, so that battle really slowing down as we speak. Trying to look up and down the field once again. Let's see here. Everybody kind of spaced out for the time being, with the exception being the battle for 4th place in the sport class. You've got Corentin Gunez and Ruben Lasso, 0.7 of a second back in 4th, but there it is right there as the Sim RC BMW trying to hold off the fiercely forward pink of Ruben Lasso. This is probably about one of the closest battles not too far back from the. You've got Jordan Bachmeyer, the number 400 Delta Sim Sport in 7th, Ashley Finch in 8th, 9th goes to Miko Nurmi in the Core Sim Racing GT Orange. So that's a great battle right there in the middle of sport. So sport right now has turned into the series of where it's at.
Definitely, as Sim RC, of course, leading the championship. They need to get as many positions as possible. They're 4th at the moment, 4 seconds away from the top 3. And of course, with those guys battling as well, there's a chance that gap could easily come down in the next 55 minutes. So we'll be keen to keep an eye on what Corentin Gunez can do in P4. Of course, he's got to be careful of Ruben Lasso behind in that fiercely forward pink car. who is trying to bring that gap down as well. But of course, with SimRC having a 2-point lead over Orion Race Team, they are down in not even the top 15. And then Team Floral, as we said earlier on, a P2. So it's a key move for Floral to get ahead. For SimRC to bring that gap down. As we did see as well, WSR Esports having a battle with Core Sim Racing, and that big mistake we saw earlier with Ashley Finch after we were speaking to Aidan Young at the same time has cost them a chance of a podium. They're now sitting P8 and they're 21 seconds off the lead here. What a shame it's been for WSR, because they were definitely in with a chance for a win.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. You still got one more pit stop to do. So I have a feeling that, WSR, they probably got something up their sleeve for the for the running of this race. Meanwhile, you're seeing Eli Carter trying to go around your Carlar Esports leader of Luca Kitta, trying to lap Eli Carter as well. So keeping 7 cars on the lead lap for that club class. But I have a feeling the WSR, knowing as good as they are, granted they are 14 seconds behind Derbinger for the leading class, you can still easily make up 14 seconds. Of course, the safety car period will blow this race wide open once again. So we'll see what happens here. Oh, that was close. As I'm not sure who that was. Oh, that was a scrape against the wall. It was definitely an LMP3. Not sure if that was Delatraz or if that was Project 91 that did that, but that could have been really bad really quick.
Yeah, scary there. Scary indeed, as we just follow WSR and Core Sim Racing through out of turn 6 and turn 7, and Matt Caruana has got ahead of Line GP Joey Petrick. So once again, a big hats off to Matt for carrying on, and despite the issues he's had, he's been 2 spins and he knows that he was going to get disqualified. I would have called it quits, so fair play to Matt for that. Let's carry on with this battle for P6, P4 and below. And we head our way down towards turn 11. We switch over towards Caruana in P4. Of course, got Joey Petrick behind, and then 17 seconds ahead of Deschenes in P6 in car 98988. And they're 24 seconds back from Pascal Costa in P3, who has kind of appeared out of nowhere, because yes, Impulse were racing right at the top of the start, but then they had a bit of a drop-off, dropped into P7 when Pascal Costa got in the car, and then they're comfortably P3. So they've jumped up towards 3rd and have got a very good chance of a podium here. I'd be surprised if they don't get a podium in this race. And then, of course, Luca Kita has done a superb job. But I've noticed that gap was 18 seconds about half an hour ago. It's now down to 13.3. So, is there still something here that Reina Salvar could do? We'll have to wait and see. But that battle, despite it being 14 seconds, is not over yet. I'm quite confident to say that.
Yeah, I'm very confident to say that with about 15 minutes left to go in this race. We've seen stranger things happen. I mean, heck, we saw, the top 3 or 4 get covered by a blanket overall, and now it's 13 seconds. That just goes to show you how good the strategy was between Tolver and Kitta. As Kitta actually did a 2-lap overcut. So the overcut worked for Carlar Esports there, but he's still got at least one more LMP3 behind, and then we'll get to see the true pace of Carlar's. Yeah, Darugna goes around Kitta for position. You're watching this battle for 4th place between Caruana and Petrig. I think Petrig he still had that penalty. Did he serve that? He has served that. So Petrig's good to go for the penalty. As basically Petrig is in 3rd place right now, as we know the Caruana is going to be disqualified, but either way, this is a great battle. Oh, he almost ended up ending his race before he got disqualified, trying to hold off that GT4 ahead of him, and he's just going to dive to the inside.
Indeed he does, and it will just be a pass round the outside there through turn 5. On board here with Joey Petrig in P5, so of course with Caruana's disqualification, he'll finish P4 in this one. So a decent finish for Lion GP in the stand-ins. They sit P5. They're 9 points back from Project 91, so they'll leap ahead of them, leaps and bounds. And then they are back from CSM Hybrid, 19 points. So they will lose points to the top 3, but they'll heavily gain on 4th, and then the teams all behind them. So I'd say, so far, successful venture out for Lion GP and Joey Petrig.
And of course, there's a little bit of a gap between, I'm going to say that jokingly, between Carlar and Impulse. It's 71 points. So we'll see what the halfway points and the full race points do for this this gap here, as you see another prototype not too far away from this battle for position back there as the GT4s come in for their final pit stop. We're seeing, let's see here, Gunyas and Nurmi. They're coming in to do whatever they need to do. If they're going to do tires, I would imagine a full service pit stop outside of switching drivers. But here's one of the Solpec LMP3s trying to get around and lap these two competitors for 4th and 5th in the Cup class to Caruana and Petrig. Really tip of the cap to Joey Petrig. He took that number 996 up towards the front. He's fallen back to 5th. It looks like he will most likely he'll get 4th at the very least if he continues on this path that he's going to. And Petrig kind of letting the Solpec prototype go through, as well as Kunath in the pits, as Jacek in the pits.
Indeed. So more pit stops coming through here as we head into the final 48 minutes of racing. So do expect another pit stop. Maybe Delta V Racing could go to the end here. They've done 6 laps on this stint, so we'll be keen to see what they can do. They could stretch it to the end, but most others have got to pit again. Of course, we saw come in Vince Peters, we saw Olympus Esports come in, we also saw Solpec Precision Racing Car 60 come in, so they'll be fine to the end, but others will need to continue, will need to do one more stop. As here, yes, again, is the Porsche Cup car heading down towards turn number 11. This, of course, being Line GP, Joey Petrig on the back of Matt Caruana. They've got ahead of one of the, is that the Project 91 LMP3? Oh, bless me. Sorry, I have to say it at the same time.
I've done that. Yep, I've been there, done that. A little bit of error that Caruana gets as Hayden and Bodefer also come into the pits for their final pit stops. Bodefer hits his marks and he is underway, and that's Deltra. So yeah, that is definitely the Project 91 LMP3 that is up ahead, and that is actually your leader, Robin Schwanka, who is pacing the field here in LMP3, 2.5 seconds. So it was 3 seconds, but Deltraz has closed it down because of the lap traffic to about 2.5 seconds.
Indeed, he has. As here is Robin Schwanka in the lead at the moment for Solpec Precision Racing, and since he jumped in the car, he's been rather calm headed at the front. It's a 5-second gap, as we do see Alexandre Delatraz heading into the pit lane for Delatraz Automotive by PC Design. P2 in the standings heading into this race. And then we do see as well, I think Pascal Stix will be coming in soon. No, it's just he passed Delatraz's car that's in the pit lane. And then we also see further back as well, a couple of the sports cars are heading in. So Miguel Freitas, car 457, is in the pit lane, making their pit stop, and then we'll start to see some more funnel through shortly. I think the good thing here for Robin Schwanka is because he's got an 8-second gap ahead of second. Well, I think there's been a mistake there for car 8, because that gap has shot up to 11 seconds. Meatball flag! What has happened to Roman Bokla from P2? There he is, trundling his way down. I believe that's towards turn 11, and the car stopped. Is that a full course yellow? I don't think it is, but dear me, what a shame there for car number 8. So let's see what happened here. Heading in towards, oh dear me, bit of a silly mistake, but then again I suppose blind corner, there's a sports car in the way that's going way slower than you would be, and I presume that's the front of his car, chopped off and gone. Of course, race control have not allowed him to go back to tow unless they're given the race control haven't allowed him yet, but now they've allowed him to tow back to pit lane. A big shame for car number 8, Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. That is their race over pretty much. So it promotes automatically Alexandre Delatraz back into the top 3. But we have got a full course yellow as we have 45 minutes left to go. And once again, at the perfect time, cars can head into the pit lane, make their pit stops, and go to the end. We've had four course yellows here, Jeremy, and all of them have landed on a pit cycle time.
Yeah, I'm trying. Exactly. This is absolutely insane that once again we're having another issue with full course yellow. Unfortunately, it does take out one of our front running LMP3s. So we'll see exactly how this all stacks up as you see that's one of the sport cars making the flashing lights of the safety car. But either way, this is, man, what can you say right now? Just when you think the race might actually end quite nicely, we're under a full course yellow condition, but we'll see what happens. Jeremy Scott alongside Nathan Richards to bring you the finish of this race, and it's going to be a wild one. And you know who this opens up? It opens it up for several competitors like WSR.
Oh yeah, definitely does, and we'll have to see what they can do, what they can make of this situation. As some of the cars owners going past the safety car will get everybody hopefully back into their, their correct order. Of the LMP3s leading ahead of the Porsche Cup cars, ahead of the sports cars, and then looking at where WSR are at the moment, they're third. They have to pit though, so it'll be interesting to see where they come out. Of course, ahead of them it's Delta Sport Grow Racing Team. They have to pit. Then Racing Team, Car 405, they also have to, along with Thomas Shinks Sim Racing and Car 461 of Talk Freak Racing by TFR Labs. So they should come back 8 in around P7, I'd imagine, if all goes well for them here.
And trying to see, what was the point? So we went actually an hour and 45 minutes without a safety car intervention. Think about that. That's absolutely fantastic to see that happen here. And it just goes to show the talent within the series, especially with a with a street course. I thought we would see a lot more full course yellows, but still, this is absolutely fantastic as wave arounds have begun. And of course, we'll see. This is perfect news for Delatraz as he will assume the lead should Schweinke and Sticks come into the pits. And honestly, track position be damned. I'd just go out there and I'd go in and pit. That way you can run the final, 40 some odd minutes left without having to worry about coming in.
Definitely. I think it would have been a lot more chaotic if we had rain. That would have been more and more full course yellows. I think we would have had so many of them if that was the case. And just looking through the chat as well, someone saying let's go echelon. 88 Delatraz were really good P1 quick. They brought that gap down, but as soon as that happened, the gap shot up again, and Solpec had a really good advantage. So nice to see everybody in the chat getting involved. Of course, a big thanks to you all for tuning in, as always, to RaceSpotTV. As Paris Charles is in the pit lane from P8, car number 60, and we see a few more in as well. So let's have a look at who's in. We've got Project 91, of course, Delatraz, who've got that meatball flag. And that is the only two. Then we have... Oh, never mind. I thought there was more, but they're all the cars that are DNF'd at the bottom.
It's okay. It's okay. I've done that myself several times, with this wonderful app engineering timing scoring that we have. So we'll see if anybody decides to pit. This is going to be interesting because you still have Schwanka and Sticks, who basically the rest of the LMP field, who is... other than Delatraz, I think Delta V might be able to stay out and run the rest of the race without a pit stop.
That's what I thought earlier when you was away. I thought maybe they could get to the end, which is possible, and that helps them. That puts them in a good spot considering where they were earlier on with 13 penalty points and Louis Valentine in the pit lane after what happened. So I'd say they're going to be in a very good spot here to run to the end and grab some decent points. Of course, Delatraz is even in a better spot because they pitted just before the full course yellow. And now, of course, the cars ahead of them have to pit. Cars behind them have to pit, so they're in a good spot to just jump into the lead and try and do something from there. So yeah, this could be really good for Car 88. Of course, in the championship, P2, so to finish ahead of Core would be insane for them. But also Robin Schwanke in the Car 62. They sit P4 in the standings. They're 23 points back. Yes, it's good for them to work their way up in the standings, but also I think it's more for the other guys, the worry of how quick he's been. I mean, once he jumped in the car, he was absolutely flying in that LMP3.
So we got a Cup car that's mixed in with the LMP traffic. We'll see if we get where the split ends up. But yeah, this race has been full of surprises, to say the least. As we said, we're working our 4th full course yellow of the race. And lights out on the safety car for now. We'll see if the safety car decides to speed up, but we haven't seen Schwanka bunch up the field as of yet. So my thinking is we're going to see more, at least 1 or 2 more yellow flags, and it's going to be interesting to see if Schwanka and Sticks do decide to come into pit this time by, and we still have to do the field split as well. So we're going to have close to a half hour left of racing. So a 4-hour endurance race has quickly turned into a half-hour sprint race at the Miami Autodrome.
Indeed, as it won't be long until we get back underway. I'd imagine a lap or 2 more. Just seeing when everybody's going to file their way back in. Of course, the last full course lasted 19 minutes, I believe, if I'm correct. So that would take us to around 27 minutes if it carries on this way. But I'm hoping it doesn't this time. I'm hoping we can get back onto some green flag racing. And then another thing I kind of forgot about and has just jumped back into my mind as we do see. Oh no, I thought that was pitting. As we continue on, is that the Cup cars will be together again, and we saw what we had with them last time. But the only issue is for Luca Kita. Yes, has had some good pace, but remember that gap flew down over the course of 30 minutes by around 6 seconds. So Luca Keita's got a lot of defensive work to do to keep Rainer Talvar behind, but then also you've got the likes of Pascal Costa, Joey Petrig, Lucas Lenkovic, who are all very quick, trying to make their way through themselves. So the Porsche Cup category, once again, going to be very close at the front.
Yeah, we saw Kita open up that huge gap after the last full course yellow, and no surprise, able to take that Carlar Esports up front. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Tolver and Costa have anything left, or if Joey Petri can even work his way around. Again, we still have to do the class split, and it's interesting to see Pascal Sticks open up a big gap there to Robin Schwanka, who's drafting off the safety car right now, waiting to see the class splits happen. And once that happens, we'll be going back to racing, but nobody moving over as of yet here at the Miami Autodrome. Let's take a look at the, see if anybody else has entered into the chat yet. Yeah. Strange that the other Delatres car cost a full course yellow when the 88 has just pitted. I'm going to let you touch that one, Nathan.
Say that again, sorry.
Okay, so your mic didn't work. Okay, never mind. Well, we'll talk about that off the air. But either way, some people saying that, and I'm seeing it back and forth. But yeah, that was yeah. We'll just yeah. Never mind.
I'm trying to. I'm looking through the results at the same time on the right-hand side. Believe me, there's too much going on. I've got 5 pieces of paper in front of me, and then the live timing.
Yep.
So I'm just trying to figure everything out.
I'm literally looking at 5 screens right now. That's because I've got race control, which they have not. The last entry that they have said was the Simon Rendell issue, which he has not served that penalty yet.
Yeah, that was around half an hour ago. We're lucky.
Yeah, we've been lucky there. I've got Discord up, obviously, kind of keeping an eye on things. And then the race timing, chat that I'm watching off and on. So there's a lot going on, and we have not done the class splits yet because either that or there's a Cup car that decided he's turned into an LMP3.
Indeed. I mean, at the moment, to be fair, lap time wise, the LMP3s have been only about 5 seconds quicker, which I didn't expect. I thought the gap had been bigger than that, but no. Yeah, looking at the gap, see, so it's around 2-minute 4s, 2-minute 3s for the GT4 cars. The Porsche Cups, you're looking at 144, 145, and then the LMP3 is 150 to 151. So I thought the gap would be a little bit bigger between the LMP3s and the Cup cars. So hopefully there's none in the way, because after we've saw, now it's dry, there is a difference in pace, and it's not the same like what we saw at the start of the race and through qualifying.
And are we going to see pit stops? We are indeed, as Schwanka Sticks comes in. I would believe Delatraz would probably just bypass, because it's been 3 laps since he has last pitted. Indeed, he is. Everybody deciding to come down, take this opportunity for fresh slicks, as we'll have another split. So I would imagine we're going to be probably going back to green flag racing around in about 10 minutes or so, just to do the splits. But go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, because we've also got the GT4s in as well, the sports cars in. A lot of them are coming. 5 of them have been in. The others are still yet to pit, but a few of them did the early pit stop at the earlier points of the full course yellow. Most of our, well, P2 down in the LMP3s are in. P1 down to P6 are in for the Porsche Cup category. And then PT Autosport take the lead. They pitted 2 laps ago, so they're now the leading car in the Porsche Cup, which is insane to see. So it's PT Autosport ahead of Impulse, ahead of CSM by BS Hybrid. How things can change. I mean, what can PT Autosport do? That is the big question.
And of course, so also you take a look at the sport class, and Ashley Finch in the WSR Esports Mustang is up to 5th. Ahead of him is Tobias Derbinger, who is the leader in the Scherer Esport Club. Then Timo Hayden, Rodrigo Mies, and John Bodefer. So, yeah, like I said, I mentioned that it would take a full course yellow to possibly bring in WSR Esports or some sort of strange pit strategy. Both have really happened.
Yeah, I think they'll take that. Back up into P5, in with a chance of a podium for sure. As we can see now, our LMP3 is just making their way past the GT4s, making their way through, lining back up in single file, and then we'll get back on the racing, probably around the 25-minute mark. 25 minutes then until the checkered flag. It's a long run. It's still 25 minutes to go. And with the racing we saw with the Porsche Cups, we had 25 minutes of that easily before, so we could easily see that all the way till the end. And of course now, with everybody being close together, you've got PT Autosport and Carlisle Esports, who were kind of outsiders in the sense of when we had the battling at the start, they were nowhere to be seen. So now you've got CSM and Impulse and Team Checkmate, who've got to try and file their way through those guys as well as battling each other. So this could get interesting, could get very chaotic, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more cars ending their race in the wall. I really wouldn't be. And then of course in the LMP3 category, somehow, I don't know how, Team Heusgenveld 50 seconds off around half an hour ago, they're now P2. Like, how? They pitted like 4 times within like half an hour. I remember just kept saying, Sentovski's in, Sentovski's in. It's worked, they're now P2. They've pitted 7 times, the most of anybody by 2 pit stops in their own category.
He's Senkowski's 4 laps to the good of Delatraz. And by the way, that was a 16-second pit stop that Heusingfeld took Senkowski out. So absolutely fantastic. I would not be surprised if we go green next time by, because we are seeing the Cup cars make their way ahead of the sport cars. So we will be back to green flag racing momentarily. And yeah, it'll be under 30 minutes sprint. That's going to be absolutely fantastic. With that in mind, I think we might see one more full course yellow as well.
I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't be. I don't want one now because we've only got half an hour to go. I want the green flag till the finish. But yeah, I mean, I suppose it does give a chance for us to back up the field again for a few laps till the end. As Impulse were in the pits and got given a black flag, I reckon that'll get removed. I'd hope so anyway. Otherwise, it's a bit of an odd time to get given a black flag, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. So we'll see what happens here in the next couple of minutes, but I have a feeling that we're going to see a wild race. And if I'm Jan Senkowski, I know now that I've got one of the best chances to end up at the front. And here's the thing. We'll go back to what we talked about at the beginning of the show with LMP3. You've got Core Sim Racing, they're 3rd, leading the points. Team Heusingfeld 2nd, they're 3rd in points. And Delatraz Automotive by PC Design, they're 2nd in points. The top 3 drivers are separated by 3 points after Mid-Ohio. And remember in the chat, It wasn't Delatraz that won last time out. It was Corsim Racing on a final lap pass, which, as we know at Mid-Ohio, is absolutely tough to do.
Yeah, definitely. It was a great move for the win in the end and put themselves onto the top step of the championship. And the most weird part to say is that going into this round, no one would believe you if you said, oh, we finished P3, but we dropped from first to third in the standings and are 20 points back. Like, how does that even happen? It just shows how close the championship standings are heading into the fourth round. Of course, the second half of the season, of course, we're here today at Miami. Next time out, we head off to Mexico, and then we end off the season in Laguna Seca. I said that while you wasn't here, Jeremy. Laguna Seca for the final round, that just screams chaos to me. It seems like there's no better location to end off a championship, which I don't think will be decided until then. I think we're going to have at least 2 or 3 cars in both classes, in all classes, sorry, battling it out in the final race.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely nuts to see what happens in those final races. Especially, because Mexico City in and of itself, you got one of the longest straightaways in the service there. And of course, also because it's a high elevation, so you're going to have some differences in how these cars perform as well. So you got to take that into account. Also, Mazda Raceway, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. McNeil family, please don't smite me. I know I messed up. Please, please, please. It is such a sports car track. You've seen, whether it's real life or in the sim, it's just a crazy race to say the least. So that's, this is absolutely fantastic to see what happens here. All right, let's take a look at where we're going to be right now. We're right. We will be at least 25 minutes left to go in this race. Such a long full course yellow course. Last full course yellow was 19 minutes, and that was also during a pit cycle. Right now, we're going to be about 20 minutes in this full course yellow here in the next lap or so.
Indeed. So we'll have one more lap, I hope. I don't want any more than that. We've had enough full course yellow action for today. We've had about an hour. 20 minutes here. Another 20 minutes 40. I'd say we've had probably about an hour of full course yellows today. It doesn't seem like that we've had a quarter of the race under these conditions. It doesn't seem like it. It's flew by, I've got to say. We started this at 2 p.m. UK time. It's now 10 to 7. It has absolutely flown by, but it helps when you have battling like what we saw today on track. All 3 classes, constant battles for the lead, constant battles for podiums, and it's what we'd love to see. And I think, yet again, with 25 minutes to go, we're going to see all that happen again, and hopefully for the rest of the race.
I'm going to jazz you up a little bit. Let's make it rain. Come on.
Buttered rain. Turn it on.
Yeah, exactly. Just let it pour. Just let it pour.
It'd be interesting, wouldn't it? We'd see them all back in the pits again for wet tyres.
Yeah, we would, and that would be kind of interesting to see what happens. Trying to see what the delay is in getting things backed up. But again, I think this is iRacing race control, so it's kind of odd that we're having these long yellows a lap longer than really we should have. And watching the cars warm up their tires, so I think we're just about ready to pack up and go green as the safety cars start to pick up speed through the back portion of the racetrack. That back S, as we like to say, and then they'll go into the stadium section for another go-round. So I have a feeling that this safety car intervention is starting to end.
Indeed, I'd imagine so, but let's not get ahead of ourselves, and it continues on for another lap. But yeah, I'd imagine this time around it could be time to go in, because everybody's made their passes. I've seen no sport cars go past the safety car in the past couple of minutes, so I'd imagine everybody's where they need to be. The only car in the pit lane is Pascal Costa, who we saw get given that black flag. The black flag's disappeared, so I don't know if he's actually got done in this race. But if so, what a poor position that puts in Porsche Racing, leading the championship heading into this one by 71 points. If Carlisle managed to win this, they'd be leading this, I think, by next round. They're 71 points back, and they could go into the next round championship leaders.
All right, so safety car is picking up speed. We've got a couple of potential penalties here as well. One of those, which we didn't get to see, race controls looking at an incident between the 29 of Rice and the 915 of Costa. Not sure, that looked like that happened after the full course yellow was thrown. And they are indeed looking at this incident between Beckler and the 465 is also being investigated. That's a satellite racing GT of Thomas Fisher. So I think that they saw something that we didn't there, and we'll see if there's some sort of penalty handed down from both of those. Race control been busy all race long with 39 incidents being looked at throughout this whole entire race. As the safety car will come off, we'll go back to green flag racing in just a moment, and indeed we do. 24 minutes left to go. It is a 4-hour sprint race that has turned into a 24-minute sprint race. Here comes the Pascal Sticks to the inside, and it looks like that Sticks will hold off in third right now, but either way, Hoisingfeld, Jan Sankowski trying to hold off Sticks, and Schwanka as well. 48-162 with Alexandre Delatraz opening up about a 1-second lead. Tolver now holding off Kidda and Petrig as well in the Cup class. And then you got to go take a look at the Sport class. Dernbinger really opening up a half-second lead already on Hayden and Mies.
Indeed, and a great move there by Rainer Talbot for CSM by BS Hybrid to get that move done on the, I think it was down towards turn 1, got the move complete. And now sits in that leading spot. Of course, we saw CSM in the lead earlier on, as that's a car off the circuit. That's Timo Hayden, who was up in P2 for Team Flora by Impulse. Another car's gone off as well behind. That could have been due to the rejoin there. I think that was Echelon Sim Sports who went off again. But Team Floral in the standings, P3. There was P2 in running, and now all the way down in P6. No, even further down. They're P11 at the moment, so big shame for those guys, and that brings Sim RC back into the running to lead that championship again. As Carlisle Esports are in the lead again, they've got the move done on Rainer Talbot, and as we expect, the Porsche Cup cars delivering already on this race. 1 lap since the full course has gone in, and we've seen 2 swaps for the lead. And now Joey Petrig is closing in on the back of Rainer Talbot to make a move himself down to turn 17. That gap is shrinking down to less than a tenth of a second. To the inside goes Joey Petrig. Is this enough to make the move to go into second place? Onto the brakes he goes. It's side by side through the corner on the exit. Who's got the better one? I think it's still going to be the inside line here for Talbot down to turn 1.
The race control also looking at an incident between the 921, 998, and I think that incident that we saw earlier on, Ashley Finch involved as well in the WSR Esports Mustang, down to 15th he is. But this battle for second place is very tight between Tolver and Petrig. Also, Jan Sankowski now knocking at the door of the lead. Here's the replay as you saw a little bit of smoke early on in that corner, and the RJD Mustang backs it into the wall. Let's see what else happens here. I don't know why the WSR Mustang lost so much ground. Let's go to the battle for the lead right now with LMP3 as Dudkowski now takes that position away from Delatraz. There's neck and neck heading into turn number 12. Who's got the chance to go into the brakes just a little bit later? Right now, it's Sankowski in the Hoisingfeld number 48. A little bit of a jump by Delatraz as he's trying his hardest to catch up to Sankowski. It's a matter of 7 pit stops to 4. Somehow Hoisingfeld still keeping it nose up front with the lead.
Great move there by Sankowski. Needed to make that one as soon as possible, and he certainly did, and has the lead over Alexandre Delatraz as they make their way down towards turn 16 once again. Of course, they've got Pascal Sticks for Core Sim Racing right behind. The same as well for Robin Schwanka for Solprec Precision Racing. They're also closing in as well. And then on the top of our screen, we see the leading battle for the Porsche Cup categories. Luca Kita back in the lead by 0.8 of a second to Rainer Talbot for CSM by BS Hybrid. And then Team Checkmate Axis Project. Marcin Robichuk back in the car in third at the moment as he's got ahead of Joey Petrig. So another driver change there for car 997, and it's Robichuk back in to continue on for Team Checkmates. Of course, we saw him right at the start, and he was on fire in the first opening hour and a half. And then we also see Vince Peters is still in the pit lane, so I think Visceral Esports car 998 is also out of this race as well. And Simon Rendell back in the pit lane for car 438.
So that 20-minute full course yellow gives Delatraz back the lead. Alexandre Delatraz, your leader once again, as Senkowski having some sort of issue. He's fallen back all the way into the clutches of Pascal Stix, and Stix is now into second place. What happened with Heusinkfeld? Are they experiencing more issues with that number 48? They're still side by side for second place, and that's given Delatraz a chance to open up into a 1-second lead. Moves Senkowski back to second place as Stix trying to get back into that third place. Schwenke also closing in about 1 second ahead, only 4 cars on the lead lap in the LMP3 category, as both those cars, that was a little bit of a jump. That could have hurt Senkowski's exit off onto the long back straightaway. Another problem with Team Checkmate Eden as we're heading into turn 17. What happens to Jan Jasic? A spin and contact. Just that's not a good place to have contact, and just gets piled on more and more and more. Thank goodness we haven't seen a full course yellow because of that.
Yeah, I think 5 cars had some contacts there. But what happened to Sentovsky was he went really deep into turn 6, broke late, and I think had to just slow the car down so much so he didn't hit the barriers and lock up. But he drops down to P2 now. That allows Pascal Stix for Core Sim Racing to have a chance to go ahead. And of course, the top 3 at the moment, he's 2nd, 3rd and 1st in the championship. That's how close things are here in LMP3, and that's why every position matters for our leaders. 1.3 seconds to the good of Heusinkfeld now is Alexandre Delatraz. Of course, Pascal Stix is gaining in. That gap's 3/10. He could have a bit of a sniff at a move shortly. Looking in the Porsche Cup category, that gap's still 7.5 tenths. So Luca Keita's actually had a decent job of just keeping Rainer Talvar behind. And then we also see as well into P6 is Team Floral by Impulse. Timo Hayden back into the top 6 for car 458. And we continue our way down towards turn 11. Is there any chance here this time for Pascal Stix to close in? I don't think there is, because we also see Sentovsky's back within a second, 8 tenths now of Alexandre Delatraz.
Well, and also Stix kind of locked up the brakes there going into turn number 7. We saw the long smokestack, so hopefully his tires aren't too torn up because of that. But Delatraz doing all he can. He had nothing but issues last time I was able to watch a race, and that was last season. He's coming off a poor finish also. Not good finish at Mid-Ohio. So looking to capitalize, get his 2nd win of the season, which he got the first one at the season opener at the Bend. Senkowski losing time, but still plenty of time left, as at some point we're going to see the LMP3 field near the end of the race maybe catch up to the back of the sport class. Take a look at the track map here as you're seeing an issue with Scherer Esport. Actually, that's our leader, I should say, Tobias Derbinger, as he's got Rodrigo Mies all up his backside. It's Porsche over BMW, and we might see the back of the sport class be harassed by the front of the LMP3 field before this is all said and done. We've got 16 minutes left to go in this race, just a handful of laps around the Miami International Autodrome, as we have new penalties coming out. The 8 gets a minor incident responsibility, stop and hold +5. The 8 misjudges their space in the 465. A minor incident responsibility out of Vince Peters in the 998, stop and hold +10, and they're calling the 29 and 915 a racing incident.
Indeed, and also not been the best restart for WSR. They're down in 13th now with Ashley Finch. He's 13 seconds back from the lead. He must have got involved with what happened here on that opening lap of the restart, because he's all the way down. He's in the top 10. As here's Scherer Esport in the lead with Tobias Dernberger, who's done a great job so far in this race. Rodrigo Mies in 2nd place, and fiercely forward Pink, who pops out of nowhere, and then Solpeck as well with John Botifer in P3. Sim RC in the championship lead the way. They're ahead of everybody behind them, apart from Solpeck, who are 30 points back, so they'll still have the lead of the championship and will stretch it higher to 2nd and 3rd. As here is John Botifer for Solpeck Precision in car 462. Making his way through in that podium spot at the moment. And then looking at gaps as well, yes, again, it's closed up between Carlar and CSM. That gap's down to 4/10 now, so we've got to keep an eye on that battle. We also see Team Checkmate with Marcin Robachuk has also brought that gap down to a few tenths of a second here. So whenever the Porsche Cup battle dies off, we look away and it seems to heat up again.
That's just how the sport class works here, as Nathan Deering losing a position to Dan Peoples. That's for 14th Ultra Esports over Echelon SimSport GT, but still watching this battle between John Bodefer and Corton Gunez. That's for the bottom step of the podium. Mustang over BMW for the time being, as Vince Peters out of the race in the number 998. The Visceral Esports IVRA P Cup is done for the day. The battle for the lead in LMP3, that's kind of done and dusted. However, Luca Kitt back up front in the Cup class over Renier Tolver. Half a second separates the Carlar Esports driver from the CSM by BS Hybrid Porsche. We have seen Carlar really come on as of late throughout the end of this race and kind of dominate. When we saw, CSM, Project 91, Lion GP, they all did well. But here's the thing. It doesn't matter who's been up front. We've seen tight racing all throughout the Cup field.
Yeah, we certainly have, and you can see again that gap down just to 6.5 tenths. The slipstream helps so much down towards its braking zone, and even though round the top I was, I think, like 9 tenths back, heading out at turn 7, the gap came down to 4 as they headed onto the brakes there. So if you're like 5 tenths back, you've got a real opportunity to go for a move. So that's what Talvar's got to do here. Just stick within half a second of Luca Kita, and you've got a real opportunity at going for a move for the lead, as we do see Solpec Precision Racing going ahead of Core Sim Racing. That's going to be Robin Schwanker ahead of Pascal Sticks down to turn 1. It's the inside line here for Schwanker. Can he keep that P3? He made it through the final corner. He's kept it as they headed to turn 1, and a great move there by Schwanker, of course, who had a decent lead, was up by like 5 seconds. Full caution, yellow came out, and then he drops all the way back to P4. So great to see him back in the top 3. And Core Sim Racing won't be happy with losing another spot and more points lost to their championship rivals.
2 races left to go. The time is running out to try and get that points lead a little bit closed in a little, but still doesn't help when you have your top 3 all actually can add in the 62, 21 points back, now sitting in 3rd as Pascal Sticks has fallen back to 4th. Now, barring any sort of incident, that's probably as low as Pascal will get. As tight as this position is here in the point standings, it's even tighter for the battle for 3rd in LMP3, which you are watching with Schwanka already holding on to a distinct advantage over Pascal Sticks, separated by on lap 50.131 was Schwanka's last lap by to a 50.9 for Pascal Sticks. Jan Senkowski setting up for another attack on Alexandre Delatrez. We'll look at that in a bit. However, we still got this great battle for 3rd in Cup between Rybacek and Petrik. Rybacek back in the car. We saw how good he was early on, and here comes Senkowski to the inside of Delatrez, going into outside of turn 11, as Delatrez going to try and shove him off towards the wall. Little bit of touching, tire rubbing, and everything. Delatrez doing all he can to try and stay in the lead, but Senkowski mounted another attack. He gets the lead for now, and Delatrez is going to hook onto the back, pop out to the inside, and try the Craig Moore line around turn 1. He gets the lead, and of course, a little bit of tire rub there as well.
Indeed, and he's right on the back of those as they head their way through turn 3 and 4. He might be even side by side by the time they get to turn 6. It is going to be side by side here. Is Delatrez close enough? They make their way in. It's slightly contact. There is contact between the two. And off the track goes Delatrez, goes back into the lead ahead of Huyskenveld. And the thing that didn't help and was the fact there was a SimSport car there trying to make their way through. And there this gets close. This is going to be interesting now because you've got Solpec right on the back of them as they make their way down towards turn 11. You've got Core Sim Racing there as well. This could get interesting as they've got to make their way past some of the sports class cars as they head their way down to the braking zone. Who will be ahead by the time they head onto the brakes? Will it be Delatrez? Will it be Huyskenveld as they head their way in? Huyskenveld on the outside line on the entry. into turn 12. It's the inside this time, and they're going to get held up here. This could get, oh dear me, this could get so close. Svanka goes through on Huisgenveld and goes into P2.
I don't think Race Control is going to like that move that was made, because Delatraz cut course to get the lead back. And 405, 438 being investigated, I would not be surprised to see a investigation with at least the 88 and the 48 here in just a little bit. But Sedkowski, he's still within striking distance as 1, 2, 3. They're all closing in. Pascal Stix is also involved in this. So this 3-car battle for the lead is going to quickly turn into a 4-car battle for the lead, as Delatraz goes a little wide, almost shoves the GT4 car off to the side. Now Schwanka closing in on Delatraz. There's another sport car up ahead, and Schwanka's going to try and do the high line heading into turn number 1. Delatraz has the line through 1, so he'll continue to stay in the lead, but there's even more traffic up ahead. But Delatraz, with that pass for the lead, again, he had to cut the course, but then again, there was so much contact back there that wouldn't be surprised if Race Control says, you know what, it was just incidental contact. Keep it as it is. Delatraz, bigger lead, and that was a door shut by one of the sport cars.
Oh, that was scary. Dear me, I thought that was Schwanka gone then, because it disappeared off our screens as the Mustang came into view. And that's given now a 1.7 second lead to Delatraz Automotive by PC Design with Alexandre Delatraz. Of course, you've got Schwanka, Stick, Sentovsky, all battling for that P2 spot as they head their way down to turn 11. Can Core Sim Racing get themselves back into second? They drop down to 4th. And then now right on the back of jumping into second place, as this was a view through here. That was scary. And the Mustang just in the way of the 3 of the LMPs looking to make their way through. They all did make it through. Luckily, none of them with a bash and off into the barriers. The gaps have increased between first and second, but then second, third and fourth are still within a few tenths of each other. But look ahead now. They've caught even more of the sports class cars. This could still cost a turn in this race, because all that can happen now is the same thing that happened to Schwanka can happen to Delatraz.
On the LMP3 lead as they work their way around once again, and Delatraz is going to be held up here by, oddly enough, a Solpec GT4, but he is able to easily dispatch of that GT4 around the final couple of corners. 7.5 minutes left to go in this race. It's going to be about 3 or 4 laps left to go, depending on traffic, as, man, the battle for second and third in LMP3 is kind of fizzled out just a little bit, but that's only because Schwanka and Stix having to work their way through GT4 traffic. And yeah, 405, 438 being investigated for some sort of contact. We'll see what Race Control has to say, and it looks like that we might have another report being issued here, as they have a blank line for 42. Going to keep a close eye on that. But Delatraz opens up a 1.4 second gap, and I've been noticing the past couple of laps that there's been a little bit of a rub there on Pascal Stick's car at the back, and it's interesting to see that he's able to continue on. Could it be a ride height issue out of with so much going on? We're watching Rybacek and Petrick battle for third and Cup still.
Indeed, a great battle for third. Of course, you can see Carlar and CSM have flew away. So Team Checkmate now got a 1.7 second gap back, so they've got to kind of just focus on keeping Line GP behind rather than focusing on the 2 ahead. So Line GP with Joey Petrick looking to potentially jump onto that podium if they can get the right run, as they both go wide through turn 6 and through into turn 7. Oh, so close to the barrier there for Joey Petrick as they make their way down towards 11. And let's see what sort of chance there is here for Petrick to go for that move to jump up into third place. The gap's half a second as they make their way down, so I don't think this time he'll be quite close enough to go for the move as they make their way down. Is there enough gap here? No, he's going to have to stick behind now is Petrick, and we did see as well Delta Sport getting ahead of PT Autosport. So Deschenes now down to P6 and Eli Carter up into P5. Never mind, Deschenes has gone back ahead into P5 again for PT Autosport, as that's at the bottom of our screens, battling through in towards the chicane. And then at the top, it's a battle for second, for third and fourth in the LMP3 category between Core Sim Racing and Team Huisgenveld.
Well, 3 of your top 4 cars may not finish where they're at right now, as the 48, 88, and 62 are all under investigation for 3 separate incidents, 2 of them involving the 48 and the 88 and the 62 as well. So this race may not be decided on the track. It may be decided in the race control room. Not something you want to see, but you got to keep the racing fair somehow, as 4 items still being decided, the 405 and 438. The top of the list, we'll see what race control decides. And yes, there is a 48 and 88 under review. It's that first incident that we mentioned, and of course I have a feeling that we will see what happens as the battle for 5th heats up in Cup, and you're still watching the battle for 3rd place between Sticks and Stenkowski. Unsportsmanlike conduct for the 405. That is a warning, using the instant communication channel to send message to other teams. A huge no-no, so no Lafrome is getting that penalty. Quick slap on the wrist, and going to pay attention to see how the ruling of the 48 and 88 ends that basically determines their races.
Well, this is closed up here between Carlo Esports and CSM by BS Hybrid as they make their way down towards turn 11. Is there a chance? Is there an opportunity for a leading move for CSM? Onto the brakes they go, but no, he's happy just to stay behind for now. Is Rainer Talva. So they make their way through turn 12, all the way through and catch up to a couple of the sports cars who hopefully will, well, I don't think they'll move out the way, but hopefully don't hold them up, I should say, as they will make their way through. Of course, we will be keeping an eye on the penalties that could be dished out. Of course, both 48 and 88 have been investigated, put under investigation twice, and then car 62 as well has been put under investigation, that being Robin Schwanker, the Saltpeck Precision. So down to turn 17 we go. Is there a move for the lead of the Porsche Cup category? Because you can see CSM closing in, but he's actually, it seems, happy to sit behind the back of car 960 for now.
Okay, so car 88 has been determined to. Okay, so car 88 has been determined to pass on the outside of the track limits. I mentioned that was a possibility, and Deltraz was told to give the position back to Stenkowski. Of course, Stenkowski's fallen back just a little bit. Let's see what the other penalty is to that 48-88 battle, and that could determine. And once again, this is a third note of both Deltraz and Stenkowski. So we'll see what happens here. I have a feeling that because Deltraz did not give that penalty back, get that position back, this could be a penalty coming down to your race leader, as he is about a second ahead of Robin Schwanka on the track right now. And you see this the couple of great battles here, one in Sport and one in LMP3.
Yeah, through here, you can see he's on the inside line, I'd imagine, trying to let the Husqvarna car through, because you can see he's dropped back down to 3rd. Has Deltraz, and that's allowed Corsi Racing to charge up into 2nd. It's allowed Saltpeck to charge up into 1st, and you can see the move has been made, as it's now 3rd, I believe, for Team Husqvarna. Yes, it is. So Deltraz by PC Design down to P4, and he's 2 seconds off the lead. You can see just trying to back into turn 1. It's side by side into the first corner between these two, and somehow Husqvarna keeps that car ahead in P3. Deltraz will not be happy. We have to give that one back, so he's going to be ruthless to get back into 3rd place.
And of course, Talvar closing in on Kidda on the top of your screen as they work their way around the final couple of laps. And I think that we are working the final lap of the race as we're side by side for position in Cup. And no, that's actually going to be Kidda who opens up, and there's a spin at the back. Contact between Talvar. Multiple cars involved, and that's including GT4. So Talvar loses a whole bunch of ground. He's able to get away. Petrick now 2 seconds behind. Oh, what a calamity this has turned into in Cup.
Oh dear me, big shame there for CSM, but brilliant for Lion GP and Jerry Petrick into 2nd place, ahead of Team Checkmate, who of course have got Marcin Robochuk in the car. We'll see if he can try and make a launch for 2nd place. What a race this has turned into for these cars out of absolutely nowhere at the end of this. 35 seconds left on the clock, so I'd imagine it's 1 lap after this one.
Oh, a little bit of a slide there out of Petrig as he's trying to hold off Rybachuk. Rybachuk shoves it to the inside. He's going to get second place for the time being, but Rybachuk also has Petrig on his rear bumper. So we'll take a look at this replay and see exactly what happened here. And it looks like, yeah, there was one of the sport cars that dove to the inside of Talvar, and unfortunately it was too little too late. The Mustang basically spinning out the second place driver in 992. That is definitely getting investigated so far. They've got at least 2 more open investigations. So we've already got 4 open investigations for this race as the last lap is underway here at Miami. Oh, look at this, a little bit of a nudge there by Rybachuk, trying to keep Petrig up to the front as Schwanka goes on his final lap of the race. The Solpec Precision driver works his way around turn 7 for the final time. He's got Pascal Sticks behind him. Sticks is going to throw all he can at the car and try and replicate a last lap pass that we saw last time out at Mid-Ohio and try and make it 2 in a row for the Corsim Racing team. Schwanka holding wide and going to go nice and deep in turn number 12, work his way through the stadium section, but still Pascal Sticks is close within 0.4 of a second and still has that rear tire rub. That's going to be a little bit worrisome, especially through turn number 17. But here's the thing, he's going to have the distance to close in and possibly draft off of Schwanka down the back straightaway. Schwanka's going to have to do the snake if he wants to go through. Delatraz sitting in third place, the interested spectator, but Schwanka has opened up a 0.6 of a second gap, and now the question is, how deep do you like it, Pascal? Do you want to try and go deep? I think it's going to be too little, too late to make it 2 in a row. Either way, Schwanka comes across turn number 17. It's definitely going to be too little, too late. Sticks still smoking on that rear end. Moves Solpec to the lead. Moves Solpec to the front and closer to that championship. Checker flag is out. Robin Schwanka is your winner here at the 4 Hours of Miami.
Indeed, a great race by Schwanka. Of course, second place goes to Corsim Racing, and then Alexandre Delatraz in P3 as it stands, as they're all trying to make their way through. And here is about for second place in the Porsche Cup category. Of course, Carla Esports have that lead by 5 seconds, but it's all down to seeing what Team Checkmate can do against Lion GP, who of course got inherited that P2 with a big jump over the curb as they make their way through turn 16. There's one last chance now for the move for second place. The sports cars ahead, of course, that ruined the race to CSM with the cars ahead in the sports category. So is there any chance there that we can see Joey Petrig go for that second place as they make their way down towards turn 17 for the final time? Is there a move on the cards? It's the inside for Joey Petrig, but he's not close enough in the braking zone, and that could be P2 done and dusty. But of course, back to the front with Luca Keita for Carla Esports. They take the win, they take the checkered flag first. It's car 960 that takes the win ahead of Marcin Rybachuk in second place for Team Checkmate, who were down in 5th after some poor part of the middle race. They got themselves back into second place, and they lead Lion GP to end off the podium, who take a well-deserved P3. And there we can see in the sports category, Tobias Dernberger takes the win for Sherritt Esports.
1.9 seconds over Rodrigo Mies. John Bodefer, your Solpex Precision Racing driver, finishes off in third place. What a fantastic race that we saw from start to finish, and a great strategy really had by all as they worked their way onto the cool-down lap and trying to see who is your sportsman highest finisher. I believe that's going to be Torque Freak Racing once again, taking it to the top. I could be wrong. Actually, no, it's going to be Altura Esports. So, yeah. Absolutely fantastic to see Altura get their first win of the season. They missed Mid-Ohio, but either way, what a fantastic race we saw. Robin Schwanka takes Stolpak to the win. Pascal Sticks second with Corsim Racing. Alexandre Delatraz, after a late penalty, finishes off in third. There's no other review for the other 2 penalties that are pending for the 48 or the 88. So Senkowski finishes 4th for Hoisingfeld, Delta V in 5th, Echelon and SimSport in 6th, 7th goes to Delatrez Automotive by Majors Garage, 8th the Solpac Precision Racing, 9th the Project 91 Racing Team, 10th the Satellite Racing, and of course out of the race in 11th Alex Chilcutt with that early incident. I'll take a look at the Cup standings real quick as Luca Kitta gets it done for Carlar Esports. What a fantastic race they had. Team Checkmate Axis Project and Lion GP Fenster.com finishes off in 3rd. Unsportsmanlike conduct for 405. We'll talk more about that here in just a little bit. And of course, you see the rest of the field. Of course, Matt Caruana will be disqualified for being the only racer in Project 91. Take a look at 11th place here in the Cup standings after 113 laps. And Mark Balzer had the early incident out of the race in 11th. Into the sport, much larger field as Scherer Esports takes the win over Fiercely Forward and Solpac Precision Racing. SimRC and Core Sim Racing round out your top 5. Then it's Team Floral by Impulse, Grow Racing Team, Satellite Racing, Altura Esports, Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab. A tight battle there at the end for the sportsman class. Take a look at the next page here from 11th on down. You've got Delta Sports Sim Shop, WSR Esports, what could have been for the number 427, then 56 Racing Team, Core Sim Racing, Echelon Sim Sport, Thomas Angus Sim Racing, Impulse, and rounding out your top 20 is RJD in that Ford Mustang. They finished 7 laps down with lots of hiccups throughout the race. And of course, out of the race, you see the 2 Orion Racing teams, Similar Esports, Orion Racing Team, the other one, Orbit, Drop Bear Motorsport, and ENS Esports, the first car out of the race. All right, that does it for at least the results and all that. Let's bring in our race winners, Brandon Roseborough and Robin Schwanka, who are your LMP3 winners here for the one, the only Solpac Precision Racing, the number 62, as we'll bring both of those guys in. And first of all, congratulations, Brandon and Robin. That was an absolute fantastic finish. We'll start with Robin because near the end, that final sprint to the finish, thought you were going to be cooked there with having a lot of fast drivers behind you.
Yeah, trust me, I was at the same time super nervous, shaky leg and everything at the same time. Probably never been so locked in my life. But it was an awesome fight. Everything was fair on my end. Couldn't have enjoyed it anymore.
And of course, Brandon, you had some early success as well, leading a bit of the race. Did you think that it was going to come down to a last gasp run to the finish?
Not at all. But I tell you now, I could not buy any luck. I think I came through the field twice. And yeah, always fair play to, Decor and Hoisingfeld. Like those teams they have fantastic drivers. But yeah, like we always come down to a last minute sprint in this series, and I'm just super happy that Robin was able to pull it off.
All right, next time out, Robin, we'll have you round this out. It's the Grand Prix, the 4 hours of Mexico City. What are you looking forward to most? As you got another track with a super long straightaway.
I gotta see if I'm part of the team again. I'm stand-in for this race because the other guys that would usually pilot this car all were unfortunately not available. But if I should I pilot the car? Yeah, Mexico is one of my favorite tracks. Super long straight. Probably have to contend with the fact that we have to run a little less wing than usual, but I'm pretty sure I can make it work.
Robin Schwanka, Brandon Roseborough, congratulations, gents. Go get some rest. And the super sub right here. Not bad to get the car up to first.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Take care, guys.
Let's bring in our second place team. And that's the 960 of Luca Kitta and Jan Winter. Nathan Richards has them.
Indeed. So we have in our race winners for the Porsche Cup category, Carlar Esports, Jan Winter and Luca Kita. So, first of all, Tian, of course, she was the driver that took part in the qualifying earlier on. I mean, that was very chaotic. I don't think many people expected to have the wet weather here. I mean, how did you find those conditions? Because from what we saw, it was constantly changing.
Yeah, on my side it was kind of difficult to manage, and it was a tough condition, and it was drying, and yeah, but at least I did a good job and managed the places, then the safety cars, what a crazy race, so on, and yeah.
Definitely. And over to you as well, Luca. Of course, heading into the second part of the race, I think the first 2 hours you were kind of running in P5, P6, just in that mid pack, and then of course, of course, yellow came out. You managed to pit on the perfect moments, get out into the lead, and then of course, what got you to pull that 18-second gap at one point? Was it just pure consistency, or was it, you know, being able to move your way through the traffic better than everybody else?
I mean, I knew that the dry pace here for me was really, really good. From the practice servers the last 2 days, I saw that. And for me, it was clear. And we did it like that, and it was perfect. Jan was really good in the rain. I'm really good in the dry. And yeah, it worked perfectly for us. And so we said, okay, Jan is doing the first 1 hour and 20 minutes, and I do the rest. Yeah, and I knew the pace was extremely good. We had a little bit of struggle with the last stint, as I needed to change tires actually compared to all the other teams, but then we have the safety car and made us pretty easy to change the tires. So I had the fresher tires, was directly behind BS and could make the move instantly on the first lap. And yeah, I think strategy side was really good today, and a little bit of luck with the safety cars as well. But yeah, really happy to bring it home with that pace, with that consistency, no mistake, no crashes. So yeah, really happy about that.
Yeah, and of course, just to both of you as well, of course, I think if everything goes correctly from what I've added up, even though you're 71 points back in the standings now, with Impulse Racing, I believe, not making the checkered flag and you winning and taking the 100 points, that puts you in the lead at the standings heading into Mexico next time out. I mean, you know, from any of you can answer, you know, did you expect to be in a position where you're now leading the standings comfortably with only 2 rounds to go?
I mean, I'm here actually to my first time in IVRA Clubsport series, so I helped out a little bit. But I think from what I heard from the teammates, yeah, pretty unexpected, but happy about that. I think the focus is now even bigger and the motivation is even bigger, and I think the grind is on for the next race. So yeah, let's see.
Definitely. And one last question will be to you, Jan. Of course, next time out we head to Mexico City. What are your thoughts and the team's thoughts on heading to Mexico?
Yeah, from my side, I'm not gonna drive these last 2 races because I'm gonna have an operation on my hand. So, but Hendrik will drive for me, and yeah, let's see. But he's motivated to grind hard, and looking forward to the races.
Indeed. Well, to both of you, well done, and of course to the team as well, Carla RaceSports. Congratulations on the
penalties under review, one of them involving the 48 and 88, and 4 involving the sport class, which that could hamper things, but not for our winners, Eric New and Tobias Durenberger in the number 416 share eSport club class. And let's start with Tobias, who brought the race home. And I've got to say, you had some very fast cars behind you. You had the Fiercely Forward Pink, your teammate in Solpec Precision, Corentin Gunez in the Sim RC. How crazy were those final 25 minutes?
Yeah, I was just sweating. I just want to take a shower right now. I was full push and a millimeter to every wall, and then got lucky through the traffic. And yeah, it was just amazing, but full push. And they were really fast. A few of them were actually faster in the laps, but just couldn't quite catch me.
And of course, Eric, we saw you up near the front in your stint. Let's talk about how competitive this sport class was, because, you know, yeah, we were watching a lot of the LMP3 in the Cup action because it was just insane. But anytime I look down at timing, you seem to be racing with almost anybody up at the front.
Yes, it was absolutely crazy. The first stints in the wet, nearly wet conditions. It's just like, yeah, you had one line and with the traffic, it's absolutely crazy. But yeah, we kept pushing, had a good strategy. I did not expect...
And we'll end with this. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's good.
And we'll end with this real quick because we can wrap it up. Tobias, we go into Mexico City. You right now, you're sitting 7th in points, but you're actually pretty close up there with as tight as that sport class is. What is it going to take out of your team to take these final 2 races and possibly win the sport championship this year?
Yeah, just have clean races because everything can happen in a 4-hour multi-class race, and just gonna take the points home. I think when you are when you're always under the top 5 or top 10, you're bringing really good points, and maybe this is even this would be enough to win even the sport class. But we will see how the next races are going.
That does it for our interviews. So we'll wrap things up. It was a wild 4-hour race, went from wet to dry. Nathan, final thoughts?
Well, I'd like to be back again. I'll put it that way. What a race we had. All 3 categories: LMP3, Porsche Cup, and Sports Class. Brilliant battling between them all. And I think the main thing was how clean the battling was. I mean, yes, we had some issues where we had big, clumps of cars up together, but that's going to happen in multi-class racing. But I think, on the precipice of it, everybody was so clean when it came to the race, and that's what made it fun as well. You didn't see drivers being barged off the track and being hit. It was just so clean, space being given every time, and that's what we love to see when it comes to great racing. So yes, great way to, of course, end off the weekend for me in terms of our racing action. I mean, I think the one thing for me is just seeing how quickly the championship can turn. I mean, you've got in the Porsche Cup, Carlisle Esports 71 points back, and they're now in the lead by like 30 if my math is correct. I mean, it's just insane how quickly things can turn. And of course, heading to Mexico next time out in April, a lot of time to prepare. I think also that track, it's going to be insane for racing because you've got so many opportunities to make moves.
Indeed. Next time out, the stars and cars of the IVRA Clubsport Series head to Mexico City as they head to the highest elevation track on the service, April 4th, 2 p.m. UTC. Check out the RaceSpotTV YouTube page for more information. What a wild 4 hours we had here at the Miami International Autodrome. It provided spills, chills, and thrills all throughout the field. Of course, congratulations to our winners for today's race: Solpec Precision Racing and LMP3, Carlisle Esports in Cup, and in Sport, Share Esport Club. My name is Jeremy Scott. I want to thank Nathan Richards for joining me and Ramiro Cisneros for bringing us the sights and sounds of what is quickly becoming a legendary track in motorsport. Always remember to keep it pointed forward, keep it between the ditches, and keep it greasy side down. We'll see you next time out here on RaceSpotTV.
It's time for a very wet 4-hour Miami race. Look at that racetrack right now. It is absolutely soaked. It's now dry. This is interesting. So the 992s are going ahead of the...
For the lead in the Porsche Cup category. It is 3 wide. I've been confident for 4 years. From what I've seen today, it's like top 5 already, genuinely. And kind of want to get that move for the lead. So it's going to be close up into the chicane. It's 2 wide into the chicane and through. There's an LMP3 there as well. That was a big jump. Full course yellow again. But here's a battle for second place once again.
Is losing gap to the leader, and indeed, it is Corentin Miller, your race leader.
Oh dear me, blind corner. We have got a full course yellow.
4-hour endurance race has quickly turned into a half-hour sprint race at the Miami Autodrome. Now takes that position. You're leading
And that was a door shut by one of the sport cars. Checkered flag is out. Robin Schweika is your winner here at the 4 Hours of Miami.